I was never his blood. But once the city called me his scandal, he made one thing clear. No one would claim me before him. This is my story. Let's begin. The first time I entered the D'Amico mansion, I understood why people whispered about that family like they were less bloodline and more weather. You did not fight a storm. You survived it. The gates opened before our car reached them, black iron splitting apart with a slow, silent obedience that made my stomach tighten. Beyond them, the driveway curved through manicured darkness, all cypress trees and white stone statues with blind eyes. The house waited at the top of the hill like it had been carved from old money and older violence. My mother sat beside me in a cream suit that had not wrinkled once since we left the courthouse. Her wedding ring flashed every time the car passed beneath a strip of sunlight. Too new, too bright, too loud for a woman who had married a stranger yesterday and called it salvation. I looked at her profile, the smooth makeup, the pearl earrings, the perfect red mouth pressed into a line, and waited for her to say something motherly, something comforting, something close to an apology. She did not. "Whatever happens in that house," she said, eyes fixed forward, "do not embarrass me." I turned my head slowly. "Not are you all right, Romina? Not I know this is sudden. Not I am sorry I moved you into the home of a criminal dynasty before you had time to pack your own grief. Just that. Do not embarrass me." A laugh rose in my throat, dry and sharp enough to cut. I swallowed it because I had learned early that my mother did not appreciate emotion unless it could be worn tastefully in public. "You got married yesterday," I said, "to Massimo D'Amico, without warning me, without asking me, and I'm the embarrassing part?" Her eyes flicked toward me then. For half a second, the polish cracked. Fear looked out, not guilt, not softness. Fear. Then she smoothed it away so fast I might have imagined it. "This marriage keeps us alive," she said. The car rolled deeper onto D'Amico property. 2 men with rifles stood near the stone fountain. Another pair waited beneath the front steps, hands folded, faces empty. Their suits fit too well to hide the weapons beneath them, and I wondered if that was the point. My mother adjusted the cuff of her sleeve. "Survival does not care about your feelings." I stared at the mansion. "No," I whispered. "Apparently it only cares about yours." She inhaled once through her nose, the way she did when I disappointed her, but there were witnesses nearby. "This is not the time for your pride." My pride was one of the few things you didn't pack for me. Her mouth tightened. The car stopped. A guard opened my mother's door first. Of course he did. She had become Signora D'Amico overnight, at least in name. Men who would have ignored us a week ago now lowered their heads as she stepped onto the gravel like she had always belonged to marble steps and armed silence. My door opened next. No bowed head, no greeting, just a hand held out because protocol demanded it. I ignored the hand and stepped out on my own. The air smelled like cut grass, expensive roses, and the faint metallic bite of rain waiting to fall. The mansion rose over me in pale stone and black glass. 4 stories of wealth with windows dark enough to reflect the sky instead of reveal what lived inside. It was beautiful. That was the worst part. Beautiful things were easier to forgive. I refused to forgive this place. My mother took Massimo D'Amico's arm at the foot of the stairs. He was older than I expected, though not weak. Never weak. Men like him did not age into softness. They aged into authority. His silver hair was combed back from a face carved in hard lines, and his eyes rested on me with the detached assessment of a man reviewing a contract. "My wife's daughter," he said. "Not stepdaughter, not family, not even Romina." My mother's fingers tightened around his arm. I noticed. So did he. So did every guard standing close enough to hear. "Welcome," Massimo added after a pause, as if he remembered manners were useful when witnesses existed. "Thank you," I said. My voice came out calm. Good. I wanted at least one thing about me to survive the driveway. A housekeeper in a black dress appeared at the entrance and gestured for the luggage. 2 men moved toward the car. I watched them take my bags as if they were evidence being removed from a scene. "Now, your room is ready, Signorina," the housekeeper said. "Where?" "The east wing." Something shifted behind her eyes. Near me, my mother's spine went stiff. The housekeeper lowered her voice. "Near Signor Raphael's hall." My mother's painted smile did not move, but everything underneath it did. I looked between them. "Who is Raphael?" The question barely had time to breathe. The atmosphere changed. That was the only way I could describe it. No one announced him. No one gasped. No door slammed. But the foyer, the enormous, glittering, cold-blooded foyer, seemed to tighten around a presence above us. I looked up. A man stood on the upper landing, one hand resting lightly on the banister. At first, he was only shadow against the high window behind him. Then he moved, and the light found him. Rafael D'Amico looked too young to carry the silence he caused. Late 20s, maybe. Broad shoulders beneath a black shirt open at the throat. Dark hair combed back carelessly enough to look accidental and expensive enough to prove it wasn't. His face was sharp in the way beautiful things could be sharp. Cheekbones, mouth, jaw, all arranged with cruel precision. But his eyes were what made the room feel smaller. They were dark. Not warm dark. Not soft dark. A door locked from the other side dark. His gaze moved over my mother first. No greeting. No respect. No attempt to pretend he approved of the woman who had married his father less than 24 hours ago. Then he looked at me, slowly. Like I was a stain, spreading across a white floor. "Is the Caruso problem being installed permanently?" he asked, voice low and even, "or are we pretending this is temporary?" The foyer went silent enough for me to hear the blood rush in my ears. My mother's hand tightened on Massimo's arm again. Massimo looked up at his son. "Rafael," one word, a warning. Rafael descended the stairs without hurry. That made it worse. Men who wanted attention rushed into rooms. Men who already owned them took their time. I refused to move. Every sensible part of me wanted to step back, to look down, to become the quiet daughter my mother had ordered me to be. But pride was a difficult animal. It had claws even when wounded. Rafael reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped several feet away from me. Close enough for insult, not close enough for comfort. "Show respect," Massimo said. Rafael's eyes did not leave mine. "Respect is earned by blood or loyalty." His gaze flicked briefly to my mother, then back to me. "The Carusos brought neither into this house." My face burned. Not because he was wrong about the house, because he had said it like I had begged to be here, like I had wrapped myself in silk and ambition and crawled through the gates willingly. My mother whispered, "Romina." There it was, the leash. One word, wrapped in warning. I should have listened. That was the intelligent thing to do inside a house full of men with guns and women who knew how to smile through ruin. Instead, I lifted my chin. "I didn't realize your father's house was so fragile," I said, "that two Caruso women could rot it by standing in the foyer." A tiny movement passed through the staff. Not shock exactly, fear wearing shock's clothing. Rafael's expression did not change, but his attention sharpened. I felt it like a blade pressing flat against my throat. "Careful," my mother hissed. I ignored her. Rafael tilted his head slightly. "Do you always confuse bravery with stupidity? Only when men confuse cruelty with strength?" The silence after that was different. Not empty, loaded. Massimo's mouth tightened. "Dinner will be served in an hour. We will not begin this family's future with arguments in the foyer." Family. The word fell between us like something dead. Rafael finally looked away from me, but it did not feel like mercy. It felt like he had placed me somewhere in his mind and shut the drawer. I hated that I wondered what label he had given me. Problem. Caruso. Inconvenience. All three, probably. The housekeeper guided me upstairs, while my mother remained below with her new husband, already speaking in soft tones meant to smooth what could not be smoothed. I followed the woman through corridors wide enough for queens and quiet enough for ghosts. Oil paintings lined the walls, men in dark suits, women in pearls. Children posed like heirs before they were old enough to understand the burden. Everywhere, the D'Amico crest appeared in subtle, expensive ways, carved into wood, stamped into gold, embroidered into the runner beneath my feet. This was not a home. It was a warning with chandeliers. My room was beautiful, of course, a sitting area, a fireplace, a balcony locked from the inside with a key I did not have, cream walls, dark furniture, fresh flowers in a crystal vase. Someone had unpacked part of my clothing already, which made my skin crawl. I stood in the center of the room, listening to the house breathe around me, near Rafael's hall. I almost laughed again. My mother had married the father, and I had been placed close to the son who hated us most. Either Massimo D'Amico had a terrible sense of household planning, or someone wanted me uncomfortable. Maybe both. I changed for dinner because the dress my mother had chosen for me was already laid across the bed. deep green, modest neckline, expensive but not loud. A dress meant to say I was tasteful, grateful, harmless. I put it on and hated every stitch. When I entered the dining room an hour later, I understood immediately that dinner was not dinner. It was theater. The table was long enough to make intimacy impossible. Silverware gleamed beneath candlelight. Crystal glasses stood in perfect formation. Men I did not know occupied seats along the sides, their conversations low and watchful. D'Amico captains, I guessed. A few Caruso advisors too, though they seemed smaller here, reduced. My mother sat beside Massimo. I was placed across from Rafael. He arrived last. He did not apologize. No one expected him to. He took his seat with the ease of a man who could insult a room simply by deciding it had waited properly. Massimo lifted his glass. To unity. A few glasses rose. Not Rafael's, not mine. My mother shot me a look. I lifted my glass because I was angry, not suicidal. To stability, Massimo continued, to the end of unnecessary bloodshed, to the strength of two families moving as one. One of the D'Amico men near the far end of the table murmured, "Rushed brides make unstable foundations." The comment was quiet, not quiet enough. My mother's smile hardened. She pretended not to hear. I heard. Rafael heard too. He leaned back in his chair, swirling wine he had not tasted. Desperation is the Caruso family's oldest inheritance. There it was again, that smooth cruelty. No raised voice, no theatrical sneer, just a sentence laid carefully on the table like a knife. My mother's hand found mine beneath the table and squeezed. Do not speak. Do not make this worse. Do not embarrass me. I looked at her profile, at the perfect smile, at the woman who had told me survival did not care about my feelings while fear sat in her bones like a second skeleton. Then I looked at Rafael D'Amico. He watched me over the rim of his glass as if he already knew I would break. I lifted my glass. The room quieted before I spoke, as if everyone sensed the mistake forming and wanted a front row seat. I never asked to inherit your house, I said, my voice calm enough to frighten even me. Or your name, or your bitterness. My mother's nails dug into my palm. I pulled my hand free. I came here because your father and my mother made a decision that swallowed everyone else's choices. My gaze stayed on Rafael. So if desperation is my family's inheritance, maybe arrogance is yours. No one breathed. Or maybe I simply stopped hearing anything except my own heart. Rafael set his wine glass down. Slowly. The soft click of crystal against wood sounded obscene in that silence. Massimo's face had gone cold. My mother looked like she wanted to disappear into her diamonds. The captains stared at their plates, not because they were uninterested, but because watching Rafael too closely when he was angry seemed dangerous. But Rafael did not explode. That would have been easier. He smiled, not fully, not warmly, just enough to show me he had teeth. You have a reckless mouth, Romina Caruso. It was the first time he said my name. I hated how it sounded in his voice, like a warning, like a possession he had not decided whether to break. And you have a predictable one, I said before fear could stop me. I expected worse from the monster everyone went quiet for. That did it. A visible shift passed through the table. My mother whispered my name again, this time horrified. Massimo stood. Enough. His voice filled the room with old authority. Dinner ended without ending. Chairs moved, napkins were placed down, men stood because Massimo had stood, and in that house, obedience moved faster than hunger. I rose too, my legs steady by some miracle. I wanted out of that room, out of the candlelight, out of the weight of Rafael's eyes. I had taken 3 steps when he moved behind me, not touching, close enough for the heat of him to reach the bare skin at the back of my neck. I froze. He bent slightly, his mouth near my ear. No one else was close enough to hear him. Inconvenient things do not last long in my house, he said. His voice was soft. That made it worse. I turned, my head just enough to see him from the corner of my eye. Up close, he was even more dangerous, because his beauty did not soften him. It sharpened the cruelty. The dark lashes, the hard mouth, the faint shadow along his jaw, all of it belonged to a man built to be looked at and feared for the same reason. I should have apologized. I should have remembered my mother's warning. I should have lowered my eyes and let the storm pass over me. Instead, I looked straight at him. Then I'll try not to become inconvenient. For 1 second, Rafael's mouth almost moved. Not a smile, something worse, interest. Then it vanished. He straightened and walked past me as if I had already been dismissed, leaving only the scent of smoke, expensive soap, and danger behind. I stood there until the room emptied around me. My mother did not come to my side. Massimo did not offer another fake welcome. The staff kept their eyes down, and I understood, with a clarity that made my chest tighten, that I had entered this house as my mother's daughter, a Caruso problem, a political inconvenience in a green dress. But I had done something worse than arrive. I had made Rafael D'Amico notice me. That should have terrified me. It did, but beneath the fear, beneath the humiliation, beneath the anger burning hot enough to keep my spine straight, something else moved. A terrible, unwanted certainty. This house did not swallow people all at once. It took them room by room, dinner by dinner, threat by threat. And Rafael D'Amico was not the kind of man who forgot a woman who challenged him in front of his blood. He would make me pay for it. I knew that before I reached the stairs. I knew it as I climbed toward the east wing, toward the beautiful room with the locked balcony, toward the hallway they had placed dangerously close to his. I knew it when I closed my door and pressed my back against it, finally letting my breath shake. My mother had told me not to embarrass her. Massimo had called me his wife's daughter. The D'Amicos had looked at me like rot. And Rafael had looked at me like a blade deciding whether I was worth sharpening. I should have kept my head down. Instead, I had looked the future Don in the eye and given him a reason to remember me. Chapter 2. By sunrise, I learned the D'Amico mansion did not wake like normal houses. It listened first. The silence was different in the morning, cleaner, colder, stretched thin beneath the soft movements of servants and guards who had mastered the art of existing without being noticed. No laughter moved through the walls, no dishes clattered carelessly, no one called from room to room. Even the sunlight seemed disciplined, spilling through the tall windows in neat gold rectangles across polished floors that had probably seen more blood cleaned from them than dust. For one merciful second after I opened my eyes, I forgot where I was. Then I saw the ceiling, painted cream, crown molding edged in gold, a chandelier above the bed shaped like falling ice, the dark carved furniture, the heavy curtains, the D'Amico crest engraved into the footboard like even sleep had to kneel to their name. My stomach tightened. I was still here, still in the house my mother had married us into overnight, still in the east wing, near Raphael's hall. I sat up slowly, the sheets sliding down to my waist. Someone had turned down the bed while I slept. Someone had unpacked more of my clothes. Someone had placed fresh roses on the table beside the window. White roses. Funeral flowers dressed as hospitality. I looked toward the balcony doors. Locked. Still locked. The little brass keyhole stared back at me like an insult. A soft knock sounded. Before I could answer, the door opened. A maid stepped in carrying a breakfast tray. She was young, maybe a few years older than me, with dark hair pinned tightly at the back of her head and eyes that had already learned caution. She kept her gaze lowered as she crossed the room. "Good morning, Signorina." "Is it?" I asked. Her hands paused for half a second before she set the tray on the small table by the sitting area. Coffee, fruit, toast cut into perfect triangles, a silver pot of honey, everything delicate enough to suggest I was being cared for, and controlled enough to remind me I had not chosen any of it. The maid straightened. I studied her. Does everyone in this house always move like they're afraid of making sound? Her eyes flicked to the door, then back down. Quiet people live longer here. The words were so soft I almost missed them, but I didn't. A chill worked down my spine. "What's your name?" Another hesitation. "Lucia." "Lucia," I repeated it carefully. "Are you warning me?" This time she looked at me fully, only for a second. It was enough. "I am bringing breakfast," she said. Then she left. The door clicked shut behind her. I stared at the tray and lost my appetite. Quiet people live longer here. By the time my mother came to my room an hour later, I had dressed in black trousers and a cream blouse simple enough to offend every expectation she had for me. My hair was down. My face was bare, except for lip balm. If she wanted me decorated for her new life, she would have to suffer disappointment early. She swept into the room in pale blue silk and pearls, looking like a woman who had never made a desperate decision in her life. That was my mother's gift. She could stand in the ruins of something and make people believe the smoke was perfume. "You're not dressed," she said. I looked down at myself. Strange. I could have sworn these were clothes. Her eyes sharpened. Do not start today. That sounds familiar. Romina? There it was again. My name used as a lock. She crossed the room and lowered her voice even though we were alone. There will be people in and out all day. Family representatives, advisors, men who matter. You will be gracious. You will be composed. You will not repeat last night's performance. Rafael insulted us in front of everyone, and you gave him exactly what he wanted. I laughed once quietly. You think he wanted me to talk back? I think men like Rafael D'Amico enjoy discovering where to press. The way she said it made me look at her more closely. There was knowledge beneath her polish, not motherly concern. Not exactly, more like recognition. As if she had spent her life around men with knives hidden behind manners and knew which ones smiled before using them. Why did you put me here? I asked. Her expression did not change, but something behind it braced. I did not assign your room. You didn't object either. It's a large house. It's a weapon with furniture. Her mouth tightened. This house is the reason we are breathing safely today. Are we? She looked toward the locked balcony doors, then back at me. Survival does not always feel comfortable at first. At first? I stepped closer. You married Massimo D'Amico yesterday. Yesterday, Mama. You moved me into his house. You told me nothing. You let his son look at us like disease at dinner. And every time I ask why, you hand me some pretty sentence about survival like I'm too stupid to understand danger unless you wrap it in silk. Her face hardened. You are not stupid. You are sheltered. That landed worse than I wanted it to. From what? From consequences. The room seemed to still around the word. I waited. She smoothed the front of her jacket, buying herself time. There are matters between families you do not need to know. I'm living inside one of those matters. You are alive inside it. Her voice cut sharper. That is the part you keep missing. For the first time, anger faltered under unease. My mother noticed. She always noticed weakness. She simply called it strategy. Listen to me carefully, she said. You will not wander. You will not provoke Rafael. You will not ask questions of guards, servants, or men who carry weapons for a living. And if a door is closed in this house, you will assume it is closed for your protection. Or for theirs. Her eyes flashed. This is not one of your little arguments with men who want to buy you dinner, Romina. This is the D'Amico family. Rafael does not threaten for sport. No, I said, remembering his mouth near my ear. Inconvenient things do not last long in my house. He seemed very professional about it. My mother stepped close enough that I could smell her perfume. Expensive, floral, too sweet. Do not make yourself memorable to that man. Too late. The words remained between us even after she left. Do not wander. Do not provoke Rafael. Do not ask questions. Do not open closed doors. She should have known better than to give me a map made entirely of forbidden things. I spent the day learning the mansion. Not openly. I was not foolish enough for that. I walked where guests were allowed to walk and watched what people pretended I should not notice. The D'Amico mansion had rhythms. Guard changes near the main staircase every 2 hours. Service staff entering from the west corridor but never the east. Men in black suits going through one set of double doors near Massimo's office, but always after checking the hallway mirrors first. A security keypad beside a library door. A discreet camera above the entry to Rafael's wing. That last one made me pause. Rafael's hall was not marked. It didn't have to be. The house changed around it. Servants moved faster near it. Guards stood straighter. Conversations died before turning the corner. Holy ground for wolves. I kept walking. Near the second-floor gallery, I slowed when I heard 2 male voices drifting from below. They were in the shadow of the stairwell, speaking low in Italian-accented English. The son wants them gone. The son wants many things. He says Caruso rot spreads fast. I stopped behind a marble column. My pulse beat once, hard. The second man laughed under his breath. Careful. If Rafael hears you repeat his words, he may ask why you were close enough to hear them. I'm not afraid of Rafael. A pause. Then the second man said, then you're new. Their footsteps faded. I stood there for a long moment, fingers pressed lightly to the cold marble. Caruso rot, something hot and ugly rose behind my ribs. I had not asked for this house. I had not arranged my mother's marriage. I had not come here with knives under my dress or schemes tucked behind my tongue. Yet somehow I had become infection. By nightfall, the mansion settled into deeper silence. My mother dined privately with Massimo and several advisors. I was informed, politely through Lucia, that my presence was not required. Not required. Not wanted. Good. Rejection had uses. I waited until the house changed shifts near midnight. I heard the faint movement in the hallway, the soft exchange of guards, the almost silent retreat of footsteps. Then I slipped out of my room, barefoot, phone in hand, its flashlight turned low and shielded by my fingers. The corridor outside my room was empty. My heart thudded too loudly. I told myself I was not doing anything reckless. I only wanted answers, a reason for the marriage, a clue to what danger my mother kept dressing up as salvation. That was all. A perfectly reasonable act of survival. The east wing stretched ahead in a hush of dark wood, old portraits, and runner rugs that swallowed sound. I moved past closed doors and side tables holding porcelain vases worth more than most people's cars. Every few feet I paused and listened. Nothing. Then voices. I ducked into an alcove beside a statue of some long-dead saint and pressed my back to the wall. 2 men passed the intersecting corridor. Documents were moved before the signing, one said. Massimo knows. Does Rafael? A pause. Rafael knows everything eventually. And Lorenzo? The name caught in my mind. Lorenzo. A softer name than Rafael, but in that house, softness was often a better disguise. The men moved away before I could hear more. I waited until their footsteps disappeared. Then I continued toward the restricted hallway I had noticed earlier. At the end stood a dark door with a brass handle and a keypad beside it. Not Massimo's main office. Too hidden for that. Too close to Rafael's side of the house. I tried the handle. Locked. I stared at the keypad, then at the doorframe, searching for anything useful. There was nothing. No convenient key. No careless servant. No miracle for displaced daughters who had already been warned not to open doors. Still, I reached for the handle again, as if stubbornness might change the lock. A voice behind me said, "Looking for something, Caruso?" My body went still. The hallway seemed to contract around me. Slowly I turned. Rafael D'Amico stood several feet away, half in shadow, half in the dim gold light from the wall sconces. He wore black again, but not like dinner. No jacket. Sleeves rolled to his forearms, the top buttons of his shirt open at his throat. Less polished air, more dangerous man caught after midnight in the part of the house where secrets breathed. He should not have looked more lethal without the suit. He did. "I got lost," I said. His eyes dropped to my bare feet. Then to my phone, then to the locked door behind me. "Barefoot," he said, "with a flashlight at midnight. I'm very committed to confusion." His gaze returned to mine. Liars usually are. I hated the quick little spark of panic under my ribs. Hated more that he saw it. I didn't realize walking was forbidden. That door is. I didn't open it. Not from lack of trying. I lifted my chin. If your family has nothing to hide, you shouldn't be so nervous about doors. Raphael's face did not change, but the air did. He took one step toward me. I did not move. Another step. Still I stayed. He stopped close enough that I had to tilt my head back to keep his eyes. Up close he smelled faintly of smoke, clean soap, and something darker I could not name. Not cologne exactly. Heat, maybe. Night air. Danger pretending to be skin. "You think I'm nervous?" he asked. "No," I said. "I think you're insulted that I'm not." His mouth almost curved. Almost. Then it was gone. "You should be." The words were quiet, not loud enough to be theatrical, only honest enough to disturb me. He moved again, and this time instinct betrayed me. I stepped back. My shoulder brushed the wall. Raphael noticed. "Your mother did not teach you manners," he said. "My mother taught me many things. Most of them seem useless in this house. She should have taught you not to sneak through a man's private wing. You are not just a man, apparently. You're a weather event everyone lowers their voice for." His eyes sharpened. "And yet here you are, standing in the storm." "I was looking for answers. You were looking for leverage." I laughed under my breath. "Against you? Against my family. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not nearly as powerful as you've decided I am." "No." His gaze moved over my face, slow and assessing. "You're more dangerous than powerful. That should not have affected me. It did. A small, traitorous warmth moved beneath my skin, and I despised it. Because I tried a door? Because you look innocent when you lie badly. My anger saved me from whatever that warmth wanted to become. I am tired of men in this house treating me like a weapon someone else loaded. Rafael stepped closer. I had nowhere to go. The wall pressed flat against my back, cold through the thin fabric of my blouse. He placed one hand beside my head. Not on me, beside me. His palm hit the wall with controlled softness, caging without grabbing. The lack of touch made every inch between us feel deliberate, punishing. My breath caught before I could stop it. His eyes dropped to my mouth, only for a second, long enough to ruin the space. "You are in my house," he said, voice lower now. "Near my rooms, trying locked doors after midnight. Do not ask me to pretend that looks harmless." "You keep calling it your house." My voice was steadier than my body. "Your father married my mother. Doesn't that make it ours?" His jaw tightened. Wrong word. I knew it instantly. He leaned in just enough that his shadow covered me. "Do not," he said, "confuse my father's mistake with belonging." The words hit hard, not because I wanted to belong here, because no one had ever made my displacement sound so deserved. My hand moved before thought caught up. I shoved at his chest, or tried to. My fingers struck hard muscle beneath black cotton and curled instinctively into his shirt when he did not move. The fabric twisted in my grip. His body stayed where it was, solid and warm and far too close. The contact changed everything. It was ridiculous. Barely a touch, my fist in his shirt, his hand beside my head, his body not touching mine, but close enough that my senses filled with him. The hallway disappeared by degrees. First the locked door, then the portraits, then the soft hum of the house. There was only Rafael's breathing, controlled and quiet, and mine, less controlled by the second. He looked down at my hand gripping his shirt. Something dark moved through his expression. Not anger, not only anger. My fingers should have opened. They did not. His gaze dragged back up to mine, slower this time. It paused at my mouth again, and the heat I had been fighting turned sharp enough to hurt. "You should be careful what you provoke," he murmured. I hated that my body heard the warning differently than my mind did. I hated that there was fear in me. Yes, but not enough, not the right kind. I forced my chin higher, though his face was so close now that the movement nearly brought us nearer. "You should stop mistaking resistance for invitation." For 1 second, he went completely still. The sentence struck something in him. I saw it, though I did not understand it. A flash behind his eyes, a tightening at his mouth. The hand beside my head flexed once against the wall. "You think I would need to mistake anything?" "No," I whispered. "I think you're used to people letting you decide what things mean." The silence between us pulled tight. His face lowered another inch. My heart turned reckless. His mouth was close enough that if I breathed too deeply, it would feel like surrender. The cruel line of it softened by proximity, not kindness. I could see the faint shadow along his jaw, the tiny scar near his eyebrow, the way his lashes made his eyes look darker than they already were. He did not kiss me. He did something worse. He waited, as if the next move had to be mine, as if he knew I would hate myself for wanting to find out what that mouth felt like when it stopped threatening and started taking. My grip tightened in his shirt. His eyes flickered. The almost was a living thing between us. His body leaned in just enough for warmth to pass from him to me. His free hand lifted, stopped, then lowered again without touching my waist. Restraint looked strange on him. Violent, almost. Like holding back cost him more than moving forward would have. The part of me that still had sense screamed to let go. The other part, the wounded, furious, reckless part that had looked him in the eye at dinner and refused to become small, wanted to make him break first. A sound came from the far end of the hall, a guard turning the corner. Rafael pulled back. Not quickly, not guiltily, but with enough sharpness that cold air rushed between us. My hand fell from his shirt. The loss of contact felt like waking. The guard stopped when he saw us. His gaze moved from Rafael to me, then away so fast it was almost comical. "Signore?" he said. Rafael did not look at him. "No one touches her." The guard blinked. "Of course." The word struck me oddly. No one touches her, not take her back to her room, not remove her, not she is trespassing. No one touches her. I stared at Rafael, but his face had sealed again. He stepped away fully, giving me space like space had been his idea all along. "Go to bed, Romina," my name in his mouth again. A mistake, probably, that it sounded more intimate in the dark. "You are not my brother," I said, voice low. "Not my father, not my keeper." His eyes held mine. "No," he said, "I am worse." Then he walked past the guard and disappeared down the corridor. I stood against the wall long after he left. The guard did not touch me. He barely looked at me. He only gestured once toward the hallway, silently inviting me to return to my room like I was a guest instead of a problem the heir had just ordered no one to handle. My legs moved because pride demanded it. But inside I was shaking. Not from fear alone. That was the unforgivable part. I made it back to my room without seeing another soul. The moment the door closed behind me, I locked it and pressed my back against the wood. My hand lifted before I could stop it. My fingers touched my mouth. He had not kissed me. He had not touched my waist, had not dragged me closer, had not done any of the things cruel men might have done with a woman cornered in an empty hall. So, why did my lips feel remembered? I crossed the room and splashed cold water on my face in the bathroom sink. Once, twice, 3 times. My reflection stared back at me, wide-eyed and furious. "You hate him," I whispered. The woman in the mirror looked unconvinced. I gripped the edge of the sink. Rafael D'Amico was dangerous. He hated my family. He had warned me, cornered me, looked at me like he could see every nerve I was trying to hide. And still, when his face came close, some ruined part of me had not wanted rescue. I hated that more than I hated him. I turned off the light and returned to the bedroom. The mansion was quiet again, but not peaceful. Never peaceful. Somewhere beyond my door, guards moved, secrets slept behind locked rooms. My mother lied in silk. Massimo D'Amico played at Unity. Raphael walked through his house like a blade given human shape. And above the hallway where he had caged me against the wall, a small security camera sat tucked into the carved molding. I had not seen it. Not when I tried the door. Not when Raphael stepped close. Not when my hand twisted in his shirt and his mouth came close enough to ruin me. I did not know the house had watched us. I only knew that long after midnight, with my door locked and my pulse still unsteady, I could feel Rafael D'Amico everywhere he had never touched me. Chapter 3. My phone woke me like a siren trapped under glass. At first I thought it was part of a dream. The buzzing, the flashes of light across the nightstand, the sense that something terrible was standing beside my bed before I opened my eyes. Then it vibrated again. And again. And again. I reached for it with a groggy hand, already annoyed, already half prepared to see my mother's name and some cold instruction about breakfast, posture, or pretending this house had not swallowed me whole. But the screen was crowded with notifications, missed calls, messages, unknown numbers, old-school contacts I had not spoken to in years, 2 cousins from my father's side, a woman I barely remembered from a charity luncheon. My thumb hovered over the screen. The first message said, "Romina, is this you?" The next, "Please tell me this is fake." The one beneath it, "Girl, what did you do?" My stomach dropped so suddenly I sat up too fast and tangled in the sheets. No, that was the first word that moved through me. Not spoken, not even fully formed, just a hard animal refusal. No. Another message appeared while I watched. "They're calling him your stepbrother." The room tilted. My heart did something strange behind my ribs, a painful double beat, like it had tripped over the truth before my mind could reach it. My fingers went cold. There was a link beneath the newest message. No preview image, just a title, already spreading from one gossip page to another like rot under silk. D'Amico heir caught in midnight clinch with new stepsister. For a second, I did not tap it. Some desperate, stupid part of me believed the world might stay intact if I did not open the door. Then my phone buzzed again, and the choice was gone. I tapped the link. The video loaded. Grainy black and white security footage filled the screen. A hallway, the restricted wing, the wall, me, Raphael. My breath left my body. There I was, barefoot in my cream blouse, my back against the wall. There he was, one arm braced beside my head, his body angled over mine in a way that looked nothing like a warning, and everything like a secret. There was no sound, no accusation, no argument, no context. Only my hand gripping his black shirt, only his face lowering near mine. Only the terrible, intimate stillness of 2 people close enough to make the world assume the worst. The clip cut before he pulled away. Of course it did. It ended on the worst possible frame, his mouth close to mine. My fingers twisted in his shirt. My face lifted. Not afraid enough, not angry enough, not innocent enough for anyone hungry to destroy me. The video started over automatically. I watched it again. I should have stopped it. I did not. Something about humiliation makes you stare. Like if you keep looking, you might find the exact second your life slipped from your hands. Like if you study the angle, the shadow, the lie someone built out of your body, you might be able to crawl back through the screen and fix your face. Look away, Romina. Push him harder. Drop your hand. Do not breathe like that. Do not look at him like that. But the girl in the video did none of those things. She stood there with the future Dawn caging her against a wall, and the world had already decided what she was. I scrolled down. That was my mistake. The comments were vicious in the way strangers become brave when they do not have to smell the blood they draw. Not even a full day in the house, and she's already climbing the heir. Caruso women always knew how to survive on their backs. They're not blood, but still nasty. He looks like he wants to eat her alive. She trapped him. Look at her hand on his shirt. Dirty little stepsister. My skin went numb. Dirty little stepsister. The words crawled over me. I dropped the phone like it had burned me. It bounced on the blanket, still glowing, still replaying my ruin in a loop. For a few seconds I could not move. The room was exactly the same as it had been when I fell asleep. Cream walls, gold, molding, white roses, locked balcony doors, perfect bed, perfect prison, but everything had changed. My body belonged to the internet now. My face, my fear, my almost, my mistake. A fist slammed against my door. Not a knock. A demand. Romina. My mother? I closed my eyes. God. Not her. Not yet. The door opened before I answered. She came in wearing a pale robe over silk pajamas, her hair pinned loosely, her face stripped of makeup and therefore sharper. Panic had made her younger and crueler. Her phone was in her hand. She lifted it toward me, the paused image of Rafael and me glowing between us like evidence. What did you do? For a moment, I only stared at her. Then something inside me cracked. What did I do? My voice was quiet, dangerously quiet. She stepped farther into the room and shut the door behind her. Do not play innocent with me. Do you understand what this looks like? It looks like your new husband's son cornered me in a hallway. It looks like you let him. The sentence hit harder than a slap. I pushed the blankets away and stood, my feet sinking into the soft rug. Say that again. Her mouth tightened, but her eyes were glassy with fear. The world has already said it for me. The world wasn't there. The world doesn't care. My chest rose and fell too fast. He caught me near a locked office. I was asking questions. He was angry. At midnight? Yes, at midnight, I snapped, because no one in this house answers anything in daylight. My mother's nostrils flared. You were told not to wander. And Rafael was told to show respect, but funny how only one of us is being treated like a criminal. You do not understand what you have done. No. I pointed toward the phone in her hand. I understand exactly what someone else has done. That made her pause. Only for a second, but I saw it. You think this was leaked on purpose, she said. You don't? Her gaze moved to the phone again. The clip was frozen on Rafael leaning close. His body looked possessive in the grainy dark. Mine looked smaller, trapped, complicit, depending on what people wanted to see. My mother's voice lowered. Purpose does not matter now. Perception does. I almost laughed. It came out as something uglier. There she is, I whispered. My loving mother, always polishing the knife before she hands it to me. Pain flashed across her face, but she buried it beneath anger. You think this is only about you? This marriage was meant to stop a war. I did not ask to be part of your marriage. You are part of my blood. Then maybe you should have protected me before everyone else got a chance to use me. Her hand trembled. That frightened me more than her shouting. My mother did not tremble. Not in public, not in private, not when my father died, not when men came to our house and spoke in low voices about debts, shipments, alliances, and blood that could not be paid with money. But now her hand shook around her phone. They are waiting downstairs, she said. Who? The family. My throat tightened. Which one? Her silence answered me. Both. The D'Amicos and the Carusos. Nothing said family unity, like gathering in a room to decide what to do with the girl everyone suddenly considered dirty. I dressed because there was no world where I let them drag me downstairs in sleep clothes. Black dress, high neck, long sleeves, armor, if armor could be made of fabric. My hands shook while I zipped it. I hated that. I hated every tremor, every breath that caught, every hot sting behind my eyes. Shame wanted me smaller. Fear wanted me quiet. Anger wanted me reckless. I chose stillness. When I opened my door, 2 guards waited outside. Not the same guard from last night. These men were older, broader, expressionless. One gestured down the hall. "They're ready for you," I asked. He did not answer. My mother walked beside me without touching me. The mansion seemed louder today, even though no one spoke. Screens glowed behind half-open doors. Staff looked away too quickly. Phones disappeared into pockets when I passed. Somewhere, someone whispered my name and stopped before the last syllable. Romina. Not daughter, not guest. Scandal. By the time we reached the family meeting room, my pulse had become a drum beat in my ears. The doors opened. Every eye came to me. The room was long and dark-paneled, with a heavy table in the center and windows covered by thick gray curtains. Men stood along the walls. D'Amico captains in black, Caruso advisors in navy and charcoal, looking uncomfortable under the weight of richer predators. Massimo sat at the head of the table. My mother moved to his side. I was not invited to sit. On the large screen mounted to the wall, the video was paused. Rafael's face near mine, my hand in his shirt. A room full of men stared at my humiliation like it was a business problem. My skin went hot beneath my dress, then cold. A Caruso advisor I vaguely recognized, Tommaso maybe, cleared his throat. Romina needs to issue a denial immediately. She needs to be removed from the house, a D'Amico captain said, until this dies down. This will not die down, another man replied. Not if we look like we're hiding her. Her. Like I was a package that had been delivered to the wrong address. I lifted my chin. I'm standing right here. No one looked at me. That was worse than being insulted. Massimo tapped 2 fingers against the table. The issue is not only reputation. The leak came from inside my house. A ripple moved through the room. For the first time since entering, I felt the air turn away from me. Inside the house. Good. Let them feel watched too. Who had access to the security footage? My mother asked. A D'Amico man near the window said, security, internal tech, family office. And Rafael, someone added. The room went even quieter. Massimo's gaze sharpened. Careful. The man lowered his head. My mouth went dry. Rafael? I had not allowed myself to think it. Not fully. He hated me. He hated my family. He had every reason to make me look like exactly what he thought I was. Caruso rot. A problem. An inconvenience. But something in my body rejected it. Not because I trusted him. I did not. Because last night when the guard appeared, Rafael had said, no one touches her. A man could fake many things. That command had not felt fake. A phone buzzed on the table. Everyone looked at it. Massimo nodded to one of his men, who picked it up, read the screen, and hesitated. Read it, Massimo said. The man's jaw tightened. It's from a Greco number. Greco, another family name I knew enough to fear. He read aloud, voice flat. Tell Rafael if he won't claim what he corners in hallways, there are men willing to finish what he started. My stomach turned. The room went dead silent. Not quiet. Dead. The kind of silence that falls after a gun is cocked. My mother's face drained of color. I stood very still because if I moved, I thought I might be sick. There it was. The shift. The clip was not only shame anymore. It was invitation. To insult me. To threaten me. To discuss me as available because someone had filmed me looking wanted in the wrong hallway. A D'Amico captain cursed under his breath. This is what I mean. She is a liability. My head snapped toward him. I am a person. He barely glanced at me. You are a pressure point. The words landed with a sick sort of truth. Before I could answer, the doors opened. Rafael entered. No announcement. No apology for being late. But the room changed so violently it felt like the walls pulled back to make space for him. He wore a black suit this time. Crisp and severe, his tie loosened as if someone had dragged him from another battlefield. His eyes swept the room once, then stopped on the screen. On us. On the frozen image. For one awful second, I saw it through his eyes. My back against the wall, his body blocking mine, my hand gripping him. His mouth almost close enough, something moved in his face. Not shame, not lust. Recognition, maybe. The cold fury of a man discovering someone had reached into a private second and turned it into a weapon. Then his expression closed. He looked at Massimo. Who pulled the footage? Massimo leaned back. We are determining that. Rafael walked to the table and stopped beside the phone, holding the Greco message. I asked who pulled the footage. His voice was calm. No raised tone. No visible rage. But men who had called me a liability minutes earlier suddenly found reasons to look at the floor. A D'Amico captain said, security archives were accessed at 2:14 a.m. Rafael's eyes cut to him. By whom? We are tracing it. The captain swallowed. I had seen men perform power before. My father had done it loudly. My uncles did it with laughter. Caruso men liked rooms to know when they were dangerous. Rafael did not perform, he reduced. He made every other man in the room smaller by standing still. Massimo's voice hardened. Rafael? Only then did Rafael look at me. I braced for disgust, for blame, for that cutting mouth to say something that finished what the internet had started. But his gaze moved over my face once, then down to my hands. I realized my fingers were curled so tightly that my nails bit crescents into my palms. His jaw tightened, just once. Then he looked away. Not at me like the problem. At the room, like the problem was inside it. That did something to me I was not prepared for. I did not soften. I would not. But the shaking beneath my skin changed shape. A Caruso advisor stepped forward. The cleanest path is a statement. Romina explains that the footage was misinterpreted. Rafael confirms it. The families stand together. A D'Amico captain snorted. No one will believe that. Then send her away, another said. Out of sight, out of reach. My mother whispered, that may be safest. I turned to her. The betrayal was so small, so expected, that it almost hurt worse. Safest for whom, I asked. Her eyes pleaded with me not to do this here, but I was already here. On display. Dissected. Dirty little stepsister. Pressure point. Liability. Her daughter. Never quite enough of one thing to be protected by any of them. Rafael picked up the phone and read the Greco message himself. No one moved. No one breathed too loudly. His thumb tapped the screen once as if he were memorizing the number. Then he set it down with care. That care frightened everyone. Someone near the far wall said, if rivals think she's unclaimed, they will keep pushing. Unclaimed. My body recoiled before my face could hide it. I looked at Massimo, at my mother, at the men around the table. Not one of them corrected the word. Not one. The entire room had accepted that my safety depended on which man had the right to warn others away from my body. Something inside me went quiet then. Not calm. Quiet. A dangerous quiet. Is that what this meeting is? I asked. A discussion about who gets to put a warning label on me? No one answered. Rafael looked at me again. This time I did not look away. Good. Let him see what his house had done. Let him see the girl from the hallway, stripped of the dark and the almost, standing under bright lights while men renamed her survival. Massimo said, Romina, this situation is larger than your feelings. I laughed. It was not pretty. I keep hearing that. My mother closed her eyes for 1 second. Rafael's gaze sharpened. Your feelings do not stop bullets, Massimo continued. No, I said. Apparently men do, after they decide whether I'm worth the inconvenience. A murmur moved through the room. Rafael's mouth tightened, but he did not speak. A D'Amico captain leaned forward. With respect, Signorina, your presence here puts the merger at risk. With respect, I said, tasting every bitter syllable. Your house filmed me, your people leaked me, your enemies threatened me, and somehow I am still the risk. That finally earned me silence, real silence, mine. Massimo's eyes narrowed. My mother looked terrified. Rafael looked at me like he was seeing something sharpen in real time. The captain's face darkened. You don't understand what you're speaking about. I understand perfectly. My voice shook now, but I let it. You want the scandal gone, not because I've been humiliated, but because I've become inconvenient. You want me hidden, denied, relocated, explained. You want the clip to disappear while every person in this city keeps a copy of my shame in their pocket. No one interrupted me. Maybe because they were shocked. Maybe because Rafael's eyes had cut toward every man who looked ready to try. I kept going before courage ran out. You keep saying stepbrother like I grew up with him, like we shared a childhood, like this house raised me, like I didn't arrive yesterday with luggage I never wanted packed. My voice broke on the last word. I hated that. I swallowed hard. We are not blood. We are not family. We are the wreckage of a marriage neither of us chose. Rafael's face changed. Barely. But I saw it. Something dark, something unwilling, something that looked too much like agreement. Stood slowly. That is enough. Rafael turned toward his father. No, he said. It isn't. The room froze. Massimo's eyes went cold. Excuse me? Rafael stepped closer to the head of the table. Sending her away confirms weakness. A denial invites mockery. Silence invites rivals to test the boundary. And what do you suggest? Rafael did not answer immediately. He looked at the screen again. at that paused image, at his body blocking mine from the camera's view, even though the camera had stolen us anyway. Then he looked at me. I knew before he spoke that something terrible had formed in him. Not terrible like danger from enemies. Terrible like protection from a man who did not understand the difference between shielding and owning. The city saw her with me, Rafael said. My pulse stopped. My mother whispered, Rafael. He ignored her. A captain asked, what does that mean? Rafael's eyes stayed on me. No softness, no apology, no permission, only decision. It means the city will learn soon enough what happens when it mistakes my restraint for absence. The words slid over the room like oil over flame. I felt everyone understand something before I did, or maybe I understood and refused to accept it. My mother's hand flew to her mouth. Massimo did not look surprised. Angry, yes. Calculating, yes. But not surprised, because he knew his son. And maybe the worst part was, after one day in that house, some part of me knew him too. Rafael was not going to deny the clip. He was not going to hide me. He was not going to let rivals talk about finishing what he started. He was going to do what men like him did when the world reached for something near them. He was going to put his name on it. On me. My throat closed. No, I said. The word came out too soft. Rafael heard it anyway. Sheikh, his gaze did not move from mine. No one else spoke. Maybe because they wanted to see if the scandal girl would challenge the heir again. Maybe because they were afraid Rafael might let her. I stepped toward him, every nerve in my body alive and screaming. Do not make plans with my name while I'm standing here. His expression did not change, but his eyes darkened. That became difficult, he said, when your name became a weapon pointed at both families. My name was not the weapon. I pointed at the screen. That was, I know. 2 words. Flat, cold, certain. They should not have steadied me. They did. Because for the first time since I opened my phone, someone in that room admitted the obvious. Someone had done this to me. Not because I was reckless, not because I was dirty, not because I had stood in a hallway too late with my hand in the wrong man's shirt, because someone wanted damage, and I was the easiest place to cut. Rafael turned away from me and addressed the room. Find who accessed the footage. Lock every archive, pull every camera log. Whoever leaked it is inside these walls or close enough to borrow a key. A man nodded quickly. Rafael picked up the phone with the Greco message and slipped it into his jacket pocket. Massimo's voice lowered. Do not act without approval. Rafael looked at his father then. For a moment I saw the fracture between them. Not open conflict, something older, sharper. A son who did not ask permission easily. A father who expected obedience anyway. I am not asking to act, Rafael said. I am informing you that I already have reason. The air went thin. My mother reached for the back of a chair as if she needed balance. I looked at her. She would not meet my eyes. That hurt more than the comments, more than the clip, more than the men calling me a risk. Because some childish part of me had still believed that in a room full of wolves, my mother might remember I was not meat. Rafael moved toward the door. The meeting was over because he had decided it was. Men stepped aside, not for courtesy, for survival. When he passed me, he stopped, not close enough to touch, close enough that my body remembered last night before my pride could stop it. His voice dropped so only I could hear. Stay in your room until I send for you. Anger flashed hot enough to wake me from shock. You don't get to command me. His eyes flicked over my face and something unreadable moved there. Frustration, fear, possession, maybe all 3 wearing the same black suit. No, he said quietly, but I can keep men from reaching you while you decide how much you hate me for it. Then he walked out. The door closed behind him, and the room somehow felt less protected. I hated that too. My mother came toward me then, too late. Romina? I stepped back. She stopped as if I had slapped her. Maybe I had. Maybe distance was the only kind of violence I could afford. Do not, I said. Her face tightened. You need to understand. No, you need to understand something. My voice was low now, scraped raw. Whatever Rafael is about to do, whatever story this family tells, whatever pretty lie you all wrap around my throat and call protection, I will remember who defended me and who discussed me. Her eyes filled. She blinked it away. Always composed, always surviving, always leaving me to decide whether survival was supposed to feel this much like abandonment. I turned and looked at the screen one last time. The woman in the clip stared back from the wall, back against marble. hand in Rafael's shirt, face lifted toward danger. She looked trapped. She looked wanted. She looked guilty if you were hungry enough to hate her. I wanted to reach into the image and pull her out. I wanted to tell her to let go. I wanted to tell her to run. But the girl in the video had already ruined us. Or maybe someone had ruined us through her. Either way, the city had seen Rafael D'Amico pin me to a wall in his father's house, and now every enemy with a phone thought they knew where to press. I left the meeting room without asking permission. No one stopped me. In the corridor, the mansion stretched ahead, elegant and watchful. Somewhere inside it, someone had taken a private moment and turned it into a public blade. Somewhere inside it, Rafael was deciding how to answer. And I felt the terrible truth settle over me with every step back toward the East Wing. I had thought the video was the scandal. I did not understand it was only the invitation. Chapter 4. By noon, I understood that Rafael D'Amico did not clean up scandals. He weaponized them. The first warning came when Lucia entered my room without breakfast, without fresh towels, without the quiet little routine that had begun to feel like the only human thing in that house. She came in carrying a dress bag. Black. Long. Heavy. The kind of garment bag that did not suggest choice. I was sitting by the locked balcony doors with my phone face down on the table because I had already made the mistake of opening it 3 times. Each time, the world had gotten uglier. More articles, more clipped angles, more slow-motion edits of Rafael's body caging mine against the wall. Someone had circled my hand in red where it gripped his shirt. Someone else had made a headline out of it. The hand that betrayed both dynasties. I stared at that line until it blurred. My hand, not the hidden camera, not the person who leaked us, not the men already threatening to finish what Rafael had started. My hand. Apparently, even when men built the room, locked the doors, held the power, leaked the footage, and sharpened the knives, all it took one woman's fingers caught in the wrong fabric for the world to decide she had ruined herself. Lucia stopped near the bed. "Signorina," she said quietly. I looked at the garment bag. "No." Her eyes softened with something too careful to be pity. "I was told to help you dress." "By my mother?" Lucia swallowed. "No." I stood so quickly the chair scraped against the floor. "By Rafael." She did not answer. She did not have to. My pulse started its angry climb. "Tell him I said no." "I cannot tell him that." "Why?" "Because I enjoy breathing." Despite everything, a laugh broke out of me. It was short and bitter and close to tears. Lucia's mouth twitched once, the smallest crack in her careful servant face. Then it vanished. "I am sorry," she said. That sobered me. Not because she was the one who should have apologized, but because she knew it. In a house full of powerful people who kept calling cruelty strategy, a maid with trembling hands was the only person who had said the words. I walked to the bed and unzipped the garment bag myself. The dress inside was dark red. Not bright, not vulgar. A deep, blood wine color that seemed black until light touched it. Long sleeves, high neckline, fitted waist, elegant enough for cameras, severe enough for war. My mouth went dry. "Where am I going?" Lucia hesitated. "Downstairs," she said. "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have permission to give. Permission." Everyone in this house spoke like permission was weather. I looked at the dress again. Rafael had chosen red. Not white for innocence. Not black for mourning. Red. A warning dressed as silk. I should have refused. I should have stayed in my room, locked the door, screamed until someone remembered I was not furniture to be arranged for family optics. But the problem with cages was that sometimes refusing to move only proved the bars were real. So I let Lucia help me dress. Not because Rafael ordered it, not because my mother would approve. Because if I was being dragged into another room full of wolves, I refused to look like prey. The dress fit too well. That angered me. It followed the shape of my body without exposing much, made my skin look warmer, my dark hair more vivid when Lucia pinned part of it back and left the rest falling over my shoulders. When she finished, I barely recognized the woman in the mirror. She looked composed, untouchable, expensive, a woman people might assume had chosen her place in the fire. My hands betrayed me. They shook once before I curled them into fists. Lucia saw. She pretended not to. Bless her for that. A knock came at the door. 2 men entered, not guards I knew. D'Amico men, dressed in black, faces blank. "Signorina," one said, "you are expected." "By whom?" The man glanced at Lucia, then back at me. Everyone. That was when fear slid its cold fingers beneath my ribs. Everyone. The walk downstairs felt longer than it should have. The mansion had been rearranged around the scandal. Men stood at corners where no men had stood before. Staff moved with pale faces and lowered eyes. Somewhere distant, voices murmured through walls, too many voices to belong to a private family meeting. My heels clicked against marble. I hated that the sound announced me. I hated more that part of me wanted them to hear me coming. At the base of the staircase, my mother waited. She wore ivory. Her new role as Massimo's wife required softness today, purity today, the calm public mask of a woman whose family was not being torn open in front of the city. The moment she saw me, something like horror moved across her face, then approval. That hurt worse. "You look beautiful," she said. I stopped 2 steps above her. "That is not the compliment you think it is." Her lips pressed together. "Romina, please, not now." "When, then?" She glanced toward the closed double doors leading to the formal reception hall. "There are cameras." My skin went cold. "Cameras?" "Press. Family representatives. Allies." I looked at the doors. The wood seemed to breathe. "No one told me." "I know." The answer was too quick, too quiet. I looked back at her slowly. "You knew." Her eyes glistened. "I knew this morning." "And you didn't warn me?" "I tried to speak with Massimo. Things moved too quickly." "Things. Not Rafael. Not men. Not decisions. Things. I stepped down until we were face to face. What is he going to do?" My mother's throat worked. For 1 second, I saw the woman beneath the pearls. Terrified. Trapped. Human in a way she rarely allowed herself to be human with me. Then she whispered, "Survive it." The old anger between us cracked open, but before I could answer, the doors opened. Sound spilled out. Camera shutters, low voices. The murmur of men who knew they were about to watch a girl become strategy. One of the D'Amico guards gestured. My mother stepped forward first. I followed because there was nowhere else to go. The reception hall was packed. Not party packed, execution packed. A long room of marble columns, towering windows, crystal chandeliers, and men standing in clusters beneath old portraits. I recognized a few Caruso faces, stiff and pale among the sharper D'Amicos. I saw Massimo near a raised platform at the far end. I saw reporters behind a velvet rope with cameras lifted like weapons. And then I saw Rafael. He stood beside his father in a black suit, utterly still, as if the room had been built around him and not the other way around. His eyes found me immediately. I hated that my body reacted before my mind did. A pulse low in my stomach, a tightening behind my ribs. A stupid, shameful steadiness, as if the most dangerous person in the room was also the only solid thing in it. No, I killed that thought the second it formed. Rafael was not solid ground, he was the cliff. Massimo lifted one hand and the room quieted. Not fully. Cameras still clicked, silk rustled, phones shifted. But the human noise lowered enough for his voice to carry. Yesterday, private security footage from my home was stolen and distributed with malicious intent. Stolen. My breath caught. It was the first time Massimo had said it publicly. Not misinterpreted, not unfortunate. Stolen. The clip was designed to weaken the unity between our families, he continued. It was designed to invite speculation, insult, and provocation. His eyes moved over the room. Men lowered theirs. My mother stood beside me so rigidly I wondered how her bones had not cracked. Massimo looked toward Rafael. My son will address the matter. No, I felt the word inside me before anyone spoke it. No. Rafael stepped forward. The cameras loved him. I could feel it. The room did too, even while fearing him. He was built for dangerous attention. Tall, severe, controlled, beautiful in a way that made cruelty look like discipline. He did not look at the reporters. He looked at the men in the room. That was how I knew the statement was not for the public. It was for the predators. The footage showed what someone wanted you to see, Rafael said. His voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It cut. A woman cornered in my house. A private moment stripped of sound, context, and consent. A threat dressed up as gossip. My throat tightened. Consent. The word landed in me like a hand on a bruise. He knew. He knew what had been taken from me. Not innocence. Not reputation. Something more intimate than both. Context. Choice. The right to explain my own body before strangers explained it for me. But then Rafael's gaze came to me, and the softness that nearly reached me froze before it could survive. Romina Caruso is not my sister, he said. The room shifted. My mother inhaled sharply. She was not raised beside me. She does not share my blood. She came into this house because our parents made a political arrangement meant to stop bloodshed between two families who have buried enough bodies. The cameras clicked faster. My heart beat so hard I heard it in my ears. Rafael stepped down from the platform. Toward me. No, I forced myself not to step back. Every eye followed him. He moved through the parted crowd with that terrifying D'Amico calm, never rushing, never hesitating. When he stopped in front of me, the space between us became the center of the room. Rafael, Massimo warned from behind him. Rafael ignored him. His eyes held mine. Not apologetic, not kind, not asking. I knew then. I knew. And still, when he reached into his jacket, my body went cold with shock. He took out a ring. Not delicate, not sweet. A diamond set in dark metal, surrounded by tiny blood-red stones that caught the chandelier light like sparks. Beautiful, severe. Not a bride's dream, a claim, a cage that sparkled. My mother made a sound behind me, half gasp, half prayer. I could not move. Rafael took my left hand, his fingers were warm, the first time he had ever truly touched me. And it happened in front of cameras, enemies, allies, family, and God. I hated him for that. I hated that the room vanished anyway. His thumb brushed once over my knuckles, so briefly I almost convinced myself I imagined it. Then he slid the ring onto my finger. It fit. My eyes burned. Not with romance, with fury, with humiliation, with the horrible knowledge that someone had measured me for this moment before I knew it existed. Rafael lifted my hand just enough for the cameras to see. If the city needs a word for what it saw, he said, still looking at me, it can use mine. My breath caught. He turned toward the room, my hand still in his. Intended. A crack of sound moved through the hall. Gasps. Whispers. A camera shutter firing too fast. My mother swayed beside me. Massimo's face hardened into stone. Rafael's fingers tightened around mine, not painfully, but with enough pressure to keep me anchored. Or trapped. Maybe with him there was no difference yet. She is under D'Amico protection, he said. Insulting her insults me. Threatening her threatens me. Reaching for her tells me where to send flowers after the funeral. The room went deathly still. No one misunderstood him. Even the reporters stopped breathing for a second. I stood there with Rafael's ring on my hand and his name like a wall around me, and the sickest part was that I felt the danger in the room pull back. Men who had stared at me minutes ago like scandal lowered their eyes. Not out of respect for me, out of fear of him. That was the ugliness of power. It worked even when you hated it. Rafael released my hand. The loss of his grip should have felt like freedom. It did not. It felt like the moment after a gunshot when the body has not yet understood where it has been hit. Massimo stepped down from the platform, his expression controlled but murderous beneath it. This concludes the statement. Reporters shouted questions. Signor D'Amico, was the engagement planned? Romina, did you know? Rafael, is this to protect the merger? Did the families approve? Romina, are you pregnant? The last question sliced through me so sharply, my vision flashed white. Rafael turned his head. Slowly. The reporter who had asked it went pale. Rafael did not speak. He did not need to. 2 guards moved toward the press line and began clearing the room. My mother grabbed my arm, but I pulled free before she could decide whether to comfort or manage me. Romina, she whispered. No. The word was barely audible. It came from somewhere below my ribs, somewhere old and furious and wounded. No, I said again, louder. Rafael looked at me. The room was still moving around us, reporters being escorted out, men speaking in tight voices, Massimo giving clipped orders, my mother trying not to fall apart in public. But I only saw him. The man who had turned my humiliation into protection. The man who had turned protection into ownership. The man who had put a ring on me without asking because the world had touched my name and he decided he had a better right to it. I walked toward him. Every step felt like crossing a battlefield after the shooting stopped. He watched me come. No surprise. Maybe he had expected tears, maybe gratitude, maybe obedience. I stopped close enough for him to see exactly what he had made of me. Then I slapped him. Hard. The sound cracked through the hall. Everything stopped. My palm stung instantly, bright and vicious. His face turned slightly with the impact. A faint red mark bloomed along his cheekbone, the first honest color I had seen on him. No one moved. No one dared. My mother whispered my name in horror behind me. I did not look away from Rafael. My heart was hammering so violently I thought it might break through my ribs. My hand burned. My eyes burned worse. "You do not get to turn my shame into your property," I said. Rafael slowly turned his face back to mine. His expression should have frightened me. It did. But beneath the fear, there was something else, something shaking and alive. I had struck the future dawn in front of both families, in front of cameras, in front of men who would have killed for less, and Rafael did not raise a hand. He did not grab me. He did not threaten me. He only looked at me with that dark, impossible stillness while the red mark on his face deepened beneath my palm's memory. "You were safer unclaimed," he said quietly, "only in a world that does not exist." I laughed once, but it broke. "You didn't claim me for me." His jaw tightened. There it was. Not guilt, not denial, something harder. "You claimed me because another man threatened what the clip made people think was yours." His eyes darkened. "Careful." "No." I stepped closer. "You do not get to say careful after putting a ring on my finger in front of half the city. You do not get to decide my life, my name, my body, my reputation, and then warn me about my tone." Behind him, Massimo said, "Rafael, handle this." Rafael's gaze did not leave mine. "If I handle her," he said, voice dangerously soft, "you will not like how quiet this room gets." A cold ripple went through the hall. My anger faltered for half a second. Not because he had defended me exactly, because he had placed himself between me and even his father without turning around. Massimo said nothing else. Rafael took one step closer to me. Slowly, deliberately, giving me time to move back. "I did not put that camera there," he said, low enough now that the words belonged mostly to me. "I did not leak that clip. I did not send the message that made every man in this city think your humiliation had made you available." I know. The admission hurt. Because I did know. That was not the part I was angry about. His eyes searched my face, and for 1 second the room full of people thinned around us. "Then why slap me?" "Because you were the only one close enough who would survive it." Something changed in him. A flicker, small, human, almost painful. I had not meant to say that, but once it was out, I could not take it back. He looked at the ring on my finger. So did I. It was heavy, too beautiful, too final. His voice lowered. "You can hate me for how I did it. I will, but you will stay alive long enough to do it." My throat tightened. There was the trap of him, the terrible, brutal trap. Rafael did not apologize. He did not soften the violence of his decision with pretty language. He did not pretend he had given me a choice. But underneath all that control, something in him had answered the threat against me before the rest of the room had finished deciding whether my life was worth rearranging. That did not make it right. It made it complicated. And I hated complicated things that wore a beautiful man's face. I lifted my hand between us, the ring flashing under the chandeliers. "Take it off." His eyes returned to mine. "No." A furious breath left me. "Rafael." The name came out for the first time without insult between us. His gaze sharpened at the sound of it. "No," he repeated. "Not here." "Because it would embarrass you? Because it would tell every enemy watching that the claim is weak." "The claim is weak," I snapped. "It was made without permission." His jaw flexed. This time, something almost like shame crossed his face, but it vanished before I could be sure. "Then make it stronger later by choosing what to do with it." "That is not a choice. That is damage control." "Yes," he said. "It is." The honesty made me angrier than a lie would have. "You're impossible." "No." He leaned in slightly, not enough to cage me, not enough to repeat the hallway, but close enough that my pulse betrayed me again. "I'm the reason the next man thinks twice before saying your name like he has teeth." My breath caught. He saw it. His gaze dropped for half a second to my mouth, and rage flared through me because even now, even with my palms still stinging from striking him and his ring, burning on my hand, my body remembered the wall, remembered no kiss, and somehow suffered the absence. I stepped back first. His eyes lifted. "Good. Let him know I chose distance." I turned away before he could see more than I wanted him to. The room watched me as I walked out. Let them. Let every captain, advisor, guard, servant, and reporter's lingering camera see the girl Rafael D'Amico had claimed, leave him standing there with her slap on his face. But the victory lasted only until I reached the corridor. Then my knees nearly buckled. I caught myself against the wall, my breath tearing loose. The ring glittered on my finger. I tried to pull it off, It did not move. My pulse beat beneath it like the metal had found a vein and closed around it. Footsteps came behind me. I knew they were his before I turned. No one else in that house made silence feel like a threat. "Do not follow me," I said. Rafael stopped several feet away. The red mark was still on his face. Some cruel part of me was glad. Some tender, unwanted part of me noticed it would bruise. "I won't," he said. The answer startled me enough that I looked at him fully. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver key. My balcony key. He held it out. I stared at it. "What is that?" "You know what it is." My mouth went dry. "Why?" "Because cages make women desperate. Desperate women make mistakes, and you have already made enough trying to survive my house." For a second, I could not speak. This was the problem with Rafael D'Amico. He could take too much with one hand and return something vital with the other, leaving me unable to decide whether he was my danger or the only person willing to admit I was trapped. I took the key. Our fingers did not touch. I made sure of it. He noticed that too. "I still hate you," I said. "I know. I will not be grateful." "I did not ask you to be. Good." His eyes stayed on mine. Then he said, "Tonight, lock your door." My stomach tightened. "Why?" For the first time since the hall, he looked away. Not out of weakness, out of calculation. That frightened me more. "Because the person who leaked the footage is still inside this house," he said. He said, "And now they know I chose you instead of letting the scandal destroy you." The air seemed to leave the corridor. He looked back at me. "And whoever it is," he added, voice low as a grave, "they will need to answer before I find them." A chill slid through me. I looked down at the ring, at the key, at my shaking hand. By morning, the city would call me Rafael D'Amico's intended. By nightfall, someone inside this mansion might call me a bigger problem than before. And as Rafael turned and walked away, leaving me with freedom in one hand and a claim on the other, I understood the awful truth. He had not ended the scandal. He had crowned it. Chapter 5. By the next morning, I had a new name. Not Romina Caruso, not Rafael D'Amico's intended, not even the scandal girl. The city chose something uglier. The future Dawn's dirty bride. I saw it splashed across a gossip account before breakfast, written in bold white letters over a frozen picture of Rafael sliding the ring onto my finger. They had caught the moment perfectly, of course, his hand holding mine, my face pale and furious. The red dress making me look like a woman offered up at an altar with blood already drying beneath her feet. Beneath the image, the caption read, "First she was caught against his wall. Now she wears his ring." Some girls know exactly how to turn shame into power. I stared at the words until my vision blurred. Some girls. Not some men. Not some families. Not some hidden enemy who stole private footage, framed it, leaked it, and let the city rip me apart for sport. Some girls. Always the girl. Always her dress, her face, her hand, her body, her mistake. I set the phone face down on the table before I threw it through the balcony doors. The balcony doors were open now. That should have felt like victory. Instead, the key Rafael had given me sat beside my coffee cup like an accusation. Freedom from him. A ring. A warning from him. I had spent half the night turning both over in my mind until I hated them equally. The door opened without a knock. My mother entered wearing silver, her hair pinned back, her mouth already tight with whatever instructions she had come to deliver. She stopped when she saw the balcony doors standing open. Her gaze dropped to the key, then the ring on my finger, then my face. "Rafael gave that to you?" "The ring?" I lifted my hand. "Yes, in front of half the city. You were there." "The key." I leaned back in the chair. "Apparently cages make women desperate." Her expression shifted, just a little. Did he say that?" "Yes." She looked away first. That told me enough. "You knew my balcony was locked," I said. Her silence settled between us like dust. I laughed softly. "Of course you did." "Romina, don't dress it up. Not this morning." She walked farther into the room, closing the door behind her. "We have a gala tonight." I stared at her. Of all the sentences she could have used, that one felt the most absurd. A gala, yes. After the city spent the night calling me a dirty bride? Her jaw tightened. "Especially after that." I stood slowly. "No." "You will attend." "No." "Your absence will look like shame. My presence will look like obedience. It will look like strength." I laughed once, sharp enough to make her blink. "Strength? Being paraded beside the man who claimed me like damage control?" being seen standing where they tried to make you crawl. The sentence stopped me. I hated that. I hated when my mother said something that sounded almost like truth. She stepped closer, softer now. If you hide, they will decide the headline is correct. If you walk in wearing his ring and your spine, they will remember that humiliation did not break you. I looked at her for a long moment. You should have protected me before the headline existed. Pain crossed her face, but she did not let it stay. Yes. The word was so quiet I almost missed it. It should have satisfied some wounded part of me. It did not. Tonight is not only about gossip, she said. The Grecos will be there, several allied families, people watching for weakness. I am tired of being a weakness everyone keeps discussing like I'm not in the room. Then stop letting them see you as one. I turned away, because if I looked at her too long, I might see the mother I needed beneath the strategist I kept getting. What does Rafael say? I do not speak for Rafael. No, I said, turning back. But everyone seems to speak around him. Her mouth pressed flat. A knock came before she could answer. This one was polite. Lucia entered with a garment bag draped across both arms. Her eyes flicked between us once before lowering. My mother straightened, grateful for the interruption. Your dress. The bag was pale gold. My stomach tightened. No red this time. My mother's eyes met mine. Not tonight. She left before I could ask what that meant. Lucia waited until the door closed. Then she laid the garment bag across the bed. You do not have to like it, she said quietly. I looked at her. The dress? The night. Something about the way she said it made the fine hairs along my arms lift. Lucia. She glanced at the door. I lowered my voice. What do you know? Nothing safe enough to say. That is not comforting. This house is not built for comfort. She unzipped the bag. The dress inside was beautiful. That was the trap. Pale gold silk, long, elegant sleeves, a high neckline with delicate beadwork that caught the light like frost, regal, modest, expensive enough to make gossip look cheap. For one moment, I let myself imagine walking into that room and making every person who had laughed at me choke on their own curiosity. Then Lucia lifted the dress fully from the bag. My breath caught. The back had been cut open, not designed open, cut. A long, cruel split down the spine, slicing through silk and beadwork. Too precise to be accidental, too ugly to be fashion. Lucia froze. I stared. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. Then my stomach turned cold. Was it delivered like this? Lucia's face went pale. No. I checked it this morning. Who had access to it? I don't know. Lucia. Her hands tightened in the silk. I left it in the dressing room for steaming. Only staff were supposed to go in. Supposed to. That word belonged in the D'Amico family crest. I crossed the room and touched the ruined fabric. The silk separated beneath my fingers, soft and obscene. Whoever cut it had known exactly what they were doing. If I wore it, the front would look perfect. Until I turned. Until cameras caught exposed skin and torn cloth. Until the dirty bride became a joke, with visual evidence. My throat tightened. They want me humiliated tonight, Lucia whispered. I can find another dress. No, my voice came out distant. They'll expect that. Lucia looked at me carefully. What are you going to do? I looked down at the dress, then at the ring, then at myself in the mirror. The woman staring back looked tired, afraid, angry, still standing. I'm going to wear it, Lucia's eyes widened. Signorina. And you're going to fix it in a way that makes whoever did this furious. By the time the gala began, the cut in the back of my dress had been transformed. Lucia was a miracle with a needle and an accomplice with a grudge. She reinforced the torn silk, shaped the damage into a deliberate low back, and covered the edges with a sheer gold veil that fell from my shoulders like a cape. From the front, I looked elegant. From the back, I looked dangerous. Not exposed, not ruined, rewritten. When I descended the staircase, conversations below me faltered. Good. Let them look. The D'Amico ballroom glowed beneath chandeliers and candlelight, all marble, gold, and shadow. Men in tailored suits stood with women glittering beside them like diamonds set near knives. Music drifted from somewhere hidden, soft enough to pretend this was civilized. Cameras were not officially allowed. Phones were everywhere anyway. I felt them. I felt every glance, every whisper, every pause as people remembered the video, the ring, the slap. Maybe especially the slap. That part had spread almost as fast as the wall clip. There were headlines about that too. D'Amico bride strikes future dawn after public claim. Passion or power play. Victim, temptress, or strategist? Apparently, I was allowed to be anything except human. My mother stood beside Massimo near the center of the room. She saw me and went still. Not disapproving. Proud, maybe. The possibility hurt too much to keep. Then I saw Rafael. He stood near a marble column speaking with two men. Black suit, black shirt, no tie. The red mark from my slap had faded, but if someone looked closely, they might still catch the faint bruise along his cheekbone. I looked closely. I hated myself for it. His gaze found me before I reached the bottom step. That was becoming a problem. The room watched him look at me, then watched me walk toward him because there was no point pretending distance existed anymore. The ring on my finger had made sure of that. Rafael's eyes moved over me once, not in the vulgar way other men had been looking, slower, sharper. He noticed the cape first, then the dress, then the altered line of the back when I turned slightly to avoid a passing waiter. His face changed, barely, but I saw it. What happened to the dress? He asked. No greeting, no compliment, no lie. I smiled without warmth. Someone improved it. His eyes hardened. Who touched it? Is that concern or inventory control? Romina. My name in that voice was beginning to feel unfair. I don't know, I said. But whoever it was wanted me to turn around tonight and become the headline again. Rafael's attention moved beyond me, scanning the room with such cold precision that two men near the bar immediately stopped whispering. Stay near me. No. His gaze returned to mine. I lifted my chin. You do not get to command me every time something goes wrong. You think I enjoy repeating myself? I think you enjoy being obeyed. His mouth tightened. Tonight, those are not the same thing. Before I could answer, a man approached with an easy smile and eyes that did not match it. He was handsome in a polished, softer way than Rafael. Lighter brown hair, charming mouth, beautiful suit, relaxed posture. He looked like the kind of man who knew how to enter a room without making everyone afraid. That alone made me suspicious. Rafael, he said, you're frightening your bride before dessert. Rafael did not smile. Lorenzo, So this was him, the cousin, the name I had heard whispered in this hall. Lorenzo turned his attention to me and bowed his head slightly. Romina Caruso. Finally? Finally? After all this noise, I expected thunder. His eyes flicked over my dress. But you brought sunlight. It was a pretty line. Too pretty. I smiled because women are taught early to handle knives wrapped in compliments. Careful, I said. Too much sunlight shows dust. Lorenzo laughed. Rafael did not. That mouth, Lorenzo said. No wonder my cousin looks wounded. I glanced at Rafael's cheek. A mistake. Lorenzo caught it. His smile deepened. Rafael's voice dropped. Walk away. Lorenzo lifted his hands in mock surrender. Peace. I only came to welcome the newest D'Amico complication. I'm not a D'Amico. Not yet. Lorenzo's eyes fell to my ring. But the city loves a fast transformation. Something about the way he said it made my skin tighten. Rafael stepped slightly closer to me, not touching, shielding. Lorenzo noticed that too. His gaze danced between us with private amusement, then he leaned toward me just enough to lower his voice. In this family, Bella, protection always comes with a receipt. Then he walked away. I stared after him. Rafael watched me watching him. Do not trust Lorenzo, he said. I don't trust anyone here. Good. That includes you. Better. I looked at him sharply. Before I could decide what to say, a woman near the far end of the room laughed too loudly. Another lifted her phone in what she pretended was a selfie, angling it toward me. Rafael saw it. He moved. Fast enough that I barely had time to understand. 1 second, he was beside me. The next, he was across the space, his hand closing around the phone before the woman could lower it. The music kept playing. The room did not. Delete it, he said. The woman went pale. I was only... Delete it. Her husband stepped forward, then stopped when Rafael looked at him. The phone trembled in her hand as she erased the picture. Rafael returned it, leaned closer, and said something. I could not hear. Whatever it was made tears spring into her eyes. Then he came back to me. I should have felt satisfied. I did not. I felt watched, owned, protected in a way that announced I needed protection. You cannot threaten every person who looks at me, I said. I can start with the ones stupid enough to aim a camera. You're making it worse. I am making it dangerous. That is not the same thing as better. His eyes held mine. In my world, it usually is. I wanted to argue. Then I saw a flash of pale gold near the side doors. My dress. No, not my dress. a scrap of matching silk. Someone slipped through the service entrance, half hidden by passing waiter. I caught only a glimpse. Dark sleeve, gloved hand, the torn scrap clenched between fingers. My breath caught. Rafael noticed instantly. What? I did not answer. I moved. Romina. The command followed me, low and lethal, but I ignored it. The figure disappeared down a corridor off the ballroom. I pushed through a cluster of guests, murmuring apologies I did not mean, and slipped through the side doors. The hallway beyond was dimmer, quieter, lined with mirrors and narrow tables holding flowers. I heard footsteps ahead. Fast. I lifted my skirt and followed. The corridor turned once, then again. The music faded behind me. My pulse grew louder. I reached a narrow servants' passage just as the figure vanished through another door. I grabbed the handle. Locked. Damn it. A hand closed around my wrist. I spun. Rafael. His face was carved from fury. Have you lost every instinct God gave you? I saw someone with fabric from my dress. And your first thought was to chase them alone? My first thought was that everyone keeps telling me to hide while someone inside this house keeps trying to ruin me. And if they had a gun? Then at least I would know who was pointing it. The words echoed down the hallway. Rafael stared at me. So did I. My chest was rising too fast. His hand was still around my wrist, warm and firm, not painful, but absolute. I looked down at it. He released me immediately. That small act should not have mattered. It did. His voice lowered. You will not make yourself bait. I already am bait. Everyone decided that before I had coffee this morning. His jaw flexed. I turned away before he could see how close I was to breaking. Too late. Romina. I shook my head. Don't. But his jacket settled over my shoulders. Warm, heavy, smelling like him. Smoke and night air and expensive soap. I closed my eyes for half a second. I hated that comfort could come from the same man who had put a claim on me without asking. Come upstairs, he said. I opened my eyes. Absolutely not. You cannot go back into that room like this. Like what? He looked down. I followed his gaze. The sheer cape had torn during the chase. One side hung loose, revealing the repaired back and the raw cut through the original silk beneath it. From the wrong angle, it would look exactly like the sabotage had worked. Humiliation rose hot and fast. I clutched his jacket closed around me. Rafael's eyes darkened, and for once the fury in them was not aimed at me. I have a room nearby. No. Then choose another room. But choose quickly, because the next person who sees you like this will lose their eyes before they lose their phone. My breath caught. He meant it. That was the worst part. He meant every brutal word. So I chose the nearest door that opened. It was his room. I knew the second we stepped inside, not because anyone announced it, because the air changed. Dark wood, low lights, a massive bed neatly made, a desk covered with files, a wall of books, a decanter untouched on a side table, everything controlled. Severe. Too quiet. Too Rafael. I stood just inside the door, his jacket clutched around me. This is a bad idea. Yes, he said. At least he was honest. He locked the door. My spine went stiff, his eyes cut to mine. For privacy, not imprisonment. Funny how, often those look alike in this house. He did not answer. Instead, he opened a drawer and took out a folded black shirt. He placed it on the bed, then turned his back. What are you doing? Giving you something to wear. I looked at the shirt, then at him. The almost from the hallway returned with cruel clarity. His hand beside my head, my fist in his shirt, his mouth near mine. Now we were in his bedroom, and my dress was half ruined, and he was offering me clothing while refusing to look. That carefulness undid something I had braced too hard to protect. My zipper is caught, I said. The words came out small. I hated that too. Rafael went still. For a second I thought he would refuse. Then he turned slowly, his face unreadable. Do you want me to help? The question landed between us like a lit match. Do you want me to help? Not command, not assume, not take. Ask. My throat tightened. Yes, I whispered. But don't make it strange. His mouth almost moved. You are standing in my bedroom wearing my jacket over a sabotaged gown after chasing a possible enemy through my house. Despite myself, a broken laugh slipped out. His eyes changed at the sound, not softened exactly, warmed at the edges. Then he stepped behind me. I felt him before he touched me. Heat at my back, controlled breath. The careful distance of a man holding violence in one hand and restraint in the other. His fingers brushed the zipper. I flinched. He stopped immediately. Did I hurt you? No. My voice was barely there. I'm just humiliated, angry, scared, aware of him. I did not say any of it. I know, he said. And somehow that was worse. His fingers returned to the zipper, slower this time. He worked it carefully where the torn fabric had caught the teeth. I stared at the wall, at the shadow of us in the dark window glass, him standing behind me wrapped in his jacket. His hands at the back of my dress, it looked intimate. It was intimate, even without hunger, maybe because of restraint. The zipper gave, a tiny sound, a tiny surrender. The back of the dress loosened. I grabbed the front before it could shift. Rafael stepped back immediately and turned away again. "Take the shirt," he said. I moved quickly, sliding his jacket off, then the ruined gown enough to pull the black shirt over my head. The fabric fell to mid-thigh and swallowed me in his scent. My breath caught before I could stop it. I buttoned it with unsteady fingers, leaving the dress pooled around my waist like a dead thing. "You can look," I said. Rafael turned. The moment his eyes landed on me, the room went too quiet. His shirt on my body changed his face. Not obviously. Rafael did not give obvious things freely, but something darkened. Something tightened. His gaze moved from my bare legs to the buttons at my throat, then up to my face with visible effort. I should have felt exposed, I did. But not weak. Not dirty. Not like the headline. The silence stretched. "You should stop looking at me like that," I said. His eyes held mine. "Like what?" "Like you're deciding whether protection is enough." The words slipped out before I could stop them. His expression went still. A warning. I should have taken it. Instead, I stepped closer because anger had always made me brave when fear might have made me wise. "Is it?" I asked. "Enough?" His gaze dropped to my mouth. My body remembered. I hated it. I wanted it. Both truths stood inside me, bare-knuckled and breathing hard. Rafael took one step toward me, slow, giving me the chance to move away. I did not. He lifted his hand, stopped near my cheek, then lowered it to my shoulder instead, touching only the fabric of his shirt. Even that felt dangerous. "Do not ask questions tonight that you are not ready to survive the answer to," he said. My laugh came out unsteady. "There it is, another warning." "No." His thumb moved once against the shirt at my shoulder, a mercy. The air between us changed. No camera, no hall, no room full of men, just him, just me, just the terrible nearness of everything we kept refusing to name. I lifted my hand and touched the bruise on his cheek, the one I had made. His entire body went still. My fingertips barely grazed him. Soft, careful. An apology I was not ready to speak. His eyes closed for half a second. When they opened, whatever restraint he had left was still there, but it was burning. Romina. My name sounded different now, not a command, not a warning, a breaking point. My hand should have fallen. It slid instead to the collar of his shirt. The same place I had gripped him in the hallway. His breath changed, so did mine. He lowered his forehead until it nearly touched mine, stopping with a sliver of space between us. His hand rose to the side of my neck, not closing, not holding, only resting there like he was asking my pulse a question. I should have stepped back. I should have remembered the ring, the cameras, the headline, the city calling me dirty. But Rafael did not touch me like I was dirty. He touched me like one wrong move might shatter something neither of us could replace. His mouth hovered above mine. Close, too close. My fingers tightened in his collar. "Tell me no," he said, voice rough now. My heart cracked against my ribs. There it was again. A choice. Too late, maybe. Too complicated, definitely. But real enough to hurt. I whispered, "I don't know." He stopped, completely. Then he pulled back. Not far. Enough. The loss of him felt like cold water. He removed his hand from my neck and stepped away, breathing once through his nose like restraint had teeth. "Then it is no." The words hit me harder than a kiss would have. I stood there in his shirt, shaking for reasons that had nothing to do with fear now, and watched him walk to the desk. He picked up his phone, spoke low into it in Italian, and ordered someone to bring a replacement gown to the side hall. No one was to enter. No one was to ask questions. When he ended the call, I looked down because looking at him had become too dangerous. That was when I saw it. A folded white card tucked inside the torn gold fabric pooled at my feet. My stomach turned. I bent and picked it up. No name, no seal, only one sentence written in black ink. The wall clip was only the beginning. My fingers went numb. "Rafael?" He crossed the room in 2 strides. I handed him the card. He read it. The temperature of the room seemed to drop. His face did not twist. He did not curse. He did not shout. But something worse came over him, a stillness so complete it felt inhuman. Where was this? In the dress. His eyes lifted to mine. For the first time since I had met Rafael D'Amico, I saw something break through the cold. Not fear exactly, but the brutal recognition that whoever had leaked the video was not finished with me. And now they had been close enough to touch what I wore against my skin. Rafael folded the note once. Carefully. Too carefully. Then he put it in his pocket. "Stay here," he said. My voice shook. "Don't." He stopped at the door. "Don't what?" "Don't leave me alone in your room after telling me someone inside this house keeps getting close enough to ruin me." For a second he said nothing. Then he turned the lock back into place and came to stand between me and the door. Not near me. Between me and anything that might come through. "All right," he said. "Just that. All right." The music from the gala drifted faintly through the walls, beautiful and distant, as if downstairs the world was still pretending. I sat on the edge of Raphael's bed in his black shirt, the ring heavy on my hand, the ruined gold dress at my feet, and Raphael stood guard in his own bedroom, silent as a drawn blade. For the first time since the scandal began, I understood the truth with perfect clarity. Someone in this house had not leaked the clip to destroy Raphael. They had leaked it to start a game. And I was still the piece they wanted to move next. Chapter 6. Rafael D'Amico did not pace. That was how I knew he wanted to kill someone. He stood too still in front of the bedroom door, one hand resting near the handle, his body angled as if the whole world existed on the other side, and he had already decided it would have to go through him first. No shouting, no panic, no useless rage spilled across the room. Just silence. Controlled. Deadly. The kind of silence that made my skin prickle because it did not mean peace. It meant counting. It meant names being placed in order. It meant whoever had slipped that note into my dress had just moved from hidden enemy to breathing target. I sat on the edge of his bed with his black shirt buttoned over my body, the ruined gold gown pooled around my feet like a murdered thing. The ring on my finger caught the low lamplight every time my hand trembled. I hated that it trembled. I hated more that Raphael noticed. His eyes flicked to my hand once, only once, but the air changed. "Do not look at me like that," I said, his gaze lifted. "Like what? Like my shaking is information." "It is. It's humiliation." "No," his voice stayed low. "It's your body telling the truth after your pride got tired." The words hit somewhere I did not want him touching, not physically. Worse. I looked away first, toward the tall windows. The curtains were half drawn, showing a thin slice of night beyond the glass. Downstairs, the gala continued as if nothing had happened. Music still drifted faintly through the walls. Laughter rose and fell in soft, expensive waves. People were drinking champagne under chandeliers while I sat upstairs in the future Don's shirt with a threat in his pocket. The wall clip was only the beginning. The sentence crawled through me again. I wrapped my arms around myself. Raphael moved, not toward me, toward the desk. He picked up his phone and typed something with one hand, his jaw locked. A second later, his screen lit with responses. He read them, then typed again. "Who are you calling?" I asked. "No one who will come into this room." "That is not an answer. It is the part that matters," I laughed, but it came out thin. "You have a talent for deciding what part matters." His eyes cut to me. For a moment, I thought he would snap back. He did not. That frightened me more. Raphael angry was sharp. Raphael controlled was a loaded gun with the safety removed. He set the phone down, face up, within reach. "The hallway outside this room is being cleared. Every staff member who touched your dress is being separated and questioned. The security logs are being pulled for the dressing room and the service corridor." "And the gala?" Continues. My stomach tightened. Because appearances matter. Because panic helps whoever did this. I hated that he was right. I hated many things about him being right. I looked down at the torn fabric. They cut the dress, hid the note, let me walk into a room full of people wearing it. Yes. They wanted me to be seen ruined again. Yes. The bluntness made my throat close. I swallowed hard. "Say something comforting." Raphael went still. I looked up. His face was unreadable, but something behind his eyes shifted. As if comfort were a language he had learned only by watching other people speak it through glass. Then he said, "They failed." A breath left me. Not a laugh. Not quite. "That's your comfort?" You walked into a ballroom with sabotage on your back and made it look deliberate. My fingers tightened in the hem of his shirt. You saw that? I saw everything. The words should have sounded possessive. They did. But there was something else beneath them too. Something that made my chest ache in a way I did not understand and did not want. I glanced at the door. What happens when they find who did it? Rafael's expression closed. There was my answer. My skin went cold. That don't. His brow shifted slightly. Don't what? Pretend I'm too fragile to hear it. I'm sitting in your bedroom wearing your shirt because someone keeps turning my life into a public execution. Do not suddenly decide I need gentleness in the form of silence. His mouth tightened. For several seconds, he said nothing. Then he walked to the small cabinet near the far wall, poured water into a glass, and brought it to me. I stared at it. Is this your way of avoiding the question? It is my way of making sure you do not faint before arguing with me again. I don't faint. No, you shake, bite, and pretend your lungs are optional. I hated that he had noticed that too. I took the glass, careful not to let our fingers touch. Again, he noticed. Again, he said nothing. I drank because my throat hurt, and because refusing water would have been childish even for me. The glass trembled once in my hand. I gripped it harder. Rafael crouched in front of me. The movement was so unexpected that my breath caught. He was still taller than my fear even like that. His eyes were level with mine now, dark and severe beneath the low light. The position should have made him seem less dangerous. It did not. It made the danger intimate. I'm going to ask you something, he said. You will answer me honestly. My chin lifted on instinct. That sounded like a command. It was. Try again. A flicker crossed his face, not amusement, something close enough to make my pulse stumble. He inhaled slowly. Will you answer me honestly? The correction should not have mattered. It did. Yes, I said. When Lucia fixed the dress, who knew? Only Lucia. Your mother? No. Did you tell anyone else about the cut? No. Did Lucia leave you alone at any point after repairing it? I thought back. The room, the needle, Lucia's careful hands, the silence between us, my mother gone, the guards outside, the dress on my body. No. His eyes narrowed. Then the note was already inside the garment before she finished. My stomach dropped. But Lucia checked it. She checked the damage, he said. Not every seam. Not the lining. Whoever placed it wanted it found after you took it off. I looked down at the dress again. The thought of someone touching the lining, hiding that note close to where the fabric would rest against my skin, made nausea rise. Rafael saw my face. His hand moved as if he meant to touch my knee. He stopped before contact. The restraint was worse than carelessness. It made me aware of every inch he chose not to cross. I need a name, he said. I don't have one. Then give me anything. A look, a voice. Someone too close. Someone who watched you differently. I laughed softly. Everyone watched me differently. Romina, my name again. Not sharp this time. Steady. I closed my eyes and forced myself back into the day. The phone headlines. My mother's face. Lucia and the dress, the staircase, the ballroom. Rafael near the column. Lorenzo smiling like charm was a clean shirt over dirty hands. My eyes opened. Lorenzo. Rafael's face did not change. That told me more than surprise would have. What did he do? Nothing obvious. I set the water glass on the nightstand. He came over, made pretty comments, called me the newest D'Amico complication. Rafael's jaw tightened. He also told me protection in this family always comes with a receipt. Silence. This time, the air itself seemed to draw back from him. You didn't think that was worth mentioning before? I was a little busy being chased by dress scraps and threats. That was not a joke. I know. No, you don't. He stood so suddenly the room felt smaller. Lorenzo does not waste sentences. I rose too, his shirt falling lower around my thighs as I stepped out of the ruined dress. Neither do you. Apparently, it's a family disease. Lorenzo has wanted this merger unstable from the beginning. Why? Because chaos gives ambitious men places to stand. And he's ambitious? Rafael's eyes hardened. He is hungry. That word landed differently. Not ambitious. Hungry. I remembered Lorenzo's smile, charming and smooth. I remembered the way he looked at the ring, the dress, the tension between me and Rafael, like he had found something entertaining under a rock. Do you think he leaked the video? I asked. I think he knows more than he should. That is not the same answer. It is the one I have proof for. I studied him then. Really studied him. The controlled fury. the refusal to guess beyond facts, the violence he held back, not because he lacked it, but because wasting it would insult his discipline. "You want it to be him," I said. Rafael's gaze cut to mine. "Why? Because then it's not your father?" For the first time, something cracked. Not visibly enough for anyone else, maybe, but I had been watching him too closely. His expression did not move, his shoulders did not tense, his hands did not curl, but his eyes went colder. That was how Rafael bled. Not red. Ice. "My father did not leak that footage," he said. "You sound very sure." "I am." "Because you trust him?" "No." The answer came too fast, too honest. My voice softened before I could stop it. "Then why?" "Because if Massimo D'Amico wanted you destroyed, you would not be standing in my room asking me if he tried." A shiver moved through me. Not because he was wrong, because he probably wasn't. I sank back onto the bed, suddenly tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. That is the most comforting nightmare anyone has ever handed me. Rafael looked at me for a long second, then his phone buzzed. He picked it up. Red. His face changed. Not much, enough. "What?" I asked. He did not answer immediately. "Rafael?" He slid the phone into his pocket. "They found Lucia." I stood again. "Found her?" "She was in the service corridor." My heart lurched. "Is she hurt?" "No." Relief hit so fast my knees weakened. "Then why did you say found like that?" "Because she was locked in a supply room with no phone." My mouth went dry. He continued, voice low. "Someone took her keys and uniform badge after she left your room." I stared at him. The room seemed to tilt by a few degrees. "Someone pretended to be staff." "Yes." "And got close enough to my dress." "Yes." I turned away, pressing my fingers to my mouth. I was cold all over. Rafael crossed the room but stopped before touching me. "Romina?" "No." I shook my head. "Don't say my name like that." "Like what?" "Like you can make me steady by saying it." He went quiet. I hated that tears burned my eyes then. Not full tears. Not yet. Just the threat of them. Hot and humiliating. "I am so tired," I whispered. The words came out before pride could stop them. "I am tired of being watched. I am tired of being discussed. I am tired of people touching my clothes, my name, my reputation, my life. I am tired of everyone deciding what version of me is useful." My voice broke. I turned back to him, furious with myself and with him, and with the whole shining, rotten house. "And I am tired of you being the only person in this family who acts like what's happening to me is happening to me, while also being the man who made sure the city now thinks I belong to you." Rafael absorbed that like a blow he had expected, but still felt. For once he had no immediate answer. Good. Let him stand in it. Let him feel the ugly shape of what he had done. He looked toward the window. The music downstairs had shifted to something slower. A waltz, maybe. Elegant. "Ridiculous. I did not know how to protect you without claiming you," he said at last. The admission was quiet, rough around the edges, not an apology, but the closest thing to one I had heard from him. "That is not romantic," I said. "I know. It is not noble. I know. It is not enough." His eyes returned to mine. "No," he said. "It isn't." The honesty settled between us like a third person. I did not know what to do with it. Maybe that was why I stepped closer. Or maybe I was too tired to keep pretending distance was simple when everything about Rafael had become painfully, dangerously complicated. He watched me come toward him. This time he did not move first. I stopped within arm's reach. His shirt brushed my thighs. The ring weighed down my hand. My heart beat like it was trying to get out and leave me to deal with the consequences alone. "If I tell you to take me back to my room," I said, "will you?" "Yes." "If I tell you to let me stay here until I stop shaking?" His jaw flexed. "Yes." "If I tell you I hate that I feel safer here than in my own room?" Something moved through his eyes. A pain so quick he almost hid it. Almost. "Then I will believe you," he said. That did it. Not the ring, not the threat, not the way he stood in front of doors like the world had to ask his permission. That sentence. "Then, I will believe you." I closed the space between us and pressed my forehead against his chest. Rafael went completely still. For one terrible second, I thought I had made a mistake, that I had crossed into something neither of us could name without ruining it. Then his hand came up, slowly, carefully. He rested it between my shoulder blades over the black cotton of his shirt, not pulling me closer, just there, warm and steady. I exhaled, and the breath shook apart against him. He did not tell me not to cry. He did not tell me I was safe. He did not offer lies. He only stood there and let me come apart quietly against his chest, as if he had all night to hold the pieces away from the floor. "I still hate you," I whispered. His hand moved once over my back. "I know. You keep saying that. You keep needing me to." A sound broke out of me, half laugh, half sob. His other hand rose to the side of my head, fingers brushing my hair once before settling there. Careful, controlled, so gentle it hurt worse than force would have. "Brer." I lifted my face. That was the mistake. His eyes were already on me. The air changed instantly. Grief, fear, exhaustion, anger, everything thinned under the weight of his gaze. His hand remained in my hair. Mine rested against his chest, feeling the hard, steady beat beneath his shirt. "You should step back," he said. His voice had roughened. "You should tell me to." "I am." "No." My fingers curled against him. "You're warning me." His eyes dropped to my mouth, a visible surrender, then back to my eyes. "Because if I tell you and you don't move, I will want things I have no right to want tonight." Heat moved through me, slow and reckless. Not the cheap heat of being looked at by strangers. Not the dirty thing the city had named me. This was worse, cleaner, deeper. A want with teeth because it had been born inside danger and still refused to die. "What if I want to know what those things are?" I whispered. His hand tightened once in my hair. Not enough to hurt. Enough to show the sentence had landed. "Then I ask again," he said. "Are you sure?" My throat tightened. The old terror of being watched was there. The ring, the scandal. The fact that I was in his shirt, in his room, in his world. But so was the truth. No one was here with a camera. No one was framing the angle. No one was deciding what my body meant except me. And Rafael, for all his command, was standing still until I chose. I rose onto my toes, slowly, giving him the same chance he had given me. He did not move away. Our mouths met softly, too softly for a man like him. That was the first shock. I expected conquest, possession, the brutal answer to every almost that had haunted us since the hallway. Instead, Rafael kissed me like the first touch of his mouth had to ask forgiveness from every wrong thing that brought us here. My eyes closed, the world narrowed to warmth, to his hand cradling the back of my head, to his breath catching when I opened my mouth under his, to the low sound he made when my fingers slid up to his collar and held on. The kiss deepened, not rough, not yet, but hungry enough to tell the truth. Rafael's other arm came around my waist, still over the shirt, pulling me closer only after my body leaned into his. My feet left the floor for half a second as he gathered me against him, and I gasped into his mouth. He stopped immediately. "Too much?" The question, rough and breathless, undid me. "No," I said, gripping his shirt. "Don't stop like I'll break." His forehead touched mine. "You are not the one I don't trust." I understood. Not fully. Enough. Himself, his anger, his want. The part of him that had been taught protection and possession were the same language. I touched his bruised cheek again. "Then go slow." His eyes closed. When he opened them, something had changed. Not softness, not surrender. Control handed to me like a weapon. "All right." He kissed me again, slow as promised. But slow did not mean gentle in the harmless way. It meant every second had weight. His mouth moved over mine with devastating patience, learning how I breathed, when I shivered, how my fingers tightened at the nape of his neck when his thumb brushed the curve of my jaw. He walked me back until the edge of the desk touched my hips, not the bed. The desk. Somehow that made me feel safer, less like a line being crossed too fast. He lifted me onto it with one arm, pausing until I nodded. The cool wood met the backs of my thighs. His shirt rode higher. His hands went to my knees, then stopped. "May I?" My face burned. Not with shame, with the tenderness of being asked by a man everyone else feared too much to refuse. I nodded. "Words, Romina." My breath shook. "Yes." His hands slid to the outside of my thighs, over skin and cotton and heat, never rushing, never taking more than I gave. He stepped between my knees and the closeness made me dizzy. My legs curved around him instinctively, not locking, just holding him there. He kissed my cheek, my jaw, the corner of my mouth. Not claiming. Worshipping would have been too soft a word for him, but not far enough from the truth. My fingers found his hair, and for the first time, I felt him lose a fraction of control. His breath went harsh against my neck. His hand gripped the edge of the desk beside my hip instead of me, like the wood deserved the force he refused to put on my body. "Rafael?" I whispered. He froze. I felt the sound of his name move through him. Then his mouth touched the side of my throat, just once. Barely. Enough to make my eyes burn for a completely different reason. I wanted him. God help me, I wanted him. Not because of the ring, not because of the scandal. Not because the city had decided there was something between us before either of us knew what to call it. I wanted him because he had stopped when I said I did not know. Because he had asked. Because the most dangerous man in the house was trembling with restraint instead of making my fear convenient. His hand slid to my waist, his thumb brushing the place where the shirt gathered. My back arched before I could stop it. He went still again. The restraint snapped me back to myself. Not all the way. Enough. I placed both hands on his chest. Wait. He stopped instantly. No frustration. No punishment. He stepped back half an inch, hands lifting away from my body. The loss made me ache. The respect made me ache worse. I swallowed hard. I can't go further tonight. His breathing was uneven. His eyes were dark enough to ruin my common sense if I stared too long. But his voice was steady when he said, "Then we don't." Just that. No argument, no wounded pride, no attempt to turn my pause into guilt. A laugh trembled out of me, and I hated how close it was to crying. You make it very hard to keep hating you when you do that. His mouth almost curved. Then remember the ring. I do. So do I. The almost smile vanished. He looked down at my hand where the diamond flashed. Then he took that hand carefully and pressed his mouth to my knuckles. Not the ring, my skin beside it. The gesture was so quiet that it nearly destroyed me. Aftercare was not always for what happened after bodies crossed every line. Sometimes it was for the almost, for the shaking, after wanting too much and stopping in time. Rafael helped me down from the desk, then turned away while I straightened his shirt over my thighs. He picked up his jacket from the chair and placed it around my shoulders again, not because I was exposed, but because I was trembling and he had noticed. Then he guided me, not by gripping, not by pulling, but with a hand hovering near my back, to the chair by the window. "Sit," he said, then caught himself. "Please." I looked up at him. The future Don looked irritated by his own manners. I sat. He brought the water back and placed it in my hand. Then he knelt, not crouched this time, knelt long enough to pick up the torn dress from the floor and fold it so the ruined back did not face me. That small act hurt. I looked away. "Do you want your room?" he asked. "No." "Do you want me outside the door?" I hesitated, because the honest answer felt too intimate after everything else. "No," I said quietly. "Stay where I can see you." His eyes held mine. Then he nodded once. He moved to the desk, but not behind it, beside it, close enough for me to see him, far enough that my phone buzzed on the nightstand where I had left it earlier after Lucia brought the dress. I flinched. Rafael saw, crossed the room, and picked it up. He looked at the screen. His face went blank. That blankness was worse than fury. "What is it?" I asked. He did not answer. I stood. "Rafael." He turned the phone toward me. A message from an unknown number filled the screen. No photo, no link, just words. "Did you enjoy his room, dirty bride?" The next clip will hurt worse. My knees nearly gave out. Rafael caught me before I fell. This time, I did not pull away. His arm locked around me, solid and warm, and he held me against him while I stared at the message that should not exist. Because my phone had been in his room. Because the door had been locked. Because no one had come inside. My breath turned shallow. "They know," I whispered. Rafael's hand spread over my back. Steady. Protective. Furious. His eyes were not on the phone anymore. They were on the ceiling corner above his desk. Slowly, horribly, I followed his gaze. A tiny black dot stared back from the carved molding. Not the hallway camera, not security. Something smaller, newer, hidden inside his room. My blood turned to ice. Rafael's voice came soft enough to make the whole room feel like a grave. "Now," he said. "They've made one mistake." I could barely speak. "What?" His eyes stayed on the hidden camera. They came into my room. Chapter 7. The camera was watching us breathe. For 3 full seconds after Rafael said it, I could not move. I could only stare at that tiny black dot hidden in the carved molding above his desk, so small it almost looked like a flaw in the wood. A speck, a shadow, a nothing, but it had seen me in his shirt. It had seen his hands on my waist. It had seen his mouth on mine. It had seen the moment I leaned into him, because for one dangerous second, I forgot the house was made of eyes. My stomach turned so violently I thought I might be sick. Rafael's arm tightened around me as if he felt my knees threaten to go again. Not hard, not trapping. Just enough to keep me standing when my body tried to surrender without asking permission. "They saw," I whispered. My voice sounded wrong, small, hollow. I hated it. Rafael did not look at me. His gaze stayed locked on the camera with a stillness so terrible the room seemed to shrink around it. Maybe? Maybe? I almost choked on the word. "They texted me. They know I was in here." His jaw flexed, once. "Knowing you were in here is not the same as having footage of what happened." I looked up at him then, my breath uneven. "Do you believe that?" A pause. Too long. That was answer enough. The cold moved through me all over again. I pushed away from him before I could think better of it, and this time he let me go immediately. I wrapped his jacket tighter around my body, but the fabric that had comforted me minutes ago now felt like evidence. His shirt on my skin felt like another frame waiting to be stolen. Another angle. Another headline. "Dirty bride. Future Don's intended. Caught again." My mouth went dry. "I need my dress." Rafael finally looked at me. "No, I need my dress. It's torn. I don't care." "I do." The words came out too sharp. I turned on him. "You don't get to care louder than I panic." That stopped him. Not because the sentence was pretty. It wasn't. It was cracked and ugly and human, dragged out of the pit in my chest before pride could make it elegant. Rafael's face changed by fractions. The fury did not leave him. It simply shifted direction. Away from me. Toward the damage. He bent, picked up the ruined gold dress from where he had folded it, and held it out. I snatched it from his hands. Then froze. Because there was no way to put it back on without help. Not with the zipper. Not with the torn back. Not with my hands shaking so hard the silk trembled in my grip. I hated that too. Hated needing anyone. Hated needing him. Rafael saw it. "Romina," he said, quieter now. "No." I was only going to say turn around. The gentleness almost undid me. I swallowed the thing rising in my throat and turned my back to him. For 1 second neither of us moved. I knew what he saw. His black shirt swallowing my body, my bare legs, his jacket sliding from one shoulder, the torn dress clenched in my hands, the ring he had forced onto my finger glittering like a witness to everything I had not chosen. Then he stepped closer. Not close enough to touch me yet. "May I?" My eyes burned. Even now, even with a camera watching, even with his room violated, even with rage in his voice and murder in the air, he asked. I hated him for making that matter. "Yes," I whispered. His hands were careful as he helped me slide the dress back into place beneath the jacket. He kept his touch practical, almost distant, but my body remembered too much. The desk, his mouth, his forehead near mine, his voice asking if I was sure. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. He zipped what he could. The ruined back gaped beneath the jacket, but at least the front covered me. At least I no longer looked like I had been caught wearing his life like a sin. When I turned around, Rafael's eyes were not on my body. They were on my face. That made the tears harder to control. "I'm not crying?" I said before one could fall. "No," he said, too easily, too ready to protect the lie. "I'm not. I know." My laugh cracked. "Stop agreeing with me like you're trying to keep me from breaking." His voice lowered. "I am trying to keep myself from breaking something else." The room went silent. The camera above us seemed to pulse. Rafael pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed. He did not raise his voice when someone answered. "Clear the East Hall. Now. No one enters this room except Enzo with the jammer kit and Vito with the sweep team. Lock down the service exits. Pull every guest badge scanned in the last hour. No one leaves the property." A pause. His eyes stayed on the camera. "No," he said softly. I said no one. Another pause. Then colder. "If my father objects, tell him he may come here himself and stand under the camera someone planted above my bed." My stomach turned again. Above his bed. He had said it like that on purpose. Not because it was dramatic, because it was true. The tiny device was not aimed only at the desk theft. Its angle captured half the room, the bed, the chair by the window, the place where I had sat trembling, the place where Rafael had stood guard, the place where we had kissed. I pressed my hand over my mouth. Rafael ended the call. Then he took a black handkerchief from his pocket, climbed onto the edge of the desk, and covered the camera without touching it directly. He moved with the controlled precision of a man who wanted to rip it out, but understood evidence mattered more than satisfaction. The second the lens disappeared, air returned to my lungs. Not enough. but some. I backed toward the wall and slid down until I was sitting on the floor. Rafael turned. His face shifted when he saw me there. Not pity. Something worse. Pain. He stepped down from the desk but did not approach too quickly. Romina. Don't come near me yet. He stopped. Immediately. Good. I needed that. I needed one thing I said to become real without argument. I rested my head back against the wall and stared at the ceiling. My voice sounded distant when I spoke. I kissed you. His jaw tightened. Yes? I chose that. Yes? And they still took it. For a moment he said nothing. The silence was not empty this time. It was full of the thing neither of us could fix. Then he said, "They tried." I looked at him. Rafael stood near the desk, sleeves rolled, black suit jacket discarded, the covered camera above him like a blind eye. He looked carved from wrath, but his voice was low enough to be human. "They do not get to own what happened here because they spied on it," he said. "They do not get to rename it because they watched without permission." My eyes stung. Everyone renames everything. Not this. You can't stop them. His expression went dark. Watch me. The door opened after a sharp knock. I flinched so hard my shoulder hit the wall. Rafael's head snapped toward the sound. The man who entered stopped immediately when he saw Rafael's face. He was older, broad-shouldered, with a scar along his chin and a black case in one hand. Another two men followed with equipment I did not recognize. All three avoided looking at me directly. Rafael's voice could have frozen blood. Eyes on the device. The men obeyed. No one looked at my torn dress. No one looked at my bare shoulder where the jacket had slipped. No one looked at the future Don's intended sitting on his bedroom floor trying not to fall apart in front of strangers. That was Rafael's power too. Not kindness. Command. He could make men respectful with fear when decency failed. The scarred man climbed onto the desk with gloves and began working around the covered camera. Another scanned the walls with a handheld device that emitted soft, irregular beeps. The third moved toward the bed. My stomach lurched. Rafael stepped in front of him. "No." The man froze. "Sweep from the perimeter," Rafael said. "No one touches the bed until she leaves." The man nodded once and backed away. I looked down at my hands because looking at Rafael had become too complicated again. They found two more devices. One behind the floor-length mirror, one inside the vent near the sitting area. Each discovery stripped another layer of skin from me. I did not cry. I did something worse. I went quiet, so quiet even my fear seemed to stop making noise. Rafael noticed that too. When the sweep team finished, the scarred man brought one of the devices to Rafael in a sealed evidence bag. "Short-range transmitter," he said, "not permanent infrastructure. Someone placed them recently." "How recently?" "Today, maybe last night, but the battery is fresh." Rafael's eyes cut to him. "Access?" "Someone with time alone in the room." "No one has time alone in my room." The man hesitated. Rafael's face went deadly. "Say it." "A staff badge was used at 16:30, logged as housekeeping." "I do not have housekeeping during events. I know." A silence so cold it felt physical filled the room. Rafael took the evidence bag. His fingers flexed once around the plastic. "Find the badge." "We're tracing it now." "Trace faster." "Yes, ignore." The men left with the devices. The door closed. Only then did Rafael turn back to me. I had not moved from the floor. The absurdity of it hit me then. I was sitting on the floor of Rafael D'Amico's bedroom in a torn gala dress, while hidden cameras were carried away in evidence bags, and downstairs the city's most dangerous families were probably still pretending to enjoy dessert. A laugh slipped out of me. It sounded wrong. Rafael crossed the room in 2 strides, then stopped because I had told him not to come near me. That made the laugh crack into something closer to a sob. "I'm losing my mind," I whispered. "No?" "I'm laughing. People do that when the body does not know where to put terror." My eyes lifted to his. Of all the things he could have said, that one was too gentle, too knowing. "Who taught you that?" His face closed, and there it was, a locked door inside him. "I should have let it stay shut. I didn't." "Rafael," he looked toward the window. "My mother." The answer stole the breath from me. He never spoke of her. Not once. Not even when people spoke around him. Not when Massimo's name filled rooms. Not when my mother's marriage turned our families into one impossible arrangement. "Is she?" I stopped before I made the question uglier. "Dead," he said. Flat. Final. I swallowed. "I'm sorry." His mouth tightened as if sympathy was a blade he did not know how to hold. "She used to laugh after my father's men frightened her," he said. "Not because anything was funny, because if she cried, they would remember she could bleed." My chest hurt. I did not want to feel anything for him in that moment. I felt it anyway. "That's awful," I whispered. Yes, the simplicity was brutal. I looked down at the ring on my finger. "Is that why you keep trying to make me look untouchable?" His eyes returned to mine. For a long moment he did not answer. Then, maybe. Not yes, not no. Maybe. It was the most honest thing he had given me after a day built from threats. I pulled his jacket tighter around me. "It doesn't work." His jaw flexed. "It will." "No." My voice sharpened, not because I was strong, but because I needed to stand somewhere inside myself again. "It works on them. It doesn't work in here." I touched my chest. His eyes followed the movement. "They still got inside," I said. "They got inside the dress, the room, my phone, my head." "I know. Then stop acting like making men afraid of you fixes what they did to me." The words landed. I saw them land. Rafael was silent for a long time, then he crouched in front of me, keeping enough distance that I could breathe. "What do you need?" he asked. I stared at him. The question was so simple it felt impossible. No one had asked me that since the scandal started. Not my mother, not Massimo, not the advisors, not the men deciding whether I was a liability, temptation, weakness, or claim. "What do you need?" My throat tightened. "I don't know." "Then choose one thing." I looked around the room. The covered places where cameras had been, the bed I could not look at, the door that no longer felt like protection. "My room will feel watched now. Yes, so will this one. Yes. I don't want to sleep under a ceiling tonight." Raphael's brows pulled faintly together. The sentence sounded childish, strange. But it was true. I wanted open air. I wanted no molding above my head. No vents, no hidden eyes, no carved corners, holding secrets. "I want the balcony," I said. "Mine. The door's open, guards outside the hall, not inside the room, Lucia only, and I want my phone checked before I touch it again." Raphael nodded once. "Done." That easily. No argument, no command. I looked at him carefully. "And I don't want you to decide what happens next without telling me." His face stilled. That one was harder. "Good, Romina." "No, you asked what I need. That is what I need. Not because I think I can run your family. Not because I think I understand all this. Because if one more person makes a decision about my life in a room I'm not standing in, I might actually break something." His eyes held mine. Then he said, "All right." I searched his face. "Do you mean that?" "Yes. Even if you hate what I choose?" His mouth tightened. "I expect to hate what you choose." Despite everything, a faint laugh escaped me. This time it sounded almost real. Raphael looked at me like he wanted to memorize the sound before the house stole it. Then he stood and held out his hand. I stared at it. The same hand that had put a ring on me. The same hand that had braced beside my head in the hallway. The same hand that had stopped at my waist until I said yes. I took it. Not because I belonged to him. Because I wanted off the floor. He pulled me up slowly. My legs wobbled. He did not comment. Bless him for that. He gave me space to straighten his jacket, space to breathe, space to pretend I was steadier than I was. Then his phone buzzed again. The change in his face was immediate. "What?" I asked. He looked at the screen. A muscle moved in his jaw. "Lorenzo's badge was used to enter the East Wing at 16:30. My blood chilled. "His badge?" "Yes." "Does that mean he did it?" "It means his badge opened the door." "That's not the same thing." "No." But I could see the answer in his eyes. He wanted it to be the same thing. He wanted a target with a charming smile and dirty hands. The door burst open before either of us could say more. Massimo D'Amico entered without knocking. My mother was behind him. So was Lorenzo. The sight of him made my stomach drop. He looked immaculate, calm, almost amused, except for the faint tension around his mouth when he saw Raphael standing beside me and the ruined dress under his jacket. His eyes flicked to my bare legs. Raphael moved one step in front of me. The movement was small. The threat was not. Massimo looked at the covered camera, then at his son. "Explain." Raphael's voice was cold. "Someone planted surveillance in my room." My mother's face went white. Lorenzo lifted his brows. "In your room? That is bold." Raphael turned his head slowly toward him. "Your badge opened the East Hall." The room went silent. Lorenzo blinked, then smiled faint. "Did it?" "Do not," Raphael said softly. "Smile at me." For the first time, Lorenzo's charm faltered, only a little. Enough. Massimo's gaze sharpened. Lorenzo? I lost my badge during the gala? Lorenzo said, I reported it to security. When? Rafael asked. After I noticed it missing. Rafael took one step toward him. When? Lorenzo's smile thinned. 20 minutes ago. The room seemed to inhale. 20 minutes ago. After the cameras were found. After my message. After Rafael locked down the exits. Rafael's voice dropped. Convenient. Necessary, Lorenzo corrected, since someone clearly stole it. Or you lent it. Careful, cousin. Rafael's expression did not change, but the room became dangerous in a way I felt down to my bones. Massimo stepped between them with his voice, not his body. Enough. Rafael did not look away from Lorenzo. Neither did Lorenzo. And there I stood behind Rafael, wrapped in his jacket, with the ring on my finger and the dirty knowledge blooming in my chest. This was bigger than me. Bigger than a clip. Bigger than a scandal. The house was not just watching me. It was turning on itself. My mother moved toward me, but I stepped back before she could touch me. Pain crossed her face. This time, I let myself see it. Then Rafael's phone buzzed again. Everyone heard it. He checked it. For 1 second, all the blood seemed to leave his face. I had never seen that happen before. Rafael? I whispered. He did not answer. Massimo's voice hardened. What is it? Rafael looked at me, and in his eyes I saw the truth before he said a word. Something worse had happened. Something public. Something we could not pull back. He turned the screen toward me. A new message. Not to my phone this time. To his. A video file. The thumbnail showed me sitting on his desk in his black shirt, his body between my knees, his mouth at my throat. My heart stopped. Beneath it, one sentence waited. Tell your dirty bride to smile. The city sees her at midnight. Chapter 8. At midnight, the city was going to watch Rafael D'Amico touch me like a sin. The video thumbnail sat on his phone like a loaded gun, me on his desk, his black shirt on my body, his hands braced near my thighs, his mouth at my throat. The image had no sound, no truth, no mercy. It did not show the way he stopped when I said wait. It did not show his careful questions. It did not show the tremor in my hands, the threat in my phone, the hidden cameras, or the way my choices kept being stolen and thrown back at me as shame. It showed one frozen second, and one frozen second was all the world ever needed to hang a woman. My heart stopped first. Then it came back wrong. Too fast, too loud, painful. I stared at the screen until the edges of Rafael's phone blurred. Tell your dirty bride to smile. The city sees her at midnight. Dirty bride. Again, the words wrapped around my throat and squeezed. No one moved, not Massimo. Not my mother, not Lorenzo, not Rafael. The whole room had become a held breath. Then Rafael's hand closed around the phone so tightly I heard the faint crack of glass. Rafael, Massimo said, voice sharp. Rafael did not answer. His eyes were on me, not on the video, not on the message, on me, as if he was trying to measure the damage before anyone else decided what to do with it. I hated that he could see it. I hated that I needed him to. My mother stepped toward me, one hand lifting. Romina? No. The word came out of me like a blade with no handle. She stopped. Good. If she touched me, I would either break or bite, and I did not trust myself to know which one until it was too late. Lorenzo's voice slid into the silence, smooth and careful. This is unfortunate. Rafael turned his head, slowly. The room changed. Not because Rafael shouted. He did not. Not because he lunged. He did not. But all the violence inside him found a direction. Lorenzo's smile faded. Unfortunate, Rafael repeated. One word. Quiet. Deadly. Lorenzo lifted his hands, slightly. I meant for the family. For the family. For Romina too, obviously. My stomach twisted. Obviously. The word sounded like he had remembered my humanity only after someone might accuse him of forgetting it. Rafael stepped forward. Massimo's voice snapped through the room. Enough. Rafael stopped, barely. His shoulders did not move, but I felt the effort in the air between them. Father and son, dawn and heir, blood and threat. Massimo looked at Lorenzo. Leave us. Lorenzo's brows rose. You cannot seriously think. Leave. The charm dropped from Lorenzo's face for one naked second. There, that was the man beneath the silk, hungry, angry, humiliated by being dismissed in front of me. Then he smiled again, but it sat wrong now. He turned to go. As he passed me, his gaze flicked down to Rafael's jacket over my shoulders, to my torn dress, to the ring on my finger, then up to my face. Be careful tonight, Bella, he murmured. Rafael moved so fast the room blurred. 1 second, Lorenzo was passing me. The next, Rafael had him shoved against the wall with one hand at his throat. My mother gasped. Massimo cursed. I froze. Rafael leaned close to Lorenzo's face. His voice was almost gentle, which made it worse. You do not speak to her. Lorenzo's hands gripped Rafael's wrist, but he did not fight. He was not stupid. His face reddened slightly. His eyes stayed alive with spite. I said, be careful, Lorenzo rasped. You said it like you knew why she should be. Silence. There it was. The accusation finally had teeth. Massimo stepped forward. Release him. Rafael did not move. Rafael, I said. His eyes shifted to me. Just his eyes, not his hand, not his fury. Mine. I did not know why I said his name. To stop him, maybe. To prove to myself I could. To keep him from doing something that turned my scandal into blood before midnight even arrived. Let him go, I said. For a second I thought he would refuse. Then his hand opened. Lorenzo coughed once. Straightening his collar with shaking fingers, he tried to hide. Rafael stepped back, but the threat stayed where it was, between them. Alive. Massimo's face was thunderous. Take Lorenzo downstairs. Keep him in the blue study. No phone, no guests, 2 men at the door. Lorenzo laughed once, breathless and bitter. So I am a prisoner now? Massimo looked at him. You are family. Do not make me choose a harsher word. That shut him up. 2 guards appeared at the door and escorted Lorenzo out. He did not look at Rafael again. He looked at me. Only once. And that look did what threats could not. It made me certain Lorenzo might not have done everything, but he knew something, and he was enjoying how close I had come to being ruined twice. When the door closed behind him, the room felt less crowded and more dangerous. Massimo turned on Rafael. You do not put hands on family in front of guests. Rafael's laugh was quiet and empty. He is lucky I remembered he was family at all. Rafael? No. His voice cut through the room. Someone put cameras in my bedroom. Someone sent me footage of Romina with a countdown. Someone used Lorenzo's badge, and he walks past her whispering warnings? Massimo's eyes hardened. You think I am blind? I think you are slow when the rot shares your blood. The sentence landed like a gunshot. My mother went still. Massimo did too. For one awful moment, I thought Massimo would strike his son. Instead, he smiled. It was not pleasant. You think this is new? Massimo asked. You think power becomes infected overnight? Rot is always blood first, then walls, then servants, then women placed where men can see who reaches. My skin went cold. Women placed. I stared at him. Is that what I am? I asked. All 3 of them looked at me. Finally, the girl in the room remembered herself out loud. Placed? My mother's face crumpled for half a second before she repaired it. No. Massimo did not answer quickly enough. Rafael noticed. So did I. My heart did something slow and painful. Rafael turned to his father. Careful. Massimo's gaze remained on me. You are the daughter of the woman I married to prevent a war. That gives you value whether you like the word or not. Value, I repeated. My voice sounded far away. I looked at my mother. Did you know that was what I was bringing into this house? She shook her head. But there were tears in her eyes now, and I did not know if they were guilt or fear or love arriving too late to be useful. I knew you would be watched, she whispered. I did not know you would be targeted. That is a convenient difference. Pain flashed across her face. I wanted it to hurt her. I hated that I wanted it. Rafael moved closer to me, not touching, just near enough to make the room remember he had placed himself there. What time is it? He asked. Massimo looked at his watch. 10:28. 92 minutes until midnight. 92 minutes until the city saw me on Rafael's desk, wearing his shirt with his mouth at my throat. 92 minutes until everyone who had called me dirty got proof in the shape they wanted. My lungs tightened. Rafael looked at me. Romina. I shook my head. No. He went still. No what? No to all of this. My voice rose despite me. No to being hidden. No to being explained. No to another room where men decide how to survive my humiliation while I stand there like evidence. Massimo's eyes narrowed. This is not the time for pride. It is the only thing I have left that none of you have managed to leak. My mother closed her eyes. Rafael's gaze burned into me. I turned to him. You said I would know what happens next. I did. Then tell me. His jaw tightened. There it was, the instinct to protect me by withholding. By deciding. By moving me like a chess piece and calling it safety. I lifted my chin. Tell me, Rafael. He held my stare for a long moment. Then he said, We stop the upload if we can. If we can't, we poison it before it lands. What does that mean? We release the truth first. My stomach dropped. What truth? The cameras, the threat, the fact that footage was stolen from a private bedroom after hidden devices were planted. Massimo's voice cut in. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Rafael did not look at him. It is the cleanest path. It invites police attention, press attention, federal attention. It makes her a victim of surveillance instead of an eager participant in her own humiliation. The word victim scraped across my skin. I hated it. I hated that it was better than dirty. I looked at Rafael. And what about you? What about me? You're in the footage too. I can survive being wanted. The room went quiet. My throat tightened, because that was the difference, wasn't it? A man caught wanting became dangerous, passionate, powerful. A woman caught being wanted became dirty. Rafael knew it. So did Massimo. So did my mother. The whole city knew it. That was why the threat worked. I wrapped the jacket tighter around myself. No. Rafael's eyes sharpened. No? If we release the truth, I am still the girl on the desk. I am still the one in your shirt. I am still the body everyone pauses, circles, slows down, and judges. It gives context. Context doesn't stop cruelty. It changes the battlefield. I am tired of being a battlefield. My voice broke on the last word. I hated that it happened in front of Massimo, in front of my mother, in front of Rafael most of all. But I could not pull it back. The room softened in a way I did not want. My mother whispered, "Baby, no," I snapped, and the softness died. "You do not get to call me that now." She flinched. I looked away before it could matter. Rafael stepped closer. "Tell me what you want." Such a simple sentence, such a dangerous one. Because this time everyone heard it. Massimo's expression hardened, but he said nothing. I looked down at the ring on my finger. The diamond caught light like a small, cruel star. I thought of the first clip, the wall, my hand in Rafael's shirt, the world deciding I had asked for ruin. I thought of the second clip, the desk, his mouth at my throat, the world preparing to call me hungry, shameless, greedy, dirty. I thought of my mother telling me to survive it, Rafael telling me he did not know how to protect me without claiming me, Lorenzo smiling like he already had a seat at my funeral. And then I thought of something else. The camera had no sound. No hidden clip ever did. That was its power. It showed bodies without voices. It stole consent from silence. My hand stopped shaking. I want to speak. Massimo stared at me. To whom? The city. My mother's face went pale. Romina, no. Yes. Rafael's gaze did not leave mine. How? A video from before midnight. Massimo immediately said no. I ignored him. Rafael did not. His attention stayed on my face, sharper now. What would you say? The truth. Which truth? My truth. For the first time since the phone buzzed, I felt something solid beneath my feet. Not safety. Not control. Something close enough to stand on. I pulled Rafael's jacket off my shoulders and held it out to him. He did not take it. His eyes dropped to the torn back of my dress. A muscle in his jaw ticked. I'm not hiding the tear, I said. Romina? No. Let them see it. My mother covered her mouth. Massimo swore under his breath, but Rafael only watched me. I could see him understanding before the others did. The torn dress, the ring, the girl everyone kept framing. If I showed the damage first, they could not reveal it as easily. If I named the wound first, it belonged less to the knife. You want to show what was done to you, Rafael said. Yes, his eyes held mine. And what was done in my room? A pulse moved through me. I did not look away. I will not describe the kiss. His face changed. Barely, but I saw the hurt before he killed it. That part is mine, I said quietly, not theirs, not the city's, not even yours alone. The room went still. Rafael stared at me. Then he nodded once, small, but something in that nod felt like a vow. Massimo's voice turned cold. You are both emotional. I looked at him. No, I am humiliated. There is a difference. Humiliation makes people reckless. So does power. His eyes narrowed. Rafael stepped between us before Massimo could answer. The old fury sparked in Massimo's face. Do not place yourself between me and my own household. Rafael's voice was deadly soft, then stopped speaking to her like furniture. My heart thudded. My mother inhaled. Massimo looked from Rafael to me, and for the first time I saw something that was not only anger, calculation. He was beginning to understand what maybe Rafael already had. I was no longer only the problem. I was the person everyone would watch next. And if I broke in public, the merger broke with me. Massimo looked at his watch. You have 30 minutes to prepare. No names. No accusations you cannot prove. No mention of internal family divisions. I laughed softly. So I may speak, as long as I say nothing useful. His mouth tightened. Rafael said, "She will say what she chooses." Massimo's eyes cut to him. "You are very ready to burn this house for a woman who slapped you in front of it." Rafael did not blink. "She slapped me because I gave her reason." My breath caught. The room fell silent. It was not an apology, but it was public accountability from a man who did not give pieces of himself easily. My mother looked at him like she had never seen him before. Maybe none of us had. Massimo's face closed. "Prepare your statement." He turned and left. My mother lingered. For 1 second, I thought she might come to me. Really come. Not as Massimo's wife, not as a strategist, as my mother. But her eyes moved to Rafael, then to the door, then back to me. "I will send Lucia," she said. And she left too. The door shut. Only Rafael and I remained. The silence after them felt too intimate. I was suddenly aware again of my torn dress, my bare back beneath ruined silk, his jacket in my hand, the taste of him still hidden somewhere behind my teeth. Rafael took the jacket at last and placed it gently around my shoulders. This time, I let him. Not because I needed covering, because my body had started shaking again, and I was tired of pretending it had not. "You do not have to do this," he said. "Yes, I do." No, I looked up at him. He was right. There was a difference. I wanted to. Not because I was brave, because I was furious, because I refused to let another silent clip speak for me. Rafael's fingers adjusted the jacket near my collar, then stilled there. His knuckles brushed my throat lightly. My pulse jumped beneath them. His eyes dropped. He felt it. "I won't touch you again tonight," he said. The words startled me. "Why?" "Because someone may have stolen enough already." My chest tightened. There he was. The dangerous man with careful hands. The man who claimed too much, then guarded every line after. "That kiss was not stolen," I said. His eyes lifted to mine. "No," he said quietly. "It wasn't." The air between us warmed with memory, not enough to erase the threat, enough to make me ache. A knock came at the door. I stepped back quickly. Rafael noticed. He always noticed. "Enter," he said. Lucia slipped inside with a small black make case, a robe, and a face so pale I wanted to hug her. "I am so sorry," she whispered. I crossed to her before I thought better of it and took her hand. "It was not your fault." Her eyes filled. "They locked me in that room. I kept calling, but no one heard." "I know." Her fingers squeezed mine once, then she looked at Rafael and lowered her gaze. "Signore." "Lucia," he said, "no one touches Romina's clothing, phone, room, food, or door unless you see it yourself." "Yes, Signor." "And if anyone gives you an order that contradicts mine?" Lucia swallowed. Rafael's voice lowered. "You come to me." She nodded. I watched the exchange and felt the shape of the world again. Fear, building obedience. But this time, fear was being used to carve a little space around me. I did not know how to feel about that. Lucia helped me prepare in Rafael's adjoining bathroom. She did not try to repair the back of the dress again. She cleaned my smudged makeup, pinned my hair away from my face, and left my throat bare. No necklace, no softness, no distraction. When I looked in the mirror, I saw the woman from the first clip, the woman from the ring ceremony, the woman from the desk. But I also saw someone else now, a woman angry enough to take the camera back. Rafael waited in the bedroom with a laptop open on his desk, and 2 men standing near the far wall, both facing away until I stepped into position. Not the desk. Never again. I chose the wall beside the window, where the light was clean and the torn back of my dress could be shown only when I turned. Rafael looked at me. "Ready?" "No." "Yes." He nodded to one of the men. The red recording light blinked on. For 1 second, my throat closed. The lens stared at me, silent, hungry. I almost went back to the floor in my mind, back to the wall, back to his desk, back to every frozen frame that had turned my body into a story I did not write. Then Rafael moved. Not into the frame, just near it, where I could see him, where the camera could not. He stood with his hands at his sides and his eyes on mine, steady, not commanding, anchoring. I looked into the lens. "My name is Romina Caruso," I said. My voice shook. I let it. "Yesterday, private security footage from inside this house was stolen and shared without my consent. Tonight, another video is being threatened. I am speaking before someone else decides my silence belongs to them." My breath trembled. I kept going. The first clip had no sound. The next one may not either. That is convenient for people who want a woman's body to explain itself while her voice is missing. Rafael's eyes darkened. I turned slightly, sliding the jacket from one shoulder to show the torn back of the gold dress. This is what was done to the dress I wore tonight. It was cut before I entered the gala. A note was hidden inside it. Cameras were later found in a private bedroom. None of this is romance. None of this is gossip. It is violation dressed up as entertainment. My throat tightened. I looked directly into the lens. And if you watch whatever they release at midnight, understand what you are watching. Not scandal, not seduction, not proof that the names you called me were true. You are watching stolen footage taken by someone who needed my silence to make their lie work. The room went so quiet I could hear my own pulse. I swallowed. My life is not a headline. My fear is not content. My choices are not yours to slow down, screenshot, or rename. My eyes burned. This time, one tear fell. I did not wipe it away. And to the person doing this, I said, voice dropping, "You should have left me ashamed. Shame is quiet. Rage has a voice." I looked toward Rafael just once, then back to the camera, and mine is just getting started. The red light went off. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Lucia exhaled like she had been holding her breath through the whole thing. One of Rafael's men looked shaken. Rafael stood perfectly still. I could not read his face. That scared me more than criticism. "What?" I asked. His voice was low. "That will make them angry." Good. His eyes met mine. For the first time all night, something like pride moved through them. Not soft, not warm. Pride from a man who respected fire because he knew what it could destroy. "Yes," he said. "Good." The video was uploaded within minutes. Not through gossip channels, through D'Amico-controlled accounts, Caruso accounts, business pages, and every silent network Massimo had spent years building. Rafael made sure it spread before anyone could bury it. At 11:41 p.m., my statement hit the city. At 11:52, the gossip account started scrambling. At 11:58, the first major syndicate commentator reposted it with one line. "This is no longer scandal. This is war inside the D'Amico house." I sat in Rafael's bedroom chair with Lucia beside me and Rafael standing near the window, watching his phone with a face like judgment. Midnight arrived. Nothing happened. 12:01. No video. Still nothing. My breath came easier. Lucia touched my hand. Maybe we had done it. Maybe we had made the stolen clip useless. Maybe shame really could be interrupted if a woman got to it first. Then Rafael's phone rang. Not buzzed. Rang. Every person in the room went still. He answered without looking away from me. Listened. His expression changed. I stood slowly. "What is it?" I whispered. He ended the call. For a second he did not speak. Then he looked at me and the careful pride in his eyes was gone. In its place was something black and ancient. "They didn't release the bedroom clip," he said. My stomach tightened. Then what? His phone buzzed again. This time mine did too. Lucia gasped. Rafael crossed the room and took my phone before I could look, but not before I saw the preview. A photo. Not of me and Rafael. Of my mother. 20 years younger, standing beside Massimo D'Amico, holding a baby with Rafael's eyes. Beneath it, one sentence split the world open. "Ask your mother why Rafael was never your stepbrother at all." Chapter 9. The baby in the photograph had Rafael's eyes. That was the part that made the room disappear. Not my mother's younger face. Not Massimo D'Amico standing beside her like a secret dragged out of a grave. Not the timestamp burned into the corner of the image from 20 years ago. The baby. Wrapped in a pale blue blanket. Dark hair, tiny fist curled against my mother's chest. Eyes open. Black, watchful, too serious for something so small. Rafael's eyes. My lungs forgot how to work. For one insane second, the whole world narrowed to that one sentence glowing beneath the picture. "Ask your mother why Rafael was never your stepbrother at all. Never your stepbrother." The words were supposed to free something. Instead, they poisoned everything. My body went cold, then hot, then cold again. My ears rang. I looked at Rafael, but he was not looking at me. He was staring at the phone in his hand. At the photo. At my mother. At a version of himself small enough to be held by people who had spent decades lying with adult faces. "Rafael," I whispered. He did not answer. That frightened me more than if he had shouted. His face had gone blank in that terrible way I knew now. Not empty. Locked. Everything inside him thrown behind iron before it could show weakness. Lucia crossed herself under her breath. I barely heard her. My own phone buzzed again somewhere in Rafael's hand, and the sound made me flinch so hard my shoulder hit the chair. Another message. Another weapon. Another piece of my life being fed to me by someone who wanted me choking on it. Rafael turned both phones face down on the desk. No one spoke. Then he said, "Get my father." His voice was quiet, too quiet. One of the men by the door moved instantly, and her mother, Rafael added. My stomach clenched. No. He looked at me then. Finally. His eyes were not cold anymore. They were worse. They were wounded in a place so deep it had become dangerous. Romina? No, I said again, standing too fast. Not like this. Not with your men. Not with Massimo. Not with everyone in this house turning my mother into the next body in the room. His jaw tightened. Your mother has answers. She has lies too, and I need to hear which one she chooses before your father decides what version keeps him powerful. That landed. I saw it. Rafael stared at me for a long second, the muscle in his jaw moving once. Then he looked at the guard. Bring Sofia Caruso only. The guard left. My mother's name hit differently in the air. Sofia Caruso, not Mrs. D'Amico, not Massimo's new wife, not the woman in ivory beside the Don. My mother. A woman holding a baby with Rafael's eyes. I wrapped Rafael's jacket tighter around myself even though I suddenly felt feverish. The torn gold dress scratched at my skin beneath it. My throat felt raw from the statement, from fear, from all the words I had forced through the camera before midnight, turned around and opened another grave. Rafael stood by the desk. Still, too far away, too close to the phones. I looked at him and hated myself for noticing the distance. Hours ago, he had kissed me like every second needed permission. Now a photograph made even the memory feel dangerous. Tell me we're not... My voice broke before the sentence could finish. Rafael's eyes cut to mine. Something fierce passed through his face. No, he said it so quickly, so sharply that the word almost steadied me. But almost was cruel. You don't know that. I know enough. How? Because Massimo is my father. That photo says something is wrong. That photo says people lied. His voice dropped. It does not say you and I share blood. The words should have helped. They did and did not. My stomach still twisted, because the house had taught me that truth never arrived clean. It came with blood under its nails and half the story missing. The door opened. My mother entered alone. No pearls now, no ivory mask, no composed wife of a Don. Her hair had loosened from its pins, and her face had gone pale beneath her makeup. She looked like a woman who had been running from a ghost for 20 years and had just found it waiting in the hallway with a knife. Her eyes went first to me, then to Rafael, then to the phones face down on the desk. She knew. Rafael picked up his phone and turned the screen toward her. My mother's hand flew to her mouth, not surprise. Grief. That was how I knew the photo was real. My knees nearly gave out. Tell me, I said. She looked at me with eyes full of so much pain I almost stepped back from it. Romina. No. My voice shook. You do not get to start with my name like that makes it softer. Tell me why there is a photo of you holding Rafael as a baby beside Massimo D'Amico. Rafael did not move, but the room felt him listening. My mother's gaze flicked toward him. You were so small. Rafael's face did not change. I wished she had not said that. I wished tenderness had not entered the room wearing a lie's perfume. Answer her, Rafael said. My mother flinched. Then she nodded once as if something inside her had finally stopped running. Massimo's first wife did not die when everyone says she died, she said. The sentence fell hard. Rafael's eyes sharpened. I stopped breathing. She tried to leave him, my mother continued. Not publicly, not with lawyers. Women in that world do not leave with lawyers. She ran. She had help. From you, I whispered. My mother closed her eyes. Yes. Rafael's voice came low. My mother. Sophia looked at him. Isabella. The name changed him. Not much, enough to break my heart before I could stop it. Isabella, a mother finally given a name in the room that had buried her. She came to me because the Carusos still had routes Massimo did not control, my mother said. My brother owed her a favor. I was young, stupid enough to think kindness could outrun men like him. My mouth went dry. You helped her escape. I tried. The words cracked. She had Rafael with her. He was 6 weeks old. She planned to disappear through Naples, then Spain, then somewhere Massimo would never think to look, because rich men always think women run toward comfort. Isabella was willing to run toward nothing if it meant her son breathed freely. Rafael looked away, only for a second. but I saw it. My chest hurt. What happened? He asked. My mother's lips trembled. Someone betrayed the root. Silence. The whole room seemed to lean toward her. We were intercepted before dawn outside a safe house near Palermo. Men died. Isabella was taken. I tried to keep the baby hidden, but Massimo found us before sunrise. Rafael's hand closed slowly at his side. I wanted to reach for him. I did not know if I had the right. My mother looked at him then, really looked. He gave me two choices. Tell the world Isabella ran without her son and died later in an accident, or watch him wipe out every Caruso who helped her. My father chose survival before I could choose anything else. Your father, I said. My father, she whispered, handed me the lie and told me to swallow it. Rafael's voice was barely audible. And me? My mother's eyes filled. He took you back, raised you as his heir, buried your mother in a story that made her look weak. A muscle jumped in Rafael's jaw. For 1 second, I saw the boy inside the future Don. Not soft, not innocent, just a child who had lived his whole life with a dead mother, whose truth had been stolen before he was old enough to remember her voice. Why were you holding me? He asked. My mother wiped one tear too late. It slipped down her face anyway. Because Isabella handed you to me when she heard the cars. She said if we could not save both of you, save you. The room went so quiet, even the walls seemed ashamed. Rafael did not move. His face was carved from stone, but his eyes had gone somewhere far from us. My throat tightened. The photograph shifted in my mind. Not scandal, not proof of some grotesque blood tie. A woman running, another woman holding her baby, a mother trying to save her son, and my mother, 20 years younger, trapped in the wreckage of a mercy that failed. I looked at her. Why didn't you tell me? She gave a broken laugh. When? When you were 5? 10? When your father was still alive and would have killed to keep the Caruso name clean? When Massimo reappeared with a marriage proposal and your uncle reminded me that old sins never stay buried? My skin went cold. There it is, I whispered. Her face crumpled. The marriage. She closed her eyes. It was never just about peace between the families, was it? No. The word was small. Honest. Too late. Rafael looked at her sharply. My mother opened her eyes again, and the defeat in them was almost unbearable. Massimo knew someone had the old Palermo files. Proof that Caruso men helped Isabella run. Proof that he took his wife back by force before she vanished from the official record. If that came out, both families would bleed. The marriage was supposed to seal the threat. Make us one house before the truth could be used to divide us. My laugh came out hollow. So I was moved into this house because of a secret older than me. Yes. And no one thought I deserved to know. I thought keeping you ignorant kept you safe. I stared at her. For a moment, I saw every version of my mother at once. The woman who had failed to warn me about the press. The woman who told me to survive. The woman who watched me wear Rafael's ring. The woman in the photo clutching a baby that was not hers while danger came down the road. I did not know which version I hated. I did not know which version I loved. That was the cruelty of mothers, maybe. They could wound you from the same hands they once used to keep someone else alive. Rafael's voice cut through my thoughts. Who has the file? My mother looked at him. I don't know. He stepped forward once. I felt the air change. She did too. I don't, she said quickly, but I know who had access to the original route records. Who? Her mouth trembled. Santino Greco. The name hit Rafael like a match to oil. I knew the Grecos only as a shadow around the edges of every whispered conversation. Old money. Older grudges. Men who smiled in churches and bought judges like jewelry. Santino is dead, Rafael said. Yes. Then who? My mother looked at me. Not Rafael. Me. My stomach dropped before she spoke. His son, she whispered. Matteo Greco. The name meant nothing to me. But Rafael's reaction did. His whole body went still. Not shocked, not afraid, recognizing. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked. Rafael did not answer. My mother did. Because Matteo Greco was promised something years ago to keep the Palermo file buried. My mouth dried. What? Her eyes filled again. I hated the answer before she said it. You. The room tilted. I stepped back. Rafael moved toward me, but I lifted a hand. He stopped. Good. I needed the floor to betray me on its own. Me, I repeated. My mother was crying openly now. It was not a formal contract. Not signed. Not sealed. My father made a verbal pledge when you were a child. If the Grecos ever called in the debt, A Caruso daughter would marry into their house. I could not hear for a second. There was a ringing in my head so loud it swallowed the room. Promised. I had been promised to a man whose name I barely knew because before I was old enough to understand danger, older men had used my future as a lock on a coffin. Rafael's voice came low. That is why the Grecos were watching the gala. My mother nodded once. And why the scandal matters, I said, the pieces cutting into place. If I am dirty, I'm less valuable. Unless. I looked at Rafael. He understood at the same time I did. Unless Rafael claims me, I whispered. Then the Grecos can say the D'Amico stole what was promised. My mother covered her mouth. Rafael turned away with a curse so quiet it felt more violent than shouting. The whole plot opened beneath us. The wall clip, the dress, the cameras, the threatened bedroom video. Not just humiliation, leverage. Someone had pushed Rafael into claiming me publicly, then armed the Grecos with proof that his claim broke an old debt. The city was not watching a scandal. It was watching a match being struck between dynasties. I looked at my mother. Did Massimo know about the promise? She hesitated. That was answer enough. Rafael turned back. Did he? Yes, she whispered. His face went cold. Very cold. And did he know when he put Romina under my roof? I don't know. Did he know? My mother flinched. Yes. The word landed like a death sentence. For one awful moment no one moved. Then Rafael walked to the door. Where are you going? I asked. To speak to my father. No, he stopped. I had said the word before thinking, but once it was out, I knew it was right. No, I said again, not without me. His eyes darkened. Romina? I am not staying in another room while men discuss who I was promised to, who claimed me, who owns which debt and which scandal. No. This conversation may become unsafe. I laughed once, bitter and broken. That is adorable, Rafael. You think any room in this house has been safe? His jaw tightened. Then he looked at my torn dress and his jacket over my shoulders. His gaze softened at the edges just enough to hurt. You need to change. I need a weapon. My mother made a small sound. Rafael's eyes locked on mine. For 1 second, the old almost returned, not heat this time, but something just as dangerous. Recognition. He had wanted a quiet girl to protect. Instead, the house had handed him me. Fine, he said. Then he opened a drawer, took out a small black pistol, checked it with practiced ease, and set it on the desk between us. My mother gasped. Rafael. He ignored her. His eyes stayed on me. Do you know how to use one? My throat went dry. No. Then the weapon is not for your hand. He reached back into the drawer and took out something else. A phone, older model, plain black, no case. What is that? A clean line, untracked by anyone in this house. He handed it to me. I took it carefully. This is your weapon tonight, he said. You call the number already saved if anyone separates you from me. You record anything that matters. You do not let anyone take it. Not my father, not your mother, not me. My fingers tightened around the phone. Not me. The words lodged deep. He was giving me something he could not control. My mother looked between us with a grief I did not have time to understand. Romina, she whispered. I am sorry. I looked at her. There were so many things I wanted to say. Cruel things, childish things, true things. Instead, I asked the only question that mattered. Did you ever promise me willingly? Her face collapsed. No. The answer hurt less than I expected. Maybe because I believed her. Maybe because believing her did not absolve her. Rafael stepped toward the door again. This time I followed. We made it 3 steps into the hallway before the house erupted. A shout from downstairs. A crash. Then the sharp, unmistakable sound of a gunshot. My mother screamed. Rafael grabbed me and pulled me behind him, his body becoming a wall so fast I barely had time to breathe. Another shot. Then voices. Running feet. The gala was no longer pretending. Rafael's hand found mine without looking. Not romantic. Not soft. A command made of skin. Stay close. For once, I obeyed. We reached the top of the staircase as chaos exploded below. Guests fleeing, guards drawing weapons, women screaming, men shouting orders over one another. At the center of the foyer, Massimo D'Amico stood with blood on his white shirt. Not his blood. A man lay at his feet, one of the Greco representatives from the gala, dead or close to it. And beside the body, pinned to the marble floor with a silver knife, was a folded paper. Rafael went still. So did I, because even from the staircase I could see the words written across it in dark red ink. A debt was owed, a bride was stolen. At dawn, we collect. My fingers tightened around the clean phone. Rafael looked down at the body, then at the note, then at me. And in his eyes I saw the last fragile wall between scandal and war collapse completely. Chapter 10. At dawn, the Grecos did not come with guns first. They came with my name. By 4 a.m, every light in the D'Amico house burned like the mansion itself was afraid of the dark. The gala had been stripped down to its bones. No music, no laughter, no champagne glasses sweating on silver trays, only blood on marble, only guards at every door, only whispers running through corridors like rats. The dead Greco man had been taken away, but the place where his body fell had not been cleaned fast enough. A faint red smear remained near the base of the staircase, half hidden by the reflection of the chandelier above it. I could not stop looking at it. A debt was owed. A bride was stolen. At dawn, we collect. The note had been removed too. That did not matter. It was already written inside my skull. Rafael stood in the foyer below with Massimo, 3 guards, and 2 men I did not know. He had not sat down once. Not when the body was carried out. Not when the house was locked down. Not when my mother tried to speak to him, and he walked past her like speaking would cost him the last of his restraint. He had not let me out of his sight, either. Even now, from the 2nd-floor landing, I felt him tracking me. I stood barefoot in a black dress Lucia had found for me, simple and long-sleeved, with Raphael's jacket still over my shoulders, because he had not asked for it back, and I had not offered. Maybe that was pathetic. Maybe after everything, I should have thrown it at him, thrown the ring after it, and demanded someone open the front doors before the Grecos came, for the prize men had apparently promised, stolen, and renamed before I ever understood the game. But the jacket smelled like him, and I was tired enough to admit that mattered, not because it made me his, because it made me feel less alone in a house full of people who had turned my life into strategy. My mother sat in the parlor with Lucia beside her, white-faced and silent. She had tried to apologize 3 more times. Each apology broke before it reached me. I had not forgiven her. I had not hated her cleanly either. That was the problem. Hate was easier when the person had never tried to save anyone. My mother had tried to save Rafael, and then she had spent 20 years failing me with the same silence. Both could be true. Both were unbearable. A clock struck somewhere deep in the house, 4:30, 90 minutes until dawn. Rafael looked up. Our eyes met across the height of the staircase. There was blood on his cuff, not his. I knew that because I had checked, not with my hands, not by running to him like a frightened bride. I had only looked sharply once when he returned from the foyer after the gunshot. He saw me looking and gave the smallest shake of his head. Not mine. That should not have comforted me. It did. Massimo said something to him. Rafael did not look away from me until Massimo snapped his name. Even then, he turned like a man deciding not to kill the interruption. I came down the stairs before anyone could stop me. Rafael saw me move and his expression changed. Not anger, not surprise, a resigned kind of fear, quickly buried. Good. Let him be afraid. I had been afraid all night. It was his turn. Massimo's gaze cut to me as I reached the last step. You should be upstairs. No. The word barely had volume, but it carried. Several men looked away as if my refusal embarrassed them more than the dead body had. Rafael's mouth tightened. Massimo stared at me. This is not a conversation for you. I laughed softly. It sounded like someone else. I was promised to the Grecos as a child, dragged under your roof as part of a secret truce, filmed against a wall, claimed by your son, threatened with stolen bedroom footage, and now there is a dead man in your foyer with a note calling me a stolen bride. I stepped off the stair. Find a conversation more for me than this one. Silence hit hard. Massimo's eyes narrowed. For once, Rafael did not step in front of me. He stood beside me. The difference mattered. My mother appeared at the parlor doors, one hand pressed to her chest. I did not look at her. Not yet. Massimo's voice cooled. You want the truth? Fine. The Grecos are using the old pledge to justify pressure. They cannot enforce it legally. I stared at him. How comforting. Criminals respecting contract law. One of the guards lowered his eyes. Rafael's lips barely moved. Not a smile, but close enough to make something flicker in my chest at the worst possible time. Massimo did not appreciate my humor. They can enforce it with blood. Whose blood? He did not answer quickly enough. Rafael did. Theirs if they step into this house. Massimo turned on him. This is exactly the arrogance that makes wars expensive. No, Rafael said, voice quiet. Promising girls to wolves is what makes wars inevitable. My breath caught. Massimo's face hardened. For a second, father and son stood across from each other, both made of the same darkness, shaped by different wounds. Then my clean phone vibrated in my hand. Everyone heard it. Rafael's head snapped toward me. I looked down. Unknown number. One message. Come outside before sunrise, Romina. Alone, or we release everything your mother helped bury. My mouth dried. Another message followed. And this time Rafael's mother screams in the file. The heir left the room. I had not spoken the words aloud, but Rafael must have seen them on my face. He took one step toward me. Show me. I held the phone tighter. Not because I wanted to hide it, because every time someone looked at a screen with my life on it, another piece of me became public property. Romina, he said. Softer. Not command. Request. I handed it to him. He read the messages. The change in him was immediate and terrible. Not explosive. Worse. Everything human in his face went behind a door. I thought of his mother, Isabella, running with a baby in the dark. I thought of my mother holding him. I thought of someone having a file where a dead woman screamed before being erased. Rafael handed the phone to Massimo. His voice was almost calm. Who has it? Massimo read the message. For the first time all night, something like age crossed his face. They don't have that file. Rafael looked at him. That was not my question. Massimo's jaw tightened. If it exists, Santino had it. If Santino had it, Matteo may have inherited it. And you let them sit at your table tonight. I let them sit where I could see them. And still a man died in your foyer. Massimo's eyes flashed. Careful. Rafael stepped closer to his father. I had seen dangerous men argue before. This was different. This was blood turning against blood with a dead mother between them. Did you kill her? Rafael asked. The question froze the whole house. My mother made a sound behind me. Massimo went perfectly still. Rafael did not blink. My mother, he said. Did you kill her? For once, Massimo D'Amico looked struck. Not wounded, maybe, but struck. She died because she ran from me, he said. That is not an answer. It is the only one you will get while enemies are at the gate. Rafael's voice dropped. Then after the gate. Massimo held his stare. After, he said. Not a promise, a delay. Rafael accepted it only because dawn was coming. I felt it then, the horrible pull of the message in my phone. Come outside alone. Save the buried truth. Save Rafael's mother's memory. Save my mother from whatever else she had helped hide. It was a trap, but traps worked because they were baited with something real. I looked at Rafael. He was still staring at Massimo, but some part of him had remained with me. I knew it by the way his hand hovered near mine without touching. What happens now? I asked. Massimo answered. You remain inside. Rafael answered at the same time. We draw them out. They looked at each other. I looked at both of them and felt a cold, clear thing settle inside me. No, I said. Rafael turned. No, I am not waiting upstairs while men with old sins decide whether I'm bait or bride. His eyes hardened. You are not bait. Then stop building plans around where to place me. Massimo sighed. Your courage is inconvenient. My obedience has not saved anyone. That shut him up. Rafael looked at me for a long moment. What are you proposing? I swallowed. This was the moment, the stupid moment, the brave moment. The moment every woman in every dark house learns the difference between being protected and being included. I go outside. No, Rafael said instantly. There it is. No, you promised to tell me what happens next. I did not promise to let you walk into a trap. I won't be alone. The message says, the message can rot. My voice sharpened. They want me alone because they think I'm scared enough to leave without telling you. I'm telling you. He stared at me. The anger in his eyes was fear wearing black. I stepped closer, lowering my voice so only he could hear the break beneath it. If that file has your mother in it, you deserve to know. If my mother is tied to it, I deserve to know. And if the Grecos think I'm the easiest door into this house, then open the door and let them find you standing behind me. His jaw tightened until I thought it might crack. You don't understand what I am when I'm afraid for someone. My breath caught, not because the words were soft. They were not. They were a warning, a confession with blood under it. I looked up at him. Then don't make me find out from upstairs. For a moment, the whole foyer disappeared. No, Massimo. No guards, no mother, just Rafael and me standing in the wreckage of every wrong thing that brought us together. His eyes dropped to the ring on my hand, then to my face. You stay within reach, he said. Massimo cursed. Rafael. Within reach. Rafael repeated, ignoring him. If I say move, you move. If I say down, you go down. If I tell you to run, I won't leave you. His face changed. The words had slipped out too quickly, too honestly. Now they stood between us, breathing. Rafael leaned closer, his voice rough enough to cut. Do not say things like that because the night is cruel. I said it because it's true. Something broke in his eyes. Only a little. Only enough for me to see the man under the air. Then he turned away before it could ruin him. The plan took 20 minutes. At 5:10, the first blue light of morning began leaking through the windows. At 5:20, the front doors opened. Cold air entered the house like a warning. I walked out wearing the black dress, Rafael's jacket, and the clean phone tucked against my ribs beneath the fabric. 2 guards moved unseen along the upper balconies. 3 more shifted behind pillars. Massimo remained inside, watching from the shadows like a don who had learned long ago that power did not always need to show its face. Rafael walked beside me. Not ahead, not behind. Beside me. The driveway stretched long and pale under the dying night. The fountain whispered in the center courtyard. Beyond the gates, the city waited, hungry and half asleep. A black car sat just outside the iron bars. One man leaned against it. Tall, dark coat, hands visible. Matteo Greco, I knew before anyone said his name. He did not look like a monster. That bothered me. Monsters should be easier to spot. He was handsome in a cold, polished way, with silver at his temples and a face that looked built for patience. His eyes moved over me with interest, not lust. Ownership, not desire. That was worse. Romina Caruso, he called. You look very alive for a girl everyone keeps burying. Rafael's hand brushed mine, a warning. I lifted my chin. You asked me to come outside. I asked you to come alone. I've had enough of men asking for things they don't deserve. Matteo smiled. Behind me, Rafael went still. Careful, Matteo said. That mouth is going to make you expensive. Rafael moved half a step forward. I caught his wrist. He stopped because I touched him. Matteo noticed. His smile widened. So the footage was not exaggerated. My skin went hot. Not with shame this time, anger. If you came for gossip, you're late. The city already chewed through that. I came for what was promised. I was a child. And now you are not. Rafael's voice cut through the morning. She is mine. The words hit me differently now. Before they had been a claim thrown over me. Now they sounded like a line drawn in blood. Matteo looked at him. Your father stole many things, Rafael. Your mother from herself. My father's leverage. A bride from my house. You are simply continuing the family tradition. Rafael's body became something lethal beside me. I tightened my grip on his wrist. Not to stop him. To remind him I was there. What do you want? I asked. Matteo's eyes returned to me. The marriage pledge honored. No. Then the Palermo file goes public. Your mother's role. Massimo's crimes. Isabella's last hours. The recording of her begging for her son before she disappeared. His gaze slid to Rafael. Would you like to hear your mother scream on every screen in the city? The words struck Rafael so hard I felt it through his wrist. My heart twisted. For 1 second I thought he might kill Matteo right there. Maybe he would have. But I stepped forward first. Rafael caught my hand. Romina? I looked back at him. His eyes were black with warning. I squeezed once. Trust me. I did not know if he understood. Then I faced Matteo again. Release it. The courtyard went silent. Even the fountain seemed to stop. Matteo blinked. Excuse me? Release it. Rafael's hand tightened around mine. I did not look at him. I could not. If I saw what that cost him, I might break. You think that scares me? Matteo asked. Yes, I said, because men like you only keep women's pain in files when silence is worth more than truth. His smile faded. Good. There he was. The real man. I took another step forward, enough that Rafael's grip slid from my hand to my fingers, still holding on. You don't have a bride, I said. You have evidence of crimes. You have a dead woman's terror. You have my mother's guilt. You have Massimo's sins. And you thought all of that could be traded for me like a receipt. Matteo's eyes hardened. I felt Rafael behind me now. Close. Ready. And what are you trading, Romina? Nothing. My voice shook. I let it. I am done paying debts I did not create. The clean phone was recording beneath my jacket. I hoped it caught every word. I hoped it caught Mateo's face when he realized I had stopped playing the role he wrote for me. He looked past me at Rafael. Your woman speaks bravely because she thinks you can keep her alive. Rafael's voice came from behind my shoulder. No, she speaks bravely because you mistook her for something breakable. My throat tightened. Mateo's hand moved toward his coat. Everything happened at once. A shout from the gate. Rafael pulled me back against him and turned, shielding me with his body as gunfire cracked across the courtyard. The sound tore the morning open. I hit the ground beneath him, his arm around my waist, his body over mine, marble biting into my palms. Stay down, he snarled. This time I did. Bullets struck stone. Glass shattered somewhere behind us. Men shouted. Rafael lifted just enough to fire twice over the edge of the planter, then covered me again when return fire slammed into the fountain. His face was inches from mine, focused, ruthless, alive. Are you hit? He demanded. Look at me. I said no. Look at me. I did. His eyes scanned mine, my face, my body, checking for blood even while war split open around us. Then something struck him from behind. Not a bullet? Stone? Shrapnel? He grunted, his body jerking forward. Panic tore through me. Rafael, I'm fine. You're bleeding. I'm fine. Blood darkened his shoulder, spreading across black fabric in a way that made the world tilt. He still kept himself over me, still shielding me, still pretending his body was allowed to be a wall but not wounded. Rage cut through my fear. Move, I said. No. Rafael, move. No. I grabbed his face with both hands. That got through. His eyes locked on mine, furious and startled. You do not get to die on top of me like some tragic hero while telling me to stay down. For one insane second, in the middle of bullets and blood and dawn, his mouth almost curved. There is nothing tragic about me. Then prove it. The next wave of D'Amico guards surged from the side gate. Mateo's car peeled backward, tires screaming. Someone dragged him inside before Rafael could get a clean shot. And then, as suddenly as it began, the gunfire stopped. The courtyard rang with aftermath, shouts, groans, the fountain still running like nothing sacred had happened. Rafael rolled off me, then immediately tried to stand. He made it halfway before his knees buckled. I caught him badly, clumsily, with all the strength I had. Don't you dare, I snapped. His breathing was rough. Romina? No, be quiet. His eyes narrowed. Do not speak to me like... You are bleeding on my dress. I will speak to you however I want. A sound escaped him. It might have been pain. It might have been a laugh. I pressed my hand to his shoulder and he sucked in a sharp breath. That sound broke something inside me. Not desire. Not fear. Something deeper. Something I had been avoiding because naming it would change the shape of every room we stood in. I loved him. God help me. Not safely. Not neatly. Not the way girls loved men in where families were kind and houses did not hide cameras. I loved him in the middle of blood and old lies and dawn. I loved him because he was dangerous and damaged and still stopped when I said wait. I loved him because when the city called me dirty, he looked at me like violation did not get to rename me. I loved him because he put himself between me and bullets without making it feel like I owed him my soul afterward. The realization hit so hard I almost hated him for it. Rafael's hand lifted to my face, leaving a faint smear of blood near my cheek. His expression changed when he saw the tears in my eyes. I'm not dying, he said. You don't get to decide that casually. I decide many things casually. I choked on a laugh that became a sob. His thumb brushed the tear once. Aftercare, some broken part of me thought wildly, was not always after love. Sometimes it was after terror. Sometimes it was a bleeding man touching your face gently while the sun rose over the place someone tried to take you. Massimo's men reached us then, lifting Rafael despite his snarled objections. My mother ran down the steps screaming my name, but I stayed with Rafael, my hand locked around his uninjured one. He did not let go, not when they brought him inside, not when they cut his shirt away in the east sitting room, not when the doctor pressed cloth to the wound and said the bullet had only grazed deep through muscle. Only, as if any part of him bleeding could be small. Rafael sat shirtless on the edge of the table while the doctor cleaned the wound. His face remained cold, but his hand tightened around mine whenever antiseptic hit torn flesh. I looked away once. He squeezed my fingers. Do not faint on me now, he murmured. I glared at him through wet eyes. I told you I don't faint. There she is. The doctor bandaged him tightly and gave instructions Rafael ignored before they were finished. Rest. No strain. No lifting. No violence. Rafael listened like a man being read fairy tales. When the room finally cleared, only the two of us remained. Morning light spilled across the floor. Pale. Merciless. Rafael sat on the table, bandaged and bare from the waist up, his skin marked with old scars I had not known existed. I stood between his knees because he had pulled me there and I had not resisted. His hand rested at my waist. Light. Asking. Always asking now. I touched the edge of the bandage. You scared me. His eyes held mine. Good. My brows snapped together. Good? Now you know how I felt watching you walk toward Matteo Greco. I should have been angry. I was, but love had made my anger strange and tender and unbearable. You can't keep me behind you forever. No, he said, but I can stand beside you with better aim. A laugh slipped out. This one was real, small but real. His face softened by the tiniest degree. Then his hand lifted to my cheek, thumb brushing the place where his blood had marked me. I got blood on you, he said. I covered his hand with mine. You got between me and a bullet. His voice dropped. I will always get between you and a bullet. My heart broke open, not quietly, not politely. I leaned forward and kissed him. He stiffened, then caught my face with his uninjured hand, turning the kiss slower, deeper, careful despite the hunger that moved through both of us. There was no camera now, no stolen angle, no city watching, only morning, only blood, only choice. When I pulled back, his forehead rested against mine. Romina, he whispered. I knew all the warnings inside my name. I answered the only one that mattered. Yes. His eyes closed. Then he kissed me again, and this time the world did not interrupt. The kiss became hands in hair, breath against skin, my palms learning the heat of his shoulders around the bandage, his mouth moving over mine like he had survived dawn, only to find something more dangerous waiting. We did not rush. We could not. His wound forced tenderness where desperation might have taken over. He let me guide the pace. I let him hold me close. Every touch asked. Every answer came in the way I leaned, the way I whispered his name, the way I pressed my face to his throat, when wanting him felt like too much to carry alone. Later, when the morning had brightened and the house outside the room returned to footsteps and urgent voices, I sat beside him on the low sofa, with a blanket over both of us and my head against his uninjured shoulder. His hand moved slowly over my hair, again and again, not softening, soothing, aftercare in the ruins. Are you hurt? He asked for the 5th time. No. Are you lying? Yes, but not about my body. His hand stilled. I felt his mouth touch my hair. Not a kiss meant to stir anything, a promise. The clean phone buzzed on the floor where it had fallen from my jacket. I reached for it before Rafael could stop me. A new message waited. Not from Matteo, from the recording app. Upload complete. My breath caught. Rafael looked at the screen. The entire Dawn exchange had already backed up to the private cloud he set. Matteo's threats, the file, the bride debt, everything. Before either of us could speak, another message arrived. Unknown number. You recorded the wrong man, dirty bride. Ask Rafael who really ordered the first camera. My blood turned cold. Rafael went still beside me. I looked up at him slowly. His face had changed, not with confusion, with recognition. And my heart, still tender from loving him, learned how fast tenderness could become fear. Rafael, I whispered. He closed his eyes once, just once, then opened them, and I knew before he said anything that the next truth would hurt worse than the last. Chapter 11. Rafael knew. That was the first thing my heart understood. Not the message, not the accusation, not the ugly little phrase burning on the screen like a brand. Ask Rafael who really ordered the first camera. My heart understood his face, the way his eyes closed once, the way his body went still beside me, not with confusion, but with recognition, the way silence stepped between us wearing his name. I sat on the low sofa with the blanket still pulled over my knees, his warmth still pressed along my side, his blood still dried in a faint smear near my cheek. Minutes ago, I had kissed him because he lived. Minutes ago, I had loved him so violently it frightened me. Now the clean phone shook in my hand, and the room tilted around one terrible truth. He knew what the message meant. Rafael, I whispered. He opened his eyes, dark, exhausted, wounded, guilty. That last one ruined me. Guilt sat on his face like a confession that had not found words yet. My hand tightened around the phone. Tell me they're lying. His jaw moved once. No sound came out. The wound beneath his bandage had bled through a little at the edge, a thin line of red creeping into white gauze. I saw it. Some stupid, loyal part of me wanted to press my hand there, to stop it, to tell him not to move. The rest of me turned cold. "Tell me," I said again, and my voice sharpened until it no longer sounded like the woman who had been leaning into him 5 minutes ago. "Tell me they're lying." He looked at the phone in my hand, then at me. "They're not." The room went silent. Not quiet. Silent. The kind of silence that comes after a body hits water and does not rise. I stood too fast. The blanket fell to the floor. Rafael reached for me on instinct, then stopped himself before his fingers touched my wrist. Good. If he had touched me, I might have shattered. "What does that mean?" I asked. He pushed himself upright, jaw tightening against pain. "Romina." "No." I stepped back. "Do not start with my name." "Everybody starts with my name when they're about to cut me open." His face tightened. "Good. Let him hurt. Tell me what first camera means." He dragged a slow breath through his teeth. His hand pressed briefly to his bandaged shoulder, then fell away like he refused to let pain buy him sympathy. "The hallway footage," he said. My stomach dropped. The wall, his hand near my throat, my back pinned. My face turned up toward him in anger and something worse. The clip that started everything. The clip that made the city look at me like Scandal had a body, and mine had volunteered. My voice came out low. "You ordered that?" "I ordered additional surveillance in the East Wing after you moved in." The words did not land all at once. They came apart in pieces. Ordered. Additional. Surveillance. After you moved in. I stared at him. He looked back, unflinching, which somehow made it worse. "You had me watched." His mouth tightened. "I had the wing watched." "Do not insult me with grammar." A flash of pain crossed his face. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I laughed once, but it broke halfway through. All this time you stood in front of doors and threatened men for looking at me, and you were the first one to put a lens on me. That is not what happened. Then explain it before I start believing every ugly thing my fear is telling me. He stood, too quickly. His face went pale, but he stayed on his feet, stubborn, bleeding, damaged, still trying to look like the strongest thing in the room. I hated him for that too. "I did not place a camera in my bedroom," he said. "I did not leak the clip. I did not authorize anyone to record you in private." "But the hallway camera was yours." His silence answered before he did. "Yes." The word was soft. It split me anyway. My fingers went numb around the phone. "Why?" He looked away. Only for a second. Long enough. I felt the old version of him in that pause. The cold heir who thought I was a complication. The man who looked at me like I had walked into his house carrying poison under my tongue. The man who wanted the merger least. "Why?" I repeated. His eyes came back to mine. "Because I did not trust you." I should have expected that. I should have, but some truths still hurt even when they are obvious. "You didn't trust me," I said. "No." "So you watched me." "I watched access points." "You watched me." His voice lowered. "Yes, there it was. No pretty wrapping, no excuse soft enough to survive." "Yes." A camera because he did not trust me. A clip because someone else found it. A scandal because the first violation had been made possible by the man who later held me while I shook from the second. I backed toward the window. Morning light poured through the glass, pale and almost gentle, cruel in how normal it looked. Outside, the courtyard still carried bullet marks. Inside, Rafael's blood darkened the bandage beneath his torn-open shirt. Everything in this house bled and called it strategy. "You let me think the first stolen thing was from someone else," I said. "It was. But the chance to steal it came from you." His face tightened. "Yes." That honesty was not mercy. It was a blade that refused to lie about being sharp. My throat burned. I had spoken to the city. I had said my fear was not content. I had said my choices were not theirs to slow down, screenshot, or rename. And the first frame had existed because Rafael D'Amico wanted eyes in the hall where I lived. "How many?" I asked, his brows pulled together. "How many cameras? Romina, how many?" His jaw flexed. 3 in the East Hall, 1 near the stair, 1 covering the service entrance, 1 near the sitting room. "Audio?" "No. At least there's honor among voyeurs." He flinched. "Good." Let the words bruise. Let him feel one small piece of what it meant to stand on the other side of being watched. His voice roughened. "They were security cameras. They became a weapon. I know. You keep saying that." My vision blurred. I blinked hard. You always know after the damage is already inside me. The door opened before he could answer. Massimo walked in without knocking because men like him believed doors were suggestions for other people. He stopped when he saw us. The fallen blanket. Me by the window. Rafael standing shirtless and bleeding near the sofa. The clean phone in my hand. Massimo's eyes narrowed. What happened? I lifted the phone. Another message. Rafael's voice was low. It says to ask me who ordered the first camera. Massimo's expression did not change. Not enough. But his silence was a second too heavy. My stomach turned. I looked at him. You knew. Massimo looked at Rafael, not me. You should sit before you tear the wound open. I laughed. It came out ugly. His wound matters. Mine is inconvenient. Massimo's eyes shifted to me then, cold and assessing. Your wound is being used because you keep bleeding in public. Rafael moved. In pain, wounded, barely bandaged, he still moved toward his father, like violence had muscle memory. Say another word to her like that, he said softly. Massimo's face hardened. You are half conscious and thinking with guilt. No, Rafael said. I am thinking with clarity for the first time in this house. The words hit Massimo in a place he did not show. I looked between them. Father and son. Don and heir. The man who buried Rafael's mother. The man who watched me because he feared betrayal. Both of them built by power. Both of them convinced the world was safest when controlled, and me standing there, a woman shaped into evidence by both their hands. Did you order him to put cameras in the East Wing? I asked Massimo. No, Rafael turned his head sharply. Do not, Massimo ignored him. He ordered them himself. Rafael's face went tight. There it was. Another truth. Another piece of him not forced by his father. Chosen. My chest hurt so badly I had to press my free hand against it. Massimo continued, because cruelty had always been comfortable in his mouth. My son believed you were a weakness placed under our roof by your mother's family. He was not wrong to be cautious. Rafael's voice cracked like a whip. Enough. No, I said. Both men looked at me. I stepped away from the window, the clean phone gripped in my hand like the weapon Rafael had told me it was. Let him finish. I want to hear how men explain fear when they are the ones holding the keys. Massimo's gaze settled on me. For once, I did not look away. He nodded slightly, almost approving. That made me want to scream. You entered this house under a merger neither side trusted, he said. You were the daughter of Sofia Caruso, whose old secrets could destroy us. You were a possible Greco claim, though you did not know it. You were also young, visible, and angry. Angry people are easy to use. And watched people are easy to ruin, I said. Yes. The bluntness stole my breath, not because it surprised me, because he said it like a fact from a ledger. Yes, he repeated. That is what our enemies did. They found a security feed and turned your proximity to Rafael into a spectacle. That is why cameras are controlled. That is why access is limited. That is why sentiment kills. Rafael's hand closed into a fist. I looked at him. Sentiment kills. Was that what I had been? Sentiment? A mistake? A girl he watched until suspicion turned into want, and want turned into a ring? My voice dropped. Who accessed the hallway feed? Massimo said nothing. Rafael did. Lorenzo. I went still. His badge? Not only his badge. Rafael's eyes stayed on mine. His credentials accessed the archive. He pulled the clip and exported it under a maintenance account. My pulse kicked. You know this now? Yes. When did you know? His silence came again. Small. Deadly. Rafael. His face looked carved from pain. After the bedroom cameras were found, I stared at him. Chapter by chapter, moment by moment, he had stood beside me while holding back one more piece of the truth. You knew Lorenzo accessed the first clip, I said slowly, before the Grecos came at dawn? Yes. And you didn't tell me. I had no proof he leaked it. Again with grammar. His mouth tightened. I did not want to bury you under another betrayal before I knew which blade belonged to which hand. You do not get to decide how many betrayals I can survive in one night. The words tore out of me before I could polish them. Good. Let them be raw. Rafael took them like he deserved each one. Massimo looked between us and sighed with irritation. This emotional dissection can wait. I turned on him. No, it can't. His brows lifted slightly. I stepped closer. Because every war in this house seems to begin with someone deciding a woman's pain can wait. My mother's voice came from the doorway. She's right. I froze. Sophia stood there in the same clothes from the night before, Her hair loosened, her face pale but no longer collapsed. Something had changed in her. Maybe guilt had finally burned through fear. Maybe hearing Massimo discuss me like a useful wound had reached the last part of her that still belonged to me. Massimo's gaze hardened. Sophia. She walked into the room anyway. Not fast, not dramatic, but every step felt like she was crossing a line that had ruled her for decades. My pain waited, she said. Isabella's pain waited. Romina's pain waited, and every time we waited, men found a way to make the silence profitable. Massimo stared at her. Rafael went still. My throat tightened despite myself. My mother looked at me then, and for once she did not ask forgiveness. She offered ammunition. Lorenzo did not act alone, she said. The room changed. Rafael's eyes sharpened. What do you know? Sophia looked at Massimo. Your nephew came to me 3 weeks before the wedding. Massimo's face went flat. You never said this. No, she said, I was afraid. Of Lorenzo? Of what he knew. Her voice trembled, but she did not stop. He showed me a page from the Palermo file. Not the whole thing. Just enough. He said if I did not help him destabilize the merger, he would release my part in Isabella's escape and the old Greco pledge. My breath caught. Rafael's voice was deadly quiet. Help him how? My mother swallowed. He wanted information on Romina's routines. Her room, her staff, her relationship with me. I stared at her. Something inside me cracked open all over again. You gave him that? Her eyes filled instantly. Not everything. That is not no. She flinched like I had struck her. Good. Maybe I wanted everyone bruised before this was over. I told him Lucia handled your dresses, she whispered. I told him which room you were using for the gala. I thought he meant to embarrass Massimo. I thought he meant to create pressure, not... Not what? My voice rose. Not cut my dress? Not hide notes against my skin? Not put cameras in Rafael's bedroom? Not... Where was the line supposed to be, Mama? Which part of my humiliation did you think was acceptable? She covered her mouth. No answer. There never was when mothers realized fear had made them feed their daughters to the fire 1 spoonful at a time. Rafael took a step toward me. I stepped back from him too. His face tightened. Yes, him too. All of them. Everyone who loved me, feared for me, wanted me, used me, protected me, lied to me. All of them had touched the cage. Massimo's voice dropped. Sophia, you are telling me you allowed Lorenzo access to my household operations. My mother looked at him. I am telling you your household was already rotten. His eyes flashed. For 1 second, I thought he would hurt her. Rafael stepped between them. Not in front of me this time. In front of her. That broke something in my mother's face. She looked at him like she saw the baby from the photo and the man with the gunshot wound at the same time. Lorenzo has been speaking with Matteo, she said quickly. I heard him on the terrace 2 nights ago. He said Rafael would claim Romina if pushed hard enough. He said once Rafael did, the Grecos could call the debt and force a war Massimo could not avoid. Rafael's jaw tightened. Massimo went very still. My mind raced through the pieces. Lorenzo's warning, his badge, the first clip, the dress, the bedroom cameras, the Greco note, the shooting, all of it to force Rafael into the one act that gave the Grecos a banner to march under. A stolen bride. Me. I was the match. But Lorenzo had struck it inside his own house. Why? I whispered. Rafael answered, eyes still on Massimo. Because if war weakens my father and discredits me, Lorenzo becomes useful. Massimo's expression turned murderous. He wants succession. He wants the house, Rafael said. And he used her to start the fire. Her. Me. I felt suddenly violently tired, the kind of tired that does not ask for sleep, the kind that asks for escape. I looked at Rafael. Did you ever see me as anything but a risk? His eyes cut to mine. Everything else in the room blurred. Massimo, my mother, Lorenzo, the Grecos. All of it faded behind one question I hated needing answered. Rafael took a breath. Yes, I almost laughed. When? His voice lowered. Too late. That answer hurt worse than a lie would have. He stepped toward me carefully. I did not move this time. I saw you as a risk first, he said. Then as a temptation. Then as a problem I wanted too much. Then as a woman I had already wronged before I understood why it mattered. My eyes burned. Do not make this beautiful. I'm not. You are. No. His face twisted with pain, physical and otherwise. Beautiful would be telling you I watched the hall because I knew danger was coming. Beautiful would be pretending I was protecting you from the beginning. I wasn't. I was protecting my house from you. The truth hit clean. Ugly. Necessary. My tears slipped before I could stop them. Rafael's voice broke lower. And then you became the only person in it I wanted to protect, more than the house. I closed my eyes, because I believed him. That was the cruelest part. I believed every terrible word, I believed the suspicion, I believed the guilt, I believed the change, and none of believing it made the wound vanish. When I opened my eyes, he was still there, bleeding through his bandage, waiting, not reaching. You should have told me, I whispered. I know. You should have trusted me with the ugly version. I know. I do not know how to love someone who watched me before he saw me. His face went still. There. I had said it, not cleanly, not romantically. But the word lived in the room now. Love. Rafael looked like the bullet had finally found the right place. My mother made a small sound behind us. Massimo looked away first, as if love embarrassed him more than murder. Rafael's voice came rough. Romina. I shook my head. No, do not answer it. Not now. Not because we're scared and bleeding and everyone is watching. His eyes held mine. I saw the answer anyway. That made it worse. I backed toward the door. Rafael's body tensed. Where are you going? To my room. It isn't cleared. I don't care. I do. I laughed through tears. That is the problem, Rafael. You care like a man with keys. His face changed. I turned to my mother. Come with me. She blinked. Me? Yes. I did not know why I said it until I did. Because if she had fed Lorenzo information out of fear, then she would have to help undo the damage with both eyes open. Because I needed to see whether my mother could stand beside me now that it would cost her. Because daughters are foolish enough to test love even after it fails them. She nodded quickly and came to me. Rafael's voice stopped me at the threshold. Take guards. I looked back. He stood in the morning light with his bandaged shoulder, his scarred chest, his brutal face stripped bare by exhaustion and guilt. For the first time, he did not sound like a man issuing a command. He sounded like a man asking to survive the next 10 minutes of not knowing where I was. I hated that I understood. Outside the door, I said, not inside. He nodded. And the cameras? His throat moved, disabled. All of them? Yes. I held his gaze. Do not make me regret believing that. He flinched. Then he nodded again. My mother and I left the room. 2 guards followed at a distance. No one spoke as we climbed the stairs. The house felt different now, as if it knew its secrets had started spilling and there was no mopping them back into the walls. In my room, Lucia was waiting. She rose the second she saw me, eyes red but steady. Signorina? I almost broke at the sound of it. Not dirty bride, not stolen bride, not promised, Signorina. A person. I went into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. For 1 minute, I leaned against the sink and let myself shake where no one could see. Then I washed Rafael's blood from my cheek. It took longer than it should have. When I came out, my mother stood near the bed, wringing her hands like a woman at the edge of a confession she had not finished making. I looked at her in the mirror. What else? Her eyes filled. Romina. What else? She swallowed. Then she reached into the bodice of her dress and pulled out a folded piece of paper wrapped in plastic. My blood went cold. What is that? The page Lorenzo showed me. I stared at her. You kept it? I stole it from him when he thought he had frightened me enough. For the first time all night, something almost like respect moved through my anger. Almost. She held it out. I took it carefully. The paper was old, creased, stained near one corner. A copy, not the original. Names. Dates. A route. Palermo, Isabella D'Amico, Sofia Caruso, Santino Greco, and beneath those another name I did not recognize. I frowned. Who is Marcello Vieri? My mother's face went white, not pale, white. Mama. She took 1 step back. Lucia crossed herself again. What? I demanded. My mother's lips parted, but no sound came. The clean phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out with shaking fingers. Unknown number. A photo appeared. Lorenzo standing beside a dark-haired man in a church corridor. The same man whose name was on the page, Marcello Vieri. Beneath it, a message. Lorenzo did not betray the D'Amico house. He opened the door for the man who founded it. Another message came before I could breathe. Ask Massimo why Rafael's mother ran from his brother, not him. My mother made a broken sound. I looked up slowly. The room tilted. His brother? I whispered. Sophia closed her eyes, and the last secret in the house opened its mouth. Chapter 12. The last secret in the house had my mother's face. Not Massimo's, not Lorenzo's, not Rafael's. Hers. I knew it the moment she closed her eyes and made that broken sound, like the truth had reached inside her and found the one place even fear had not been able to numb. Ask Massimo why Rafael's ran from his brother, not him. The message burned on the clean phone in my hand. His brother. Marcello Vieri. The name on the Palermo page. The man in the photo with Lorenzo. The stranger who was not a stranger at all if my mother's terror meant anything. I looked at Sofia Caruso, my mother, Massimo's new wife, the woman who had helped a young mother run with a baby in the dark. Mama, I said, and hated how small the word still sounded coming out of me. Who is Marcello Vieri? She opened her eyes. Tears stood in them, but they did not fall. Maybe she had run out. Maybe this truth was too old for tears. Massimo's older brother, she whispered. The room seemed to bend. Lucia went inside the dresser. My grip tightened around the phone until the edges bit into my palm. Older brother? I repeated. Massimo has a brother? Had, my mother said. The word came too fast, too practiced. I stepped closer. Had? She looked toward the closed bedroom door as if the walls might punish her for speaking. That is what the world was told. I laughed once. It had no humor in it. The world has been told a lot of things. Her face flinched. Good. I was tired of being gentle with the people who had wrapped my life in lies and called the knots protection. What does he have to do with Rafael's mother? My mother's mouth trembled. Then she said the sentence that changed the shape of everything. Isabella was promised to Marcello first. My breath stopped. Rafael's mother, promised to Massimo's brother. Not wife first, not love story first, promised. That word again. Promised like property, promised like payment, promised like every woman in this house had been handed across a table before she was allowed to become human. Lucia whispered something in Italian under her breath, a prayer maybe. I barely heard it over the blood rushing in my ears. I stared at my mother. And Massimo took her? No. Sofia shook her head quickly. No, it was not that simple. Nothing in this house is ever simple. Say it anyway. She swallowed hard. Marcello was the first heir, not Massimo. He was brilliant, charming when he needed to be, cruel when no one useful was watching. Their father adored him because men like that always mistake cruelty for strength if it wins them territory. My stomach tightened. I thought of Lorenzo smiling at me in the hallway. Be careful tonight, Bella. I thought of charm as a curtain. What happened? Isabella's family arranged the match. She was 16 when the promise was made, 18 when she was brought into D'Amico's circles. Marcello wanted her because everyone wanted her. Beautiful, educated, connected, and because she did not look at him like he was a god. A coldness slid through me. That sounded like a death sentence in this world. She loved Massimo, my mother said softly. I blinked, that I had not expected. My mother looked down at her hands. At least I think she did at first. Massimo was the second son then. Less powerful, less watched, less ruined. The idea of Massimo D'Amico as anything less than monstrous felt impossible, but grief had strange roots. Maybe every monster had once stood at a crossroads and chosen wrong until wrong became his body. Marcello found out, I said. Sofia nodded. He beat a man nearly to death for saying Isabella smiled at Massimo during a dinner. After that, she tried to break the arrangement. Her family refused. Marcello refused. The D'Amicos refused. A promised woman does not get to refuse without making men look weak. Promised woman. I pressed a hand against my stomach. Then why did she marry Massimo? My mother's eyes lifted to mine. Because Massimo killed Marcello. The room went dead. Even the air seemed to stop moving. I stared at her. What? That is the official truth, she said. A brother's duel, a succession blood debt. Marcello attacked Isabella. Massimo challenged him. Marcello died. Massimo became heir. Isabella married him. My pulse thundered. And the unofficial truth? She did not answer. My clean phone buzzed again. I flinched so hard Lucia reached for me, then stopped herself. The message was a video file, no text. Just a thumbnail, a dark church, a woman in a torn white dress, a man's hand clamped around her arm, another man standing at the altar with blood on his shirt. My thumb hovered over the screen. Do not play that, my mother whispered. I looked up. She was trembling. Why? Because once you hear her, you cannot unhear her. My eyes burned. Rafael. The message downstairs had promised his mother screaming in the file, and here it was, maybe, the ghost he had been denied. The truth he deserved, the wound that might destroy him if handed to him wrong. I lowered the phone, Not because I was afraid, because some truths should not be consumed in a bedroom by the wrong eyes while the son of the dead woman sat bleeding downstairs. We take it to Rafael, I said. My mother shook her head. Romina? We take it to Rafael. He is wounded. He has been wounded his whole life. That silenced her. I turned toward the door. Lucia moved with me. I'll come. I looked at her. Her chin trembled, but her eyes were steady. I nodded once. My mother followed behind us, clutching the plastic-wrapped page like it might bite her. The guards outside my room straightened when I opened the door. One glanced at the phone in my hand and immediately looked away. Where is Rafael? I asked. East sitting room, Signorina. Take me. He hesitated. I lifted my chin. Do not make me repeat myself in this house. He moved. Good. The walk downstairs felt longer than it had before. The mansion was quiet now in that awful way a battlefield becomes quiet after the first wave of dead are removed. Men stood at corners. Doors were closed. Somewhere, a woman cried softly, then was hushed. When we reached the east sitting room, I stopped outside the door. For 1 second, I let myself breathe. Then I opened it without knocking. Rafael stood by the fireplace, shirt half-buttoned over his bandage, face pale beneath the rage he refused to admit was pain. Massimo stood near the window with a glass in his hand he had not drunk from. Enzo and 2 guards were near the wall. Rafael's eyes found mine first. They always did now. Even when I did not know whether I could forgive him. Even when I did not know whether loving him had made me brave or stupid. His gaze dropped to the phone in my hand. What happened? I stepped inside. My mother told me who Marcello Vieri is. Massimo went still. Not visibly at first. But the temperature of the room changed around him. Rafael turned his head toward his father. Marcello? The name sounded wrong in his mouth, like a blade found under a pillow. Massimo set the glass down with surgical control. Who sent you that name? The same person who keeps opening graves under my feet, I said. Massimo's eyes cut to my mother behind me. Sophia did not look away this time. Good. Let him see her standing. Rafael took 1 step toward me. Romina. I lifted the phone. There is a video. Massimo's face hardened. Do not play it. Rafael looked at him, slowly. That was all, just a look. But Massimo D'Amico, for the first time since I had entered his house, looked like a man who had found a door he did not want opened. Rafael's voice went low. What is on it? Massimo said nothing. Sophia answered, Your mother. Rafael froze. The room tightened around him. My heart twisted so sharply I almost reached for him. Almost. His eyes came back to mine, and I saw the boy again. Not soft, never soft, but there, buried under suits and blood and discipline. Give it to me, he said. I did not move. Rafael, give it to me. His voice did not rise. It did not need to. Pain can command too. I crossed the room and put the phone in his hand. Our fingers touched, just once. It was enough to ruin my breath. He looked down at the screen. For a second, I thought he would play it right there, standing, wounded, surrounded by men who would watch his mother's terror like intelligence. But he surprised me. He looked at Enzo. Clear the room. Massimo's voice snapped. No. Rafael did not look up. Clear the room. This concerns the family. Rafael lifted his eyes then. No, he said. This concerns my mother. The silence that followed had teeth. Enzo moved first. The other guards followed. Lucia hesitated near me, and I squeezed her hand once before she slipped out. My mother turned to leave too, but Rafael stopped her. Stay. She froze. Massimo's jaw tightened. And him? I asked, glancing at Massimo. Rafael stared at his father. He stays, he said. For now. The door closed. 4 of us remained. Rafael, Massimo, my mother, me, the dead woman's son, the man who married her, the woman who tried to save her, and me, the girl whose life had become the latest receipt for old sins. Rafael pressed play. The video opened in a church. Old footage. Grainy, unsteady, shot from a hidden angle near the side aisle. Candles flickered along stone walls. A young Isabella stood in a torn white dress, breathing hard, hair falling from its pins. She was beautiful in a way that hurt to look at, not polished, not decorative, alive, terrified, furious. A man held her arm. Marcello. I knew before anyone said it. His face was similar to Massimo's in bone structure, but prettier, smoother, crueler around the mouth. He smiled like Lorenzo. My stomach turned. You think my brother can save you? Marcello said in the video. He cannot even save himself. Isabella spat in his face. I gasped softly. Not from shock. From pride. Across the room, Rafael did not move. but his hand around the phone trembled once. Marcello struck Isabella. The sound cracked through the room. Rafael went white. Massimo closed his eyes. My mother began to cry silently. On the screen, Isabella did not fall. She turned her face back, bleeding from the mouth, and smiled with pure hatred. I would rather die, Massimo's wife, than live as yours. Marcello grabbed her throat. Rafael made a sound, not a word, not a growl, a broken animal thing he killed before it fully escaped. I stepped closer before I could stop myself. He did not look at me, but his shoulder shifted toward my presence like his body knew where I was. Then the church doors in the video slammed open. Young Massimo entered with blood on his shirt and a gun in his hand. He looked nothing like the man by the window. He looked wild, afraid. In love. Let her go, young Massimo said. Marcello laughed. You want her? Take her. The camera shook. Movement. Shouting. Isabella screamed, not from fear now, but warning. Marcello pulled a knife. Massimo fired. The shot exploded from the phone speaker. My mother sobbed. On the screen, Marcello fell. Isabella stumbled back, hand over her mouth. Massimo dropped the gun and went to her, but she shoved him away. Do you understand what you have done? She cried. I saved you. You killed him in a church. He would have killed you. And now your father will build a throne out of his body and make me the reason. The video glitched. Then jumped. Another scene. Same church. Later. Isabella kneeling near the altar in the torn dress. Massimo beside her. An older voice off-screen, cold and powerful. You will marry tonight. The story will be simple. Marcello died defending family honor from outside betrayal. Isabella chooses Massimo. The succession remains clean. Isabella shook her head. No. The older voice hardened. Then the Vieri relatives come for blood. Your family dies. His family dies, and Marcello becomes a martyr instead of a stain. Young Massimo looked at Isabella like the world had trapped them both. Isabella, he whispered. She slapped him, hard. The sound echoed. You saved me from your brother, she said. Now save me from you. The video ended. No scream, no death, no final hour, but somehow worse, because it showed the cage being built. Not by one man, by all of them. The room was silent when the screen went dark. Rafael lowered the phone slowly. No one moved. Then he looked at Massimo. Was that the night you married her? Massimo's face was gray. Yes, you told me she married you because she wanted protection. She did. She begged you to save her from you. Massimo flinched. Tiny, but real. Rafael's voice dropped. And you still married her. I was 23, Massimo said, the first crack in his voice I had ever heard. My brother was dead. My father controlled every man in that church. Isabella's family was surrounded. Mine was splitting open. I thought if I took the title, I could keep her alive. Rafael laughed once. It was terrible. Alive. Massimo's eyes sharpened with pain. Yes, alive. Do not speak like you know what choices exist when every door has a corpse behind it. Rafael stepped closer to him. She ran from you. Yes. The admission hit the room like a hammer. Massimo did not look away. She ran because I became the cage, even if I did not build the first bar. My throat tightened. For the first time, Massimo D'Amico sounded like a man who understood exactly what he had done and had spent years choosing power over repentance because repentance could not resurrect anyone. Rafael's voice was almost too quiet. Did you kill her? Massimo's eyes shone. He looked older than he had an hour ago. No. Rafael stared at him. Do not lie to me. I did not kill your mother. Then what happened? Massimo's mouth tightened. She ran with help from Sofia. I found the route too late. Marcello's old loyalists found it first. My mother covered her mouth. Rafael turned toward her. You knew? Sofia shook her head violently. No, I knew the route was betrayed. I did not know by whom. Massimo looked at her. Vieri men remained inside my house after Marcello died. My father hid them, fed them, used them to keep me obedient. Rafael's eyes narrowed. Marcello's loyalists are still alive. Yes. And Lorenzo? Massimo's face hardened again, the dawn returning through the grief. Lorenzo is Vieri blood through his mother. I sucked in a breath. The charm was not an accident. The old rot had found a young face. Rafael turned away, dragging a hand over his mouth. His shoulder had started bleeding through the bandage again. I stepped toward him, then stopped. He noticed. The hurt in his eyes was quick, buried almost instantly. I hated that it still mattered to me. Massimo looked at me then. Not as furniture, not as a liability, as a person standing in the wreckage of his house with the same kind of cage closing around her. Romina, he said quietly. I knew of the Greco pledge. I knew your mother's past. I thought marrying Sophia would bury both. I did not know Lorenzo had aligned with Vieri loyalists until tonight. I held his gaze. You still brought me here. Yes. No excuse. No decoration. Yes, he said again, and my house harmed you. The apology did not come. Men like Massimo probably choked on the shape of it, but the acknowledgement landed anyway. Rafael looked at his father with a coldness that made me ache. What now? Massimo straightened. Now we stop pretending this is only Greco. Matteo wants leverage. Lorenzo wants succession. The Vieri faction wants resurrection through chaos. And Romina? Rafael asked. Massimo looked at me. I lifted my chin before he could answer wrong. She chooses, Rafael said. The room went still. Massimo stared at his son. My mother stared at him too. So did I. Rafael's face was pale with pain, jaw tight, eyes shadowed from too many buried truths. But he stood there and did the one thing none of them had done at the beginning. He handed me back to myself. She chooses what happens to her, he said. Not the Grecos, not Lorenzo, not you, not me. My heart broke a little, not cleanly, not enough to forgive everything, but enough to feel the fracture become something that might heal crooked instead of staying open forever. Massimo's mouth tightened, then he nodded once. Then choose carefully. I looked at the phone in Rafael's hand, the video, the proof, the ugly beginning of his mother's cage. Then I thought of my own videos, the wall, the desk, my statement, Matteo, at dawn, every clip used as a weapon because men trusted silence more than women's voices. I knew what I wanted. We release it. My mother gasped. Romina. Massimo's expression turned hard. No. Rafael looked at me for a long moment. He understood. The church video? He asked. Yes, not alone, with everything. My statement, Matteo's threat, the dawn recording, the proof Lorenzo accessed the hall feed, the proof of the bedroom cameras, the Greco pledge, all of it. Massimo's voice was ice. That will ignite every family in the city. I looked at him. They are already holding matches. This is not some speech to a gossip account. This is war. No, I said. This is the part before war where everyone decides whether the lie is still profitable. Massimo stared at me. Rafael's eyes burned into mine. I stepped closer to the center of the room, my voice shaking but clear. I am tired of being used because everyone knows only pieces. Release all the pieces, make it too big to twist around one woman's body, make it about surveillance, old pledges, succession fraud, Vieri loyalists, Greco extortion, Lorenzo's betrayal, make every man who thought he could privately own one piece of this panic because now the city sees the whole table. Massimo said nothing. For once, maybe, he was listening. My mother whispered, "It will expose me too." I looked at her. Yes, she flinched, then slowly, painfully she nodded. I deserve that. The words pierced me. I did not forgive her, not yet, but I stepped closer and took the Palermo page from her trembling hand. You will stand beside me when it happens. Her eyes filled again. Yes, Rafael's voice came low. And me. I turned to him. There he was. The man who watched me before he saw me, the man who claimed me because the world was sharpening its knives, the man who bled over me at dawn, the man I loved, the man I did not yet know how to forgive. You will tell the truth about the cameras you ordered, I said. His face tightened. Yes. No excuses. Yes. No turning it into protection. His eyes held mine. It wasn't protection. Not then. Not then. The honesty hurt less this time. Maybe because it came faster. I nodded. And after that, he asked, my throat tightened. After that, we survive what it costs. Something moved across his face. Not relief. He did not deserve relief yet, but commitment. A vow accepting punishment before asking for absolution. Massimo made one phone call, then another. Within 30 minutes, the D'Amico communications machine turned itself inside out. Enzo brought laptops. Lucia returned with coffee. No one drank. My mother sat beside me and wrote her statement by hand because her fingers shook too badly for the keyboard. Rafael stood across the room recording his portion. No script, no polish, no softness. My name is Rafael D'Amico. I ordered surveillance added to the East Wing after the Caruso merger because I believed Romina Caruso might be used against my house. The hallway footage that was later stolen existed because of my decision. I did not leak it. I did not authorize its use. But I created the opening. That was mine. He paused. His eyes found me behind the camera. I saw a threat before I saw a woman. That failure hurt her. I will answer for it. My breath shook. He did not look away. By noon, the full package dropped, not as rumor, not as apology, as war evidence. The city went silent for 13 minutes, then it exploded. Gossip, accounts deleted captions. Syndicate watchers started naming Lorenzo. Greco allies denied the pledge. D'Amico loyalists circulated the Vieri connection. Women in comment threads began repeating my line from the night before. Rage has a voice. By sunset, Lorenzo was found. Not outside the city, not with Matteo. Inside the old chapel on the D'Amico grounds, kneeling beneath a statue with Marcello Vieri's ring on his finger. Rafael wanted to go alone. I said no. This time, he did not argue. The chapel smelled of dust, incense, and old blood pretending to be history. Lorenzo stood when we entered, flanked by 2 guards with guns trained on him. He smiled when he saw me. Still handsome, still charming, still rotten. "Dirty bride," he said softly. "You should have stayed ashamed." Rafael moved. I caught his wrist. Not to stop him forever, just long enough to step forward myself. Lorenzo's smile sharpened. "Careful, you've caused enough trouble." "No," I said. I revealed it. His eyes flickered. "There, small, but mine. You wanted me silent," I said. "You wanted Rafael guilty. You wanted Massimo weak. You wanted Matteo armed. You wanted Marcello's ghost to climb out of the grave wearing your face." Lorenzo's smile vanished. "Marcello should have been Don. Marcello beat women in churches, and Massimo caged them in houses. Spare me your moral theater." Rafael's wrist flexed beneath my hand. I held on tighter. "Maybe they were both monsters," I said, "but you made one mistake." Lorenzo's eyes narrowed. I stepped closer. "You thought because monsters built the house, every woman inside it would stay afraid of the doors." For the first time he looked at me with hate stripped clean. Not amusement, not desire. Hate. Good. I wanted to be seen correctly by at least one enemy. Rafael's voice came behind me. "Take him." The guards seized Lorenzo. He fought then. Not gracefully, not elegantly. He cursed Rafael, cursed Massimo, cursed my mother, cursed me most of all. As they dragged him past, he hissed, "The Grecos will still come for you." I looked at him. "Let them." His face twisted. Then he was gone. The chapel doors shut behind him. Silence fell. I realized I was still holding Rafael's wrist. I let go. His hand caught mine before it dropped, lightly, giving me time to pull away. I did not. The sun had gone down outside the stained glass windows, painting the chapel floor in red and gold. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then Rafael said, "I love you." My breath stopped. He did not make it soft. He did not make it pretty. He said it like a confession under oath. "I loved you before I deserved to," he continued. "I loved you while still thinking I could protect you without being honest. I loved you badly first. I am trying to learn how to love you without making a cage and calling it safety." My eyes burned. I turned toward him. His bandage showed beneath his shirt. His face was bruised by exhaustion. His eyes were raw in a way I did not know men like him could survive showing. "I don't forgive you completely," I whispered. "I know. I may be angry for a long time. I know. I love you too, and I hate that it doesn't make the hurt disappear." His hand tightened around mine. "No," he said. "It means I stay while it heals." A tear slipped down my cheek. He did not wipe it until I nodded. Only then did his thumb touch my skin, gentle enough to break me. I stepped into him carefully, mindful of his wound. His arms came around me, one firm, one cautious. He held me like I was not fragile, but precious, and there was a difference that made my knees weak. Our mouths met in the dim chapel with ghosts around us, and war outside waiting for its invitation. It was not frantic this time. It was not stolen. It was not a clip without sound. It was slow enough to choose. His lips moved over mine with a restraint that trembled. My hands slid carefully up his chest, stopping before the bandage, feeling his heartbeat beneath my palm. He kissed the corner of my mouth, my cheek, the tear track there, and then rested his forehead against mine as if wanting me was easier than forgiving himself for it. "Tell me to stop if you need space," he whispered. I closed my eyes. That question. Again. Still, after everything, especially after everything. "Don't stop holding me." His breath shook, so he held me, not tighter than I wanted, not possessive for the room, just enough. Enough for my body to believe the danger had passed for this 1 minute. Enough for the girl who had been watched, named, promised, and used to stand inside a man's arms and not feel stolen. Later, in the quiet of my room, he sat on the edge of the bed while I changed behind the screen. The guards stayed outside. The cameras remained disabled. Lucia had checked every corner herself, then hugged me so hard I almost cried again. When I came out in a robe, Rafael stood. "I can leave," he said. I looked at the door, then at him. "Sit." He sat. Obediently. That almost made me smile. Almost. I crossed to him and touched the fresh bandage Lucia had insisted the doctor redo. "You need rest. So do you. I'm not the one who got shot. Grazed." I glared. His mouth softened. "Shot. Thank you." He caught my hand and pressed his lips to my knuckles. Not dramatic, not claiming, just warm. "I will sleep in the chair," he said, "or outside the door." I looked at him for a long moment. Then I pulled back the blanket on the far side of the bed. "On top of the covers," I said. His eyes darkened with emotion. "Not heat. All right. And if you bleed on my sheets, I'm blaming you." A faint smile touched his mouth. "Fair." We lay there with space between us at first. Then my hand found his in the dark. He did not move closer until I tugged once. Only then did he shift carefully, his uninjured arm sliding around me. My back rested against his chest, his breath warm against my hair. No hunger now, no rush, just the long, trembling quiet after too much truth. Aftercare, after the whole world had touched the wound. "Are you safe?" he whispered. I thought about lying, then didn't. "Not yet." His arm tightened slightly. "But I'm here," I said. His lips brushed my hair. "So am I." Outside, the city feasted on the truth. The Grecos prepared their answer. Massimo's house sealed its broken doors. My mother waited downstairs with her own ghosts. And Rafael held me like a man who finally understood that love was not possession. It was witness. It was truth. It was staying after the cage opened and letting the woman decide whether to reach back. Just before sleep took me, my clean phone buzzed once on the bedside table. Rafael felt me tense. He reached for it, then stopped himself. My choice. I picked it up. Unknown number. One message. "Matteo Greco requests a meeting at midnight. He says the bride may bring her voice, or he will bring the war." I stared at the screen. Then I laughed softly into the dark. Rafael's arm tightened. "Romina?" I turned in his arms and looked at him. For the first time since this began, I was not ashamed. I was not silent. I was not waiting to be claimed. "Tell him," I whispered. "The bride is done being brought anywhere." Rafael's eyes met mine, and in the dark, beside the man who had hurt me, saved me, loved me, and finally told the truth, I felt the next war open its mouth. This time, I opened mine first. Chapter 13. At midnight, I did not go to Matteo Greco. I made him come to me. That was the first rule I wrote with my own hand on a clean sheet of paper, while Rafael sat across from me in the dim blue light of my bedroom, wounded, silent, and watching me like I had become the most dangerous thing in his father's house. Not fragile, not ruined, dangerous. I liked that better. The message still glowed on the clean phone beside my elbow. "Matteo Greco requests a meeting at midnight. He says the bride may bring her voice, or he will bring the war. The bride. Always the bride. Promised bride. Stolen bride. Dirty bride. D'Amico bride. Greco bride." No one ever asked whether I wanted the title. They just kept tying it around my throat and pulling from opposite sides. So I picked up the pen, pressed the tip hard enough against the paper to nearly tear it, and wrote the only answer that made sense. "The bride does not report to men who threaten her." Rafael's eyes dropped to the line. Something moved across his face. Pride, maybe. Fear, definitely. He sat in the chair near the window, one arm resting across his stomach, his bandaged shoulder hidden beneath a black shirt he had no business wearing so soon after being shot. The doctor had ordered rest. Rafael had interpreted rest as sitting still while plotting murder. Progress, I supposed. "You're smiling," I said. His gaze lifted to mine. "No, I'm not. You almost did. I'm wounded. Perhaps you're seeing things. I'm traumatized, not blind." His mouth softened at the corner before he killed it. That tiny, almost smile did terrible things to my chest. I looked back down before my face betrayed me. Love was inconvenient that way. It kept surviving where anger had perfectly good reasons to smother it. I was still angry at him. That did not disappear because he had bled for me. That did not vanish because he had told the truth. I kept seeing the hallway camera in my mind, not the lens itself, but the decision behind it. Rafael, cold and suspicious, ordering eyes into the wing where I slept because I was not yet a woman to him. I was a possible threat, a Caruso complication, a piece on the board. And then I remembered him saying, "I saw a threat before I saw a woman." That was the problem with honest wounds. They hurt cleaner. They made it harder to hate the person who admitted where the knife came from. I wrote another line. Meeting location, D'Amico Chapel. Midnight. No cameras except mine. No weapons beyond the outer gate. 3 witnesses each. Matteo comes without Lorenzo's men, or there is no meeting. Rafael leaned forward. Pain flashed across his face before he buried it. 3 witnesses each, he said. Yes. Who are yours? You. My mother. Lucia. His eyes sharpened. Lucia is not a witness for this. She witnessed more than most men in this house. She is not armed. Neither am I. His stare went flat. Do not look at me like that, I said. You're the one who told me a phone was my weapon. And I meant it. I did not mean bring a housemaid into a room with Matteo Greco. Her name is Lucia. I know her name. Then use it like she matters. His jaw tightened. For a moment, the old Rafael flickered in him. The air raised to measure human worth by threat level, utility, bloodline, rank. Then he exhaled slowly. You're right. I blinked. It was still strange hearing him yield without a fight so ugly it left marks. He noticed my surprise. His voice dropped. I am learning. That hurt too. Not badly, just deep. I went back to the paper. Lucia stays behind me. She does not speak unless she wants to, but she stands there. The people who carried out the humiliation should see the people they thought were invisible. Rafael was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. And Sophia? My mother helped hide the first cage. I kept writing because looking at him made my voice less steady. She can help break this one. Rafael's gaze stayed on me. And me? My hand paused. The pen hovered above the paper. You already know why you're there. No, he said softly. Tell me. I looked up. His face was serious, not demanding, not testing, asking. That was worse because it made me want to answer honestly. Because I love you, I said and watched the words hit him. And because I don't trust you completely. Both are true. So you stand where I can see you. His throat moved. No defense, no hurt pride, just acceptance. All right, I hated how much that healed. Just a little. Enough to scare me. I wrote the final line. The bride brings the terms, not her surrender. When I finished, I handed Rafael the paper. He read it twice. Then he took out his phone and sent it exactly as written. No edits, no softened language, no father-approved correction. My words left the room intact. That should not have felt revolutionary. It did. By 11:30, the house had become quiet in that artificial way men create before violence. Guards moved like shadows through the halls. Doors closed without sound. Every window had been checked, every feed disabled in the private wings and rerouted outside under Enzo's supervision. I did not fully trust it. Maybe I never would again. Lucia came to help me dress, but this time she did not bring gold silk or white satin or anything that looked like a sacrifice. She brought black. A high-neck dress with long sleeves, fitted without being revealing, severe enough to make me look less like a bride and more like a verdict. My hair stayed down because I wanted no pins, no borrowed elegance, no version of myself that looked prepared for men to arrange. My mother entered while Lucia fastened the back. Sophia looked older than she had the night before. Not weaker. Older in the way truth ages people once they stop using lies as makeup. She wore navy, plain and modest, with no diamonds except her wedding ring. Massimo's ring. I looked at it. So did she. Then she pulled it off. The sound it made hitting my vanity was tiny, but the room felt it. Lucia froze. I turned slowly. My mother's chin trembled, but she did not pick the ring back up. I will not stand beside you tonight wearing his protection, she said. I wanted to say something graceful, something forgiving, something a daughter would say in a world where mothers did not hand information to men like Lorenzo out of fear. Instead, I whispered, "Good." Her eyes filled, but she nodded like she deserved the smallness of the word. Maybe she did. Maybe we both deserved time before tenderness. At 10 minutes to midnight, Rafael came to escort us. He stopped in the doorway when he saw me. I watched his face carefully. Men had looked at me all my life in ways that sorted me into categories. Useful, pretty, obedient, temptation, shame, prize. Rafael looked at me like he was watching a match strike in the dark and deciding he would rather burn than put it out. You look. He stopped. My brow rose. Careful. His eyes warmed slightly. Unbuyable. I swallowed. Lucia smiled down at the floor. My mother wiped at the corner of her eye. And I, apparently still foolish enough to be touched by one right word from the wrong man, had to look away. Let's go, I said. The chapel waited at the edge of the D'Amico grounds, old stone wrapped in ivy, its stained glass windows dark from the outside. Marcello had once been killed there. Isabella had once been forced into a marriage there. Lorenzo had been found there with a dead man's ring on his finger. Now Matteo Greco would enter it because I told him to. That pleased me. Not enough to erase the fear. Enough to walk. Massimo stood at the chapel doors when we arrived. I had not chosen him as a witness. He knew that. His face gave nothing away, but his eyes moved to Sophia's bare hand and stayed there for one quiet, brutal second. Then he looked at me. Matteo is inside. Already? He agreed to your terms. Rafael's body went still beside me. Massimo noticed. Yes, that concerns me too. Of course it did. Men like Matteo did not yield unless they expected the room itself to become a trap. I held up the clean phone. My recording starts before I enter. Massimo nodded. No argument. That almost frightened me more than resistance. I pressed record. Then I opened the chapel door. Matteo Greco stood near the altar where Isabella had once slapped Massimo and begged not to be saved into another cage. He wore a charcoal suit and no visible weapon. 2 men stood behind him. A woman stood at his left, older, elegant, silver-haired with eyes like winter glass. That surprised me. Matteo smiled when he saw me. Romina Caruso, he said. The bride who writes rules. I stepped inside with Rafael on my right, Sophia and Lucia behind me. The woman, I corrected. Start there. His smile widened slightly. The woman, then. I did not trust his easy concession. My gaze shifted to the silver-haired woman. Who is she? Matteo looked pleased that I asked. My aunt, Valentina Greco. She was present when your grandfather promised you to our house. Sophia made a small sound behind me. Rafael's hand twitched at his side. I kept my eyes on Valentina. Were you proud of that? Valentina's expression did not change. No. That answer cut through the room. Matteo's smile thinned. Interesting. Valentina looked at me like she was not there to help him, or maybe she wanted me to think that. In this world, even kindness wore gloves. I walked down the aisle until we stood several feet apart. No desk, no wall, no man's hand on my throat, no hidden lens deciding what my silence meant. Only me, my phone, my voice, and every ghost watching. You threatened war, I said. Matteo's eyes glinted. I threatened consequence. You threatened a woman with crimes men committed before she was born. You are the living seal on those crimes. No, I said. I'm the person who found the seal and broke it. His jaw tightened. Valentina's mouth softened by a fraction, I continued. The Palermo file is public enough now that killing me, taking me, or forcing a marriage makes you look guilty, desperate, and weak. You may still do it. Men do stupid things when old power starts rotting in daylight. Raphael's presence shifted beside me. I could feel his pride like heat. I did not look at him. This was mine. Matteo folded his hands in front of him. Bold speech. But speeches do not erase debt. I was never debt. Your grandfather disagreed. My grandfather is dead, and yet his promise breathes. I stepped closer. Raphael did not stop me. Good, then hear me kill it, I said. I refuse the Greco claim. I refuse the Caruso pledge. I refuse the D'Amico assumption that claiming me first solved anything. I refuse to be bride, payment, leverage, apology, or settlement. Matteo's eyes darkened. I held his stare. My name is Romina Caruso. I belong to myself first. Anyone who objects can say so into my recording. Silence. Beautiful silence. The kind that does not erase a woman. The kind that finally makes room. Then Valentina Greco laughed softly. Matteo turned his head toward her. Zia. She has more spine than every man who made that pledge. Valentina looked at me. Your grandfather was a pig. My mother's breath caught. Matteo's face hardened. This is not why you came. No, Valentina said. I came because your father was also a pig, and I am tired of pretending inheritance makes rot sacred. The room changed. Matteo's men shifted. Raphael moved slightly closer to me, not in front. Close enough. Valentina reached into her coat. Both Greco men went for their weapons. Raphael drew so fast I barely saw it. Massimo's guards surged from the shadows behind us. The chapel froze with guns half raised and breath-trapped. Valentina looked bored. Then she withdrew a small black drive and held it between 2 fingers. Relax, she said. If I wanted blood, I would have brought younger knees. No one relaxed. Matteo's voice became ice. What are you doing? What your father should have done before dying drunk with lies in his mouth. She looked at me again, the full Palermo file, not Matteo's edited pieces, not Massimo's buried confessions, not Lorenzo's Vieri fantasies. All of it. My heart slammed against my ribs. Rafael's face went still. Massimo stepped out of the shadows near the doors. Valentina. She turned toward him. Massimo. One word. 20 years of hatred. You look old, she said. Massimo's mouth tightened. So do you. Yes, but I did not spend my youth caging women, so I sleep better. Rafael made a rough sound that might have become laughter in another life. Matteo stepped toward his aunt. Give that to me. Valentina looked at him with open contempt. No. His face changed. There it was, not polished, not patient. A man watching power slip from his hand. You forget yourself, he said. I remember myself. She held the drive out to me. Take it, girl. Rafael's voice was low. Romina, a warning. I knew. It could be fake, poison, a tracker, a trap dressed as salvation. But every truth in this house had arrived dirty. That did not make it useless. I stepped forward. Matteo moved at the same time. Rafael caught him before he reached me. Not with a gunshot, with his body. Wounded shoulder and all, he slammed Matteo back against the end of a pew, forearm across his chest, pistol under his jaw. The chapel erupted in raised weapons. Rafael, I snapped. He did not look at me. His voice was deathly soft. Give her space. Matteo's eyes burned. You can barely stand. And yet here you are, held. God help me, that should not have made my stomach dip. It did. I hated myself for the timing. Valentina placed the drive in my palm while every gun in the chapel waited for someone foolish to breathe wrong. The plastic was warm from her hand. Small. Ordinary. Heavy as a body. What is on it? I asked. The final recording from the night Isabella disappeared, Valentina said. Rafael went rigid. Massimo's face drained. My mother whispered, Madonna? Valentina looked at Rafael then, and for the first time her hard face softened. She did not die that night. The chapel floor vanished beneath me. Rafael released Matteo so suddenly the man nearly stumbled. What? Rafael said. One word. Horse. Raw. Valentina's eyes shone, but no tears fell. Maybe Greco women learned young not to waste water on men. Isabella survived Palermo, she said, for a time. Massimo stepped forward. You told me. I told you what my brother ordered me to tell you after your men failed and his men succeeded. Her voice sharpened. You thought her dead because Santino Greco wanted you broken but obedient. A grieving Don is reckless. A guilty Don is controllable. Raphael's face had gone white. I reached for him before I remembered I was angry. Before I remembered cameras and lies and wounds. My hand touched his uninjured arm. He did not look at me, but his fingers found mine and held on like the world had opened under him. Where? He asked. Valentina looked down. That was when I knew Mercy was not coming whole. She lived 6 years under another name in Sicily. Hidden, guarded, watched. Santino kept her because she was proof against Massimo and bait against Vieri loyalists. Massimo's voice broke. 6 years? Valentina looked at him. Yes. Raphael's hand crushed mine, then loosened instantly when he realized. Sorry, he whispered. In the middle of that revelation, he apologized for hurting my fingers. I nearly broke. What happened to her? Raphael asked. Valentina's expression grew older. She died when the safe house burned. Raphael closed his eyes. I felt the impact move through him, silent and catastrophic. 6 years. His mother had lived 6 years after he was told she became a grave. 6 years breathing somewhere with his name probably buried in her throat. 6 years of men trading her survival like currency. Matteo recovered first. Enough. Valentina turned to him. No, enough was 20 years ago. This file belongs to the Grecos. It belongs to the son of the woman your father imprisoned. Matteo's face twisted. You sentimental old fool. He moved before anyone expected it. Not toward me, toward Valentina. A blade flashed from his sleeve. Raphael raised his gun, but his wounded shoulder slowed him by half a breath. Half a breath was enough. I moved without thinking. I slammed into Valentina, knocking her sideways as Matteo's blade sliced through the air where her throat had been. Pain burned across my forearm. Hot. Sharp. Immediate. I gasped. Raphael's roar shook the chapel. Then Matteo hit the floor under him. Hard. The sound of Raphael's fist meeting his face cracked through the church once, twice, before Massimo and 2 guards dragged him off. Alive! Massimo barked. We need him alive! Raphael fought them like he had become something ancient and feral. But I was staring at my arm. Blood welled through the cut in a clean red line. Not deep enough to kill. deep enough to remind every person in that room that men kept missing my throat by inches and calling it politics. Lucia reached me first. She tore the scarf from her own neck and wrapped my arm with shaking hands. "Stay with me," she whispered. "I'm here." Rafael heard my voice. It cut through him better than Massimo's men. He stopped fighting, turned, saw the blood. The look on his face nearly undid me. He crossed the chapel in 3 strides. Pale and shaking with rage, he forced down so violently I saw the cost. "Romina, I'm fine. Do not lie to me. Then stop bleeding through your shirt like a hypocrite." His mouth parted. A broken laugh escaped Valentina behind me. Lucia pressed harder on my arm. I hissed. Rafael's hand hovered near my face, afraid to touch me with Matteo's blood on his knuckles. I lifted my good hand and took his wrist. "It's not deep," I said. His eyes shone with something terrifyingly close to tears. "I saw the knife. So did I. You moved toward it. I moved toward her." Valentina looked at me sharply. I looked back. "You gave me his mother," I said. "I wasn't letting him take you too." The chapel went silent again. Rafael bowed his head until his forehead touched mine. Just once. Not a kiss. Not a claim. A man trying not to fall apart in public. "Thank you," he breathed. Those 2 words entered me softly, then stayed. After that, everything became movement. Matteo was restrained, his men disarmed. Valentina taken under D'Amico protection whether she wanted it or not. The drive placed in Rafael's hand, then mine, then sealed into a case by Enzo, while 3 different phones recorded the chain of custody. No more missing pieces. No more secret files passed through frightened hands. The doctor treated my arm in the sitting room where Rafael had been patched hours earlier. He hovered so close the doctor finally snapped. "Either sit down or bleed somewhere else." I laughed. Rafael did not. He sat because I pointed at the chair. That felt like progress, too. The cut needed bandaging, not stitches. Rafael watched every second like the doctor was performing surgery on his own heart. When it was done, Lucia brought water. My mother held a clean cloth in her hands and looked like she wanted to touch my hair, but did not know if she was allowed. I let her dab the blood from my wrist. Not forgiveness, not yet, but permission. Her fingers trembled. "I am proud of you," she whispered. I closed my eyes. That almost hurt worse than everything else. Rafael walked me back to my room before dawn, again. This time the sky beyond the windows was not blue yet. It was that strange black-gray before morning decides whether to return. He stopped outside my door. "You need sleep," he said. "So do you." "I won't." "I know." His face tightened. The file had changed him. I could see it. The grief had not landed yet. Not fully. It circled above him, waiting for the room to go quiet enough to descend. "Do you want to watch it?" I asked softly. "The final recording?" "Yes." His eyes held mine. "Not alone. My chest ached. Okay." He looked down at my bandaged arm. "I keep failing to keep blood off you. You're not in charge of all the blood in the world." "I want to be." That was Rafael. Terrible. Honest. Impossible. Mine, maybe. Not because he claimed me, because I kept choosing to stand close enough for his truth to touch me. I lifted my bandaged arm slightly. This blood was from my choice. His jaw flexed. "I hate that." "I know. I respect it. I know that too." His eyes softened. Then he leaned in, slowly enough for me to refuse, and kissed my forehead. A careful kiss. A shaking one. Aftercare without aftermath. Comfort without demand. My body leaned toward him before pride could stop it. He wrapped his uninjured arm around me, and I let myself rest there for 3 breaths. Only 3. Then I pulled back. "We watched the file after sunrise," I said. He nodded. "And after that?" he asked. I looked toward the windows, where dawn was beginning to stain the edge of the world. "After that, we decide what truth costs the Grecos." A faint, dangerous light returned to his eyes. "And Matteo?" I thought of his blade, his smile, his belief that every woman in that chapel was either currency or obstacle. My voice went cold. "Matteo wanted the bride to bring her voice," I said. "Now he gets to hear what happens when she uses it in court, in council, and in every room men thought she would never enter." Raphael's mouth almost curved. This time he let it. A real smile. Small. Dark. Devastating. "Remind me never to underestimate you again." I looked at him. "You only get one time." His smile faded into something deeper. "I know." Inside my room, the clean phone buzzed one last time before the sun rose. Unknown number. No threat this time. No insult. Just one sentence. "Isabella left a letter for her son. Valentina does not have it. Massimo does. I opened the door again. Rafael was still standing there. He saw my face. And before I said a word, the grief found him. Chapter 14. The grief found Rafael before the words left my mouth. I watched it happen. 1 second, he stood outside my bedroom door like a wounded guard who had forgotten how to leave. His shirt was buttoned wrong over the fresh bandage. His hair was still damp at the ends from someone forcing him to clean blood out of it. His face carried exhaustion the way other men carried weapons. Then he saw my face, and grief rose in his eyes like something ancient breaking through ice. "What?" he asked. I held the clean phone between us. The message glowed softly in the dim hallway. Isabella left a letter for her son. Valentina does not have it. Massimo does. Rafael did not move. Not at first. The house moved around us instead. A guard shifted near the stair. A floorboard sighed under someone's weight farther down the hall. Somewhere below, a door closed too carefully. The D'Amico mansion was trying to pretend it had not heard another secret wake-up. Rafael looked at the screen for a long time. Too long. Long enough for me to feel the shape of what had been stolen from him. Not just his mother. Not just the truth. Her voice, her hand. A final piece of love kept in a drawer by a man who had already caged her, buried her, renamed her, and raised her son under the weight of silence. When Rafael finally spoke, his voice was so calm it scared me. "Where is he?" I stepped into the hallway before he could turn away from me. "Rafael?" He looked at me. No anger, no heat, no mask, just devastation sharpened into purpose. "Where's my father?" I hated Massimo in that moment, not in the abstract way I had hated him before, as the Don who moved people like property. I hated him personally, as a man, as a keeper of letters, as someone who had let a boy become a weapon while holding proof that his mother had loved him enough to leave words behind. "We go together," I said. Rafael's jaw tightened. "No." The word landed between us and almost made me laugh because even now, after everything, after all his promises to stop holding keys, instinct still rose in him like a dog trained to guard. I lifted my bandaged arm. His eyes dropped to it immediately, guilt flashing through him. "You don't get to know me tonight," I said quietly. "Not after I bled in a chapel for a file about your mother. Not after you asked me not to let you watch it alone. Not now." His throat worked. The guard at the stair looked straight ahead with the desperate focus of a man pretending not to hear a woman teach the heir of the D'Amico house how not to command her. Rafael's eyes came back to mine. "You are hurt. So are you. This is different. It always is when it's your fear." That struck him. Good, I was learning that truth did not need to be cruel to leave a mark. His shoulders lowered a fraction. Not surrender, adjustment. "All right," he said. 2 words. Small. Hard won. I nodded, then walked beside him down the corridor. Not behind him, not tucked under his arm, beside him. The house had changed since the truth drop. Or maybe I had. The portraits looked less like ancestors and more like witnesses who had spent generations learning to keep their painted mouths shut. Chandeliers glittered over marble that had seen too much blood. Every polished surface reflected a version of me I barely recognized. Black dress, loose hair, bandaged arm, no shame. Rafael moved like pain was a debt he intended to pay later. I saw the tension in his jaw each time his shoulder pulled. I saw the slight stiffness in his step. He would rather collapse than admit it. Men in his world thought endurance was strength. Women learned earlier that surviving quietly often only made people ask more of you. "Slow down," I said. He'd argument. That almost hurt more than if he had refused. We found Massimo in his study. Men like him retreated to rooms with desks when the world cracked. They needed wood, leather, locked drawers, and portraits of dead men to remind themselves they still ruled something. He stood behind the desk with a phone in his hand. Enzo was there too, near the window, speaking low into an earpiece until Rafael entered. Then everyone stopped. Massimo looked first at his son, then at me, then at the phone in my hand. A tiredness crossed his face so quickly I might have missed it once. I did not miss much anymore. "Leave us," Rafael said. Enzo looked at Massimo. Massimo nodded. The door closed. 3 of us remained. Rafael did not waste a breath. "Where is the letter?" Massimo went still, not confused, not surprised. My fingers curled around the phone. There it was again. Recognition. Another truth already known by the wrong man. Massimo set his phone on the desk. "Who told you?" Rafael moved so fast I barely saw him cross the room. He slammed one hand on the desk, wounded shoulder jerking from the impact. Pain flashed across his face, but his voice stayed terrifyingly low. "Where is the letter?" Massimo's eyes dropped briefly to Rafael's bandage. "You will tear the wound open." Rafael laughed once. It was not a sound meant for mercy. "You have kept my mother's last words from me, and you think my shoulder is the wound in this room?" Massimo looked away. That was answer enough. The letter existed. My chest tightened, for Rafael, for the boy he had been, for the man he had become. For all the love locked away from him because another man could not bear what it might accuse. "Why?" I asked. Massimo's gaze shifted to me. He looked at me for a long moment, as if deciding whether I had earned the truth or simply become too inconvenient to lie to. "She wrote it before she ran from the Sicilian safe house," he said. Rafael's hand slowly lifted off the desk. Massimo continued, voice hollow. "It came to me months after the fire. No return address, no signature on the envelope, just the letter." "You read it," Rafael said. Massimo's face tightened. "Yes." The word split the air. Rafael's breathing changed. I heard it because I knew him now. Not completely, not safely, but enough. "Give it to me," he said. Massimo did not move. Rafael's eyes darkened. "Do not make me ask again." "It is not what you think." A dangerous silence followed. I stepped closer before Rafael could explode. "Then let him think for himself." Massimo's gaze cut to me. I did not flinch. He looked older tonight, not weaker. Older, like the house was finally demanding rent for all the secrets it had helped him store. "It will not comfort him," Massimo said. "Comfort was never yours to decide," I said. Something in his face hardened. Then, unexpectedly, broke. Not openly, not enough for pity. Just enough to show a crack. "No," he said quietly. "It was not." He walked to the far wall where a painting of some long-dead D'Amico patriarch hung in a gilded frame. He pressed a hidden latch behind the lower edge. The panel beside the fireplace clicked open. A safe sat inside. Secrets in safes, women in houses, truth behind paintings of men. Massimo entered the code with steady fingers. Rafael stood perfectly still beside me. Too still. I reached for his hand, then stopped. Choice. I let my hand hover between us instead. He looked down, saw it. After a beat, his fingers slid through mine, not claiming. Holding on, Massimo returned with a cream envelope sealed inside a clear protective sleeve. The paper had aged to the color of old bone. On the front, in delicate handwriting, were 3 words. "For my son." Rafael made no sound, but his hand closed around mine so tightly I felt the tremor he would not show anyone else. Massimo stared at the envelope before handing it over. For one terrible second, I thought he might refuse. Then he placed it in Rafael's free hand. The letter looked too small for the damage it had done. Rafael stared at it. He did not open it. The room waited. Massimo said, "She asked me not to give it to you until you were old enough to understand." Rafael's voice was barely audible. "I am 28. I told myself 18 was too young, then 21, then after your first kill, then after your first council seat." Massimo swallowed. "Then I realized there would never be an age where her words did not take you from me." Rafael looked at him. The pain in his face turned sharp. "You kept it because you were jealous of a dead woman?" Massimo's eyes flashed. "I kept it because she hated me." The honesty shocked even him. It rang in the study like glass breaking. My breath caught. Massimo's face tightened, but he did not take it back. "She hated me," he said again, lower. "She had reason. But I had you. You looked at me like I was all that remained, and I told myself giving you her letter would give you truth." Rafael's voice dropped. "It would have. It also would have given you her hatred of me." Rafael let out a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a wound opening. "You earned it." Yes, that word silenced us. Massimo D'Amico did not apologize, not beautifully, not fully, but he stood there and accepted the blade without moving away. Rafael looked down at the envelope again. His thumb touched the writing. For the first time since I had known him, his hand shook in a way he could not stop. I moved closer. "Not here," I whispered. His eyes lifted to mine. I knew he understood before I explained, not in Massimo's study, not under dead men's portraits, not with his father watching the last thing Isabella had given him. "Come with me," I said. Massimo's face changed. He wanted to object. He did not. Rafael held the letter against his chest like it was both relic and wound. We left the study without another word. We did not go to his room. We did not go to mine. We went to the small winter garden behind the east wing, a glass-walled room filled with lemon trees, dark soil, and pale stone benches. Dawn pressed faintly against the windows, turning the sky from black to bruised gray. It smelled alive in there, green, clean, wrong for a house like this. Rafael sat on the bench only because I guided him down with a hand on his uninjured arm. His face had gone distant, drawn tight around a pain too old and too new to name. I sat beside him, close enough for our knees to touch. Not crowding, not leaving. He stared at the envelope. "I don't know if I can open it," he said. The confession was so quiet I almost pretended not to hear, to give him dignity. Then I decided dignity was overrated when someone was drowning. "You don't have to do it fast." His laugh was bitter. "I have ordered men tortured without blinking. This is not torture." His eyes moved to mine. I corrected myself. "It is, but not the kind you can survive by becoming harder." That landed. His gaze dropped to our hands. "You should hate me," he said. "For the cameras, for all of it. I do sometimes." His eyes flicked back to mine. I did not soften the truth. "You asked me to give you the ugly version," I said. "That's part of it. Some moments I love you so much I can't breathe. Some moments I remember you watched me when you didn't trust me, and I want to put every wall in this house between us." His jaw tightened. "I deserve that. I know." His mouth almost moved. Not a smile. Something wounded by honesty, but grateful for it. I touched the edge of the envelope. "But this moment is not about what you deserve. It's about what she left you." He closed his eyes, then nodded once. I slid my fingers away as he opened the protective sleeve. The envelope itself was fragile. He handled it like a man trained in violence trying to touch a butterfly without destroying it. The seal had been opened long ago. By Massimo. Rafael pulled out the letter, 2 pages, folded carefully. The handwriting was thin, elegant, slightly uneven in places. He unfolded it. I looked away. He caught my wrist gently. "Stay." 1 word, not command, need. So I stayed. He read silently at first. His eyes moved across the page, and I watched the first sentence hit him. His breathing stopped, then came back rough. He read on. His mouth tightened. His eyes reddened, but no tears fell. Not yet. Men like Rafael did not cry easily, not because they did not feel, because the world had taught them tears were evidence, and evidence could be used. Then he whispered, "She called me mio piccolo re, my little king." The words were so soft I barely heard them, but I felt them. His mother had given him a crown before the world gave him a weapon. Rafael's thumb dragged over the paper once. "She said," his voice broke. He stopped. I waited. The winter garden held us in its green hush. He tried again. "She said she was sorry she could not take me with her the second time." My throat closed. He stared at the letter like it might change if he looked hard enough. "She said leaving me was the only way to keep me alive because they watched every road, every nurse, every servant. She said if she came for me too soon, they would kill me to punish her." A tear slipped down my face. I did not wipe it. Rafael's eyes stayed on the page. "She said Massimo loved badly." His jaw tightened. "She said he mistook survival for ownership. She said if he gave me this letter, then maybe some part of him had become brave." His laugh came out broken. "He didn't." I squeezed his hand. Rafael kept reading. Then his face changed, a stillness, a shock. "What?" I whispered. He read the line again, and again. Then he looked at me, and the grief in his eyes had sharpened into something else. "She knew about the Vieri bloodline." My pulse kicked. "What does that mean?" He looked back at the letter. "She wrote that Marcello's loyalists would never accept his death, that they had hidden children in allied houses, that one day one of them would come wearing another family's name and try to resurrect him through succession." Lorenzo. My stomach dropped. Rafael's voice turned cold. "She named Lorenzo's mother." I inhaled sharply. The letter had warned them. Years ago, Massimo had held not only love from Rafael, but a map to the rot inside. His own house. "Rafael," I whispered. He stood suddenly, too fast. Pain tore across his face, but rage carried him upright. He had this. His voice was deadly. He had this, and let Lorenzo grow beside me. Maybe he didn't read that part. Rafael looked at me. I regretted it instantly. We both knew Massimo had read every word. Probably more than once. "No," Rafael said. "He read it. He hid it because if Isabella was right, then even dead, she saw his house clearer than he did." He turned toward the door. I grabbed his hand. He stopped, barely. "Do not go to him like this." "Like what?" "Bleeding." I am always bleeding in this house." The words knocked the air out of me. For 1 second he looked as shocked as I felt, as if the truth had escaped without permission. Then the first tear fell. One, silent, down his cheek. He looked away immediately, but I had seen it. So had he. The heir of the D'Amico house, undone by paper. I stood and moved in front of him. He tried to turn his face, but I lifted my good hand and touched his jaw. "Don't hide from me." His eyes closed. Another tear escaped. He shook his head once, like anger could throw grief off his skin. It could not. I stepped into him carefully, mindful of both our wounds, and wrapped my arms around his waist. For a moment, he did not move. Then he folded around me, not gracefully, not romantically, like something inside him finally gave way. His face dropped into my hair. His uninjured arm locked across my back. His wounded shoulder trembled with the effort of holding back more than pain. I held him. That was all. No speeches, no promises, no trying to turn grief into something useful. Aftercare, I was learning, was sometimes just staying while someone met the part of themselves they had been trained to bury. His breathing broke once, then again. He did not sob, he would not allow that much. But grief moved through him anyway, brutal and quiet, and I held on until the first gray light of morning touched the glass walls around us. When he finally lifted his head, his eyes were red, his face looked stripped bare. "Do not tell anyone," he said, "about the tears." His jaw tightened. I touched his cheek with my thumb. "No." His eyes searched mine. "Not because you should be ashamed," I whispered, "because they're yours." That did something to him. His forehead came down to mine, slow and careful. "Romina." I closed my eyes. The way he said my name now hurt, like apology, like hunger, like home being rebuilt from burned wood. His mouth brushed mine. Barely. A question. I answered by leaning in. The kiss was different from every kiss before it. No scandal, no fury, no desperate proof that we were alive. This kiss trembled. His lips moved over mine slowly, almost painfully restrained, as if grief had made him afraid of wanting anything too hard. My hands slid up his chest, careful of the bandage, feeling the heat of him beneath the thin black shirt. His hand came to my waist, not pulling, only resting there until I stepped closer on my own. The world outside was preparing for war. In the winter garden, he kissed me like truth had left him bleeding, and my mouth was the first gentle thing he trusted. When we parted, his breathing was uneven, so was mine. He looked at me with naked want and immediate restraint. "You need rest," he said. "So do you." "I mean it." "I do too." His thumb moved once at my waist, then stopped. Asking without words, I nodded. He kissed my forehead first, then my cheek, then the corner of my mouth. Each touch was careful, reverent, infuriatingly patient. Heat unfurled low in my body, but grief kept it soft around the edges. I did not want to be taken from my fear. I wanted to be held inside the truth of it. "Stay with me," I whispered. His eyes darkened. "I'm here." "No, stay." He understood. Not fully. Enough. We returned to my room after sunrise with the letter folded against Rafael's heart. Lucia saw our faces and said nothing. Bless her forever for that. She changed the sheets without asking why, brought water, set out clean bandages, closed the curtains halfway so the room filled with soft morning instead of harsh light. Then she left us. Rafael stood near the bed like a man who had survived battlefields but did not know how to cross a quiet room. I held out my hand. He came to me. We lay down facing each other on top of the covers, fully clothed, wounded, exhausted, too raw for anything but closeness. His hand found my bandaged arm. "Does it hurt?" "Yes." His eyes flicked to mine. "I'm not lying anymore," I said. His mouth softened. "Good." I touched his bandaged shoulder. "Does this?" "Yes." "Good." He almost laughed. Almost. Then his expression broke into tenderness so deep I had to look down. "I love you," he said. No demand after it. No expectation. Just truth placed gently in the space between us. "I love you too," I whispered. "But love doesn't erase what we still have to fix." "I know. You have to confront Massimo." "I know. You have to decide what happens to Lorenzo." "Yes. And Matteo." His face cooled. "Matteo will answer for your blood. My blood answers for itself." He paused, then nodded. "That too." I slid closer until my forehead rested against his chest, careful of his wound. His arm came around me. His lips touched my hair. We stayed like that long enough for my body to stop bracing for the next message. Almost. Then Rafael's phone rang. He ignored it. It rang again. I groaned. "If that is another dead secret, I'm throwing it into the fountain." He reached for it, glanced at the screen, and went still. My stomach tightened. What? He answered on speaker without speaking. Enzo's voice came through, tight and urgent. We found Lorenzo's secondary archive. Rafael's arm tightened around me. Enzo continued. It has names, payments, camera placements, Greco contacts, Vieri loyalists. Rafael's eyes went cold. And? A pause. Then Enzo said, there is a file labeled Romina. My blood chilled. Rafael sat up slowly. So open it. I did, Enzo said. His voice changed, and that frightened me more than anything. It is not surveillance. It is a marriage certificate. The room stopped. My heart slammed once. What? I whispered. Enzo exhaled. Romina Caruso and Matteo Greco, signed by proxy 3 days before the D'Amico wedding merger. Rafael's face emptied, the kind of empty that meant something terrible had just been born. Enzo's voice dropped. According to this, the Grecos are claiming she was already Matteo's wife before you ever put a ring on her. I could not breathe. Rafael turned to me slowly, and for the first time since he had given me back my choice, I saw pure fear in his eyes. Not fear of losing a war. Fear of losing me to a piece of paper men had signed in a room I never entered. Chapter 15. The first time a man called me Matteo Greco's wife, I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because my body had run out of proper reactions. There was only so much horror a woman could absorb before the mind started reaching for madness as a place to sit. I sat upright on the bed with Rafael beside me, his phone still in his hand, Enzo's voice still coming through the speaker like a blade being dragged slowly across glass. Romina Caruso and Matteo Greco, signed by proxy 3 days before the D'Amico wedding merger. Wife. That word. Again. Not spoken with love, not chosen in a chapel, not whispered into skin or carried in trembling hands, stamped, filed, forged, used. Men kept trying to make me a wife without asking whether I wanted the husband. Rafael did not move. That frightened me more than rage would have. His face emptied so completely, it looked calm, but I knew better now. I knew the difference between peace and violence waiting for permission. I knew the way his body went still when something inside him was calculating how much blood a room could hold. Say it again, he said. His voice was quiet, too quiet. On the phone, Enzo hesitated. Rafael's eyes did not leave mine. Say it again. Enzo exhaled. The archive contains a marriage certificate naming Romina Caruso and Matteo Greco as husband and wife. It is dated 3 days before the D'Amico-Caruso merger ceremony. There are signatures from 2 witnesses, a priest, and a proxy authorization attached. I could hear my own pulse. A priest. Witnesses. Proxy authorization. So much ceremony for a crime I never attended. I pushed the blanket off my legs and stood. The room tilted, but I stayed upright. Rafael's hand shot out toward me, then stopped halfway. He remembered. Even through the shock, he remembered not to grab. That hurt in a way I did not have time to feel. Send it, I said. Enzo went silent. Rafael looked at me. I lifted my chin, though my knees wanted to fold. Send me the file? Romina, Rafael said. No, I want to see the paper that thinks it owns me. His jaw tightened. Then he spoke into the phone. Send it to her clean device and mine. Secure channel. Now. Yes, Enzo said. The call ended. For 3 seconds, the room was silent. Then my phone buzzed. I looked down. A file attachment waited on the screen. My finger hovered. Some weak part of me wanted not to open it, wanted to crawl back under the blanket, press my face into Rafael's chest, and let him become the wall between me and another truth. But I had done that too many times already. I had let men become walls. Then I had learned walls had cameras. I opened the file. The certificate loaded slowly, line by line. My name appeared first. Romina Alessandra Caruso. I stared at it. Not because it was mine, because it had my middle name. I had not used Alessandra publicly since I was a child. My mother hated it after my father left. She said it sounded too old world, too heavy, too tied to men who traded daughters in whispers. Someone had dug deep. Someone had known enough to make the lie look alive. Below my name sat Matteo's. Matteo Santino Greco. Then the words. Joined by lawful proxy under Old Family Covenant, witnessed and sealed. My stomach turned. Old Family Covenant, the Palermo Pledge, a dead grandfather's promise. A woman's life turned into inherited debt. At the bottom, there were signatures. One of them made my blood go cold. Sofia Caruso, I whispered. Rafael stood. What? I turned the phone toward him. His eyes dropped to the screen. The room changed around us. My mother's name sat at the bottom of the page in dark ink, curved and elegant and impossible. Witness. Sophia Caruso. No, I said before Rafael could speak. No, he looked at me. The first tear came so fast I hated it. No, I said again because denial was all I had for one breath. She wouldn't. Not this. Not after everything. Rafael's face hardened, but not at me. Never at me now? That signature can be that forged. It looks like hers. Romina, it looks like hers. He stepped closer slowly, carefully, like approaching a wounded animal that might bite because pain had taught it teeth. We do not decide guilt from a scanned page. I laughed, and it broke. Funny. Men decide women's marriages from less. His face flinched. Good. Not because I wanted to hurt him, because I needed the room to stop pretending this was just evidence. This was my body, my name, my life, my mother's ink, real or stolen, sitting beneath a lie that said I had belonged to a man before Rafael ever put his ring on my finger. And even Rafael's ring had not been mine at first. It had been a solution, a claim, a dangerous answer to a scandal he helped make possible before he loved me enough to regret the shape of it. I gripped the phone until my bandaged forearm throbbed. Rafael noticed. You're bleeding through. I don't care. I do. I know. You care after. His eyes closed briefly. The words landed between us, cruel because they were not entirely fair, and painful because they were not entirely false. When he opened his eyes, he did not defend himself. I cared wrongly before, he said. I am here now. Let me be here correctly. That almost undid me. I hated him for learning. I loved him for trying. I set the phone on the bed because my hand had started shaking too badly to hold it. Get my mother. Rafael nodded once. Then he called the guard outside and gave the order. Sophia arrived 10 minutes later wearing the same navy dress from the chapel, her face pale, eyes swollen from too little sleep and too many years of surviving badly. She saw me first, then Rafael, then the phone on the bed. A mother knows when a daughter has been hurt before anyone speaks. Her hand went to her throat. What happened? I picked up the phone and held it out. Did you sign this? She looked down. I watched her face. Every small movement, every blink, every tremor, confusion came first, then horror. Then recognition of the shape of her own name. Her knees buckled. Rafael moved, but I was closer. I caught her by the arms before she fell. She clutched me. No, she whispered. No, no, no. My heart cracked despite itself. Is that your signature? She shook her head violently. It looks like mine, but I did not sign that. Romina, I swear to God, I did not sign that. I wanted to believe her so badly it made me furious. When did they get it? Her eyes filled. I don't know. Think. I don't know. Think. She flinched. The old me would have stopped there. The daughter me. The girl me. The one trained to soften when my mother cried because her fear had always been bigger than my anger. But the woman standing in that room had been made a wife by a forged page. So I did not soften. You gave Lorenzo information, I said. You kept secrets. You hid the Palermo page. You were afraid, and you let that fear walk into my life wearing a knife. So think. Sophia pressed a trembling hand over her mouth. Rafael stood silent beside the window, giving me the space to demand answers from my own blood. My mother's breathing came fast. Then she froze. The hospital, she whispered. My skin chilled. What hospital? When you were 17, after the accident, I went still. A memory surfaced. Rain. Headlights. My mother crying in a white hallway. A cut above my eyebrow. Forms on clipboards. My signature messy from pain medication. I had forgotten. Not entirely, but enough. You signed consent forms for treatment, Sophia said. So did I. There were copies, insurance documents, emergency guardian authorization. Rafael's voice entered the room like cold steel. Who handled the paperwork? Sophia looked at him, then at me. I don't remember. His expression hardened. Remember. She closed her eyes. I watched the effort twist through her. Lorenzo was not there. I did not know him then, but her eyes opened. A Greco attorney came to the hospital. The room stopped. My mouth went dry. What? She gripped my hands. Your grandfather had died the year before, but his old obligations were still being reviewed. A Greco attorney came, saying there were estate issues tied to my father's assets. I told him to leave. He said he only needed acknowledgement that I had received notice. And you signed. Her lips trembled. I signed a receipt. I pulled my hands away. She looked destroyed. I thought it was a receipt, Romina. You thought I was alone. You were hurt. Your father was gone. Men were calling about debts I did not understand. Her voice broke. I signed 1 page to make him leave. 1 page. 1 signature. 1 frightened woman in a hospital hallway. Enough for men to build a marriage around my neck years later. I turned away because if I looked at her too long, I would either forgive too soon or break too loudly. Neither would help. Rafael's phone buzzed. He checked it. His eyes went black. What? I asked. Mateo has called for an emergency council session tonight. I laughed again. This time it sounded almost sane. Rafael read the message aloud, each word colder than the last. Mateo Greco petitions the council to recognize prior marital claim and unlawful interference by Rafael D'Amico. He alleges abduction, coercive remarriage, and concealment of an existing covenant marriage. Sophia whispered, "No." I turned back. My mother looked like she was staring at a ghost wearing her own face. Rafael continued, "He demands immediate surrender of Romina Greco into neutral custody pending council ruling." Neutral custody. Surrender. Romina Greco. The room blurred, not because I was weak, because rage can flood the eyes too. Rafael's hand closed around his phone so hard I thought it might crack. "No," he said. "Just that. 1 word. A vow and a threat." I looked at him. "Do not start a war in my bedroom." His gaze snapped to mine. "They are demanding you be handed over. They can demand God come down and serve coffee. It doesn't mean we obey." This council recognizes old covenants. Then the council can choke on them. Sophia looked at me like she had never seen me before. Maybe she had not. Maybe none of them had. Maybe I had spent too long being reasonable in rooms that mistook reason for permission. I walked to the vanity, opened the drawer, and took out the folder where Lucia had placed copies of everything we had released. The Palermo page, the surveillance logs, Rafael's confession, Mateo's chapel attack, Valentina's statement, Isabella's letter transcript. Then I picked up the fake marriage certificate. Paper. All of it paper. Men loved paper because it made violence look civilized. I turned to Rafael. "We fight this in council." His face went rigid. "No." I lifted 1 eyebrow. He caught himself. The word hung there. Old instinct. Old cage. He swallowed, then tried again. "I do not want you in that room." "Better." His jaw flexed. "It will be full of men who do not care whether you consented. They care whether the document helps them avoid war. Then I will make war more expensive than listening." Something fierce lit behind his eyes. He hated it. He loved it. He feared it. So did I. Sophia touched my arm carefully. "Romina, councils are not courts. They do not care about fairness." "I know. They may humiliate you. They already have. They may ask things no woman should have to answer." I looked at my mother. Her fear was real, so was mine, but fear had signed too many receipts in our family. Then I answer until they run out of shame before I do. She began to cry again, quietly this time, not collapsing, just feeling. I took a breath and looked back at Rafael. "You will not kill Mateo before council." His eyes narrowed. "You ask too much." "I am not asking." A dark flicker crossed his face. Not anger at me, recognition. I had used his tone. He deserved that. "Rafael," I said, softer now, "if you kill him before the certificate is exposed, they will say you murdered my lawful husband to keep me." His mouth twisted with disgust. "That man is not your husband. I know that. You know that. The paper says otherwise. I will burn the paper, and they will print another copy." Silence. He knew I was right. I stepped closer. He watched me like coming near him was a miracle he did not trust. "My voice is the only thing they keep forgetting to forge," I said, "so let me use it." His eyes moved over my face, slow, pained. "I am afraid," he said. The honesty stopped me. Rafael D'Amico, his cold air, vicious son, the man who could put a gun under Mateo Greco's jaw without blinking, stood in front of me and admitted fear. For me. Of me being taken, of him failing, of paper doing what bullets had not. I touched his chest, careful of the bandage. "I am too." His hand lifted to my waist, stopped, waited. I nodded once. Only then did he touch me. His palm settled at my side, warm through the black fabric of my dress. "I cannot watch them call you his," he said. "You can." His jaw tightened. "You can," I repeated, "because if I can stand there while they say it, you can stand there and not make my fight smaller by turning it into your rage." His eyes closed. His forehead lowered to mine. For one dangerous second, the whole room disappeared. Sophia. The certificate. Mateo. Council. All of it faded beneath the heat of Rafael's breath against my mouth. the careful tremor of his hand at my waist, the grief and fury and love tangled between us. His lips brushed mine, barely, not a kiss yet. A question asked by a man trying hard not to take what he wanted. I answered by lifting onto my toes. Then his mouth was on mine, slow at first, careful because of my arm, because of his shoulder, because everything between us was still bruised. Then deeper, not explicit, not wild, but hungry in the way grief becomes hunger when two people are tired of being stolen from. His good arm drew me closer. My uninjured hand slid up into his hair. He made a low sound against my mouth, not possession, not command, relief. Like he had been holding his breath since Enzo said wife and could only breathe when I chose him with my own body, my own mouth, my own yes. I kissed him harder for that. Not to soothe him, to remind myself. I was not Matteo's wife. I was not paper. I was not a forged signature. I was a living woman, trembling in the arms of a dangerous man who had hurt me and was learning painfully how to hold me without owning me. Rafael broke the kiss first. He had to. His breathing was rough, his eyes dark, his forehead resting against mine. "We stop," he whispered. I swallowed, lips tingling. "Because of the council?" "Because you are shaking," I had not realized. He had. Damn him. My body trembled against his, not from want alone, from fear, from rage, from too much happening too fast. His hand moved from my waist to my back, steady and warm. "Sit," he said, then caught himself. "Please." That almost made me smile. I sat on the edge of the bed because my knees were grateful, even if my pride was not. Rafael knelt in front of me. The sight stole my breath. Not because it was romantic. Because it was Rafael. A man raised to bow to nothing but power, lowering himself in front of me with blood under his bandage and restraint in every line of his body. He took my bandaged arm gently and checked where the cloth had loosened. "You bled through a little," he said, "because I'm dramatic." His mouth almost curved, obviously. Sophia made a soft sound behind us that might have been a laugh through tears. Rafael ignored her with impressive dignity while he opened the small medical kit Lucia had left on the vanity. His fingers were careful as he rewrapped the edge of my bandage. "You do this every time," I whispered. He looked up. "Do what?" "Find the wound." His eyes held mine. "I am trying to find it before I cause it now." There it was. The apology beneath everything. I touched his cheek, just once, then withdrew before softness swallowed the room whole. "We need a plan." He rose slowly, wincing despite himself. "Yes," he said, the air returning. "The council meets at 9. Where?" "Neutral ground, the old opera house. Dramatic. Mafia men love pretending they are not theatrical." This time I did smile. A real one, small but mine. Rafael saw it, and something in his face eased so visibly I had to look away. Sophia stepped forward, wiping her face. "I will testify." I looked at her. She lifted her chin. "About the hospital, the Greco attorney, the receipt, Lorenzo, all of it. You know they will use it against you." "Yes." "And Massimo." Her face tightened. "Massimo has survived worse than my honesty." That was fair. The door opened after a sharp knock. Massimo entered without waiting. Some habits would probably die last. He took in the room quickly, me seated on the bed, Rafael standing too close, Sophia pale but upright, the fake certificate lying on the covers like a dead snake. His face hardened. "So it is true," he said. I picked up the certificate and held it out. "Your house is not the only one that knows how to cage women with paper." Massimo took the document, read it once, and became very still. Rafael watched him. "Did you know?" "No. Do not lie." Massimo's eyes lifted. "I knew Santino Greco tried to preserve old claims. I did not know he created this." "Convenient." "Yes," Massimo said, "and true." Rafael's jaw tightened. Massimo looked at me then. "The council will not be kind." "So everyone keeps telling me." "They will try to break your credibility before they address the certificate." "Let them. They will ask if you shared a bed with my son." Rafael's face turned lethal. I held up a hand without looking at him. "Yes," I said. "They probably will. They will ask whether Rafael coerced you." "Good. He can answer that." Massimo's gaze sharpened. So did Rafael's. I looked at both of them. The truth does not get edited because it makes the D'Amico men uncomfortable. Rafael nodded first. Massimo, after a longer pause. "He will answer," Massimo said. "No," I corrected. "I will answer. Then he can." Something almost like respect passed through Massimo's eyes. Almost. "The council respects blood," he said. "I have Caruso blood." "They respect power. I survived your house." His mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Fair. Then his expression darkened again. Mateo's strongest argument will be continuity. A prior claim supersedes a later claim if covenant law is accepted. He will say your silence validates it. My silence? You never objected before the D'Amico ring. I never knew. He will say ignorance does not dissolve family covenant. I stood, slowly. My body had steadied, my voice had too. Then I will say covenant does not create consent. Massimo stared at me. Rafael's eyes burned. Sophia whispered yes. Massimo folded the certificate. You understand what you are challenging? Yes. No, you do not. If the council accepts that old covenants require consent, half the men in that room will have to look at their own marriages differently. Good. The word came out sharp enough to cut. Massimo's face went still. I stepped closer. Good, I repeated. Let them sweat. Let them wonder which woman at their table might speak next. Let them understand that if they validate Mateo's paper, they are validating every forged claim that can be turned against their daughters, too. Massimo looked at Rafael, then back at me. You may be more dangerous than my son. Rafael answered before I could. She is. The pride in his voice warmed me despite everything. Massimo nodded once. Then we prepare. By evening, the house had divided itself into motion. Enzo verified hospital records from years ago. Lucia found the old scar above my eyebrow and photographed it beside the admission date. Sophia wrote a statement about the Greco attorney and the receipt. Valentina sent a recorded testimony confirming Santino had kept proxy documents for blackmail. Rafael recorded nothing. He wrote a full statement by hand about the cameras, the claim, the ring, the night of the leaked footage, and the fact that no vow should stand where consent did not exist. When he finished, he placed it in front of me. You can remove anything, he said. I read it. All of it. He had not protected himself. Not once. By the final line, my throat was tight. If the council asks whether Romina Caruso belongs to me, my answer is no. She belongs to herself. If she chooses to stand beside me, that is not claim, that is honor. I looked up at him. He waited like a man awaiting sentence. I handed it back. Do not change a word. His eyes softened. I won't. At 8:30 I dressed for council. Not in black this time, red, deep, dark red. Lucia brought it without asking, and I knew immediately why. Not Brido, not Vic Blood, blind, theirs, histories. When Rafael saw me at the foot of the stairs, he stopped walking. Massimo, Enzo, Sophia, guards, all of them faded. His eyes moved over me once, not with ownership, with awe. You look like war, he said. I walked down the last step. No, I said, I look like the woman war keeps underestimating. He held out his hand, not to lead, to offer. I looked at it, then took it. Together we walked out of the D'Amico house and into the night. At the old opera house, every criminal dynasty in the city waited beneath painted ceilings and gold balconies, ready to decide whether a forged piece of paper had more power than the woman whose name it carried. Matteo Greco stood at the center of the stage. He smiled when he saw me. Then his gaze dropped to my red dress. For the first time, his smile faltered. Good. I wanted him to see me clearly when I ruined him. Rafael leaned close, his voice low enough for only me. Your voice first. I looked at the council of men, at Matteo, at the paper in his hand, at the empty chair they had placed for me like a courtesy, not knowing I had no intention of sitting while they debated my life. Then I lifted my chin, and before anyone could call me bride, wife, claim, debt, or scandal, I spoke. My name is Romina Caruso, I said, my voice carrying through the opera house, and tonight every man in this room is going to learn the difference between ink and consent. Chapter 16. My name is Romina Caruso, I said, my voice carrying through the opera house. And tonight, every man in this room is going to learn the difference between ink and consent. No one clapped. No one moved. Good. I had not come for applause. I stood beneath a ceiling painted with angels that had probably watched men make ugly decisions for 100 years. Gold balconies curved around the room like watching eyes. Red velvet seats rose in shadowed rows. On the stage, beneath the dead chandelier glow, sat the council of families that ruled the city in silk suits and sacred lies. D'Amico. Greco. Vieri remnants hiding behind other names. Caruso blood turned poor and useful. And 4 other families who had come pretending neutrality when really they wanted to know whether a woman's voice could make their own houses tremble next. Rafael stood 2 steps behind me to my right. Not in front, not blocking. close enough that I could feel him like heat at my back, but not close enough for anyone to mistake his presence for my courage. Massimo stood farther back, severe and silent, a black wall with old sins for mortar. My mother stood near him, bare-handed, ringless, pale but upright. Lucia was behind me, exactly where I wanted her. Invisible women had built half the truth in this room. Tonight, one of them stood under the council lights and did not lower her eyes. Matteo Greco stood at center stage with the forged certificate in his hand. He looked beautiful in the way knives look beautiful before they cut. Dark suit, clean-shaven jaw, mouth curved just enough to suggest patience he did not possess. Very dramatic, he said, but drama does not dissolve covenant. No, I said, truth does. A murmur moved through the council seats. An older man with silver hair and a heavy emerald ring leaned forward from the center table. Don Vittorio Maldera, I guessed. One of the so-called neutral patriarchs. His family controlled half the judges on the east side and most of the port unions they pretended not to own. Miss Caruso, he said. Romina, I corrected. His brows lifted. My name is Romina, I said. You are discussing whether I have a husband. We can start by not speaking to me like I'm a misplaced envelope. Rafael made no sound, but I felt the pride roll off him. The old man's mouth tightened. Romina, then. The council recognizes covenant claims when properly witnessed. Properly witnessed by whom? Matteo lifted the certificate slightly. Your mother. I felt my mother go still behind me. The air changed. Matteo's smile deepened because he felt it too. He thought he had found the soft place. Men like him always did. They watched for women's love and mistook it for weakness. I turned my head slightly. Mama? Sofia Caruso stepped forward. Her face was white, her lips trembled, but she walked past Massimo without looking at him and stopped beside me under the lights. For 1 second, she looked at the council and almost folded. I saw it, the years of fear, the hospital hallways, the debts, the men at doors, the signatures signed to make danger leave. Then her eyes found mine. I did not smile, I did not reach for her. I let her stand on her own feet. She inhaled. I did not sign that certificate, she said. Matteo's expression did not change. You signed the authorization. I signed what a Greco attorney called a receipt in a hospital hallway when my daughter was 17 and injured. Another murmur. Matteo's eyes cooled. Convenient memory. Sophia faced him. Your father sent him. My father is dead. So is hers, she said, and her voice shook once, then steadied. Dead men seem very busy in this room. A ripple moved through the opera house. I almost turned to look at her, but I did not want to steal the moment from her. For once, my mother's fear had not swallowed the truth. Matteo stepped closer. You admit you signed a Greco document. I admit I was cornered by one while my child had blood in her hair. He lifted his chin. That does not negate covenant. No, I said, stepping back into the center. But it proves the signature was obtained under false pretenses years before the supposed marriage. Vittorio Maldera looked at Matteo. Do you have proof the document was explained? Matteo's smile thinned. Old covenant law does not require modern romantic performance. I laughed. It slipped out before I could stop it. A raw, stunned sound. Every man looked at me. Good. Romantic performance? I repeated, is that what consent is to you? Matteo's eyes flashed. Careful, he said softly. No, I was careful when I was quiet. Look where it got me. Rafael shifted behind me, not to interfere, to breathe through his rage. I felt it like thunder held inside a chest. Matteo looked past me to him. Your lover trained you well. The room sharpened. Rafael took 1 step. I lifted my hand. He stopped. Instantly, the council noticed I wanted them to. Rafael D'Amico did not train me. I said, if he had, I would be standing behind him, not in front of you. Someone in the balcony muttered something. I did not care. I walked toward Matteo until only 6 feet separated us. You want to call me your wife? I asked. His mouth curved. The document does. Then answer me like a husband. His expression hardened. When did you marry me? His jaw flexed. When did I stand beside you? What dress did I wear? Did I look at you? Did I say yes? Did I sign my name? Did you hear my voice? Did you even know the sound of it before you decided paper could replace it? Silence. His eyes darkened with hate. Good. Hate was more honest than charm. You were promised, he said. I was a child. You were blood. I was a person. You were Caruso debt. And there it is, I said softly. The room went quiet in a different way now, not shocked, caught. I turned from Matteo to the council. He did not say wife, he said debt, because that is what this is. Not marriage, not covenant, debt collection in a bridal veil. Vittorio leaned back slightly. Another Don to his left, younger and broad-shouldered, looked away first. I saw it. The discomfort. The recognition. Every family in this room had a woman somewhere who had been handed over in nicer words. I reached into the folder Lucia carried and took out the hospital record copies. My hands did not shake now. Fear had burned itself into something cleaner. My mother's signature was taken on a day I was injured. Here are the emergency records. Here is the date. Here is the injury. Here is the visitor log with Greco Council listed under estate inquiry. Lucia stepped forward and passed the copies to Enzo, who passed them to the council clerk. The clerk, a thin man with round glasses and a frightened mouth, distributed them. Matteo watched the papers move like he wanted to set the whole stage on fire. I continued. Here is Valentina Greco's recorded statement confirming Santino Greco preserved proxy documents for leverage. One of the Greco men at the side table cursed under his breath. Matteo's gaze snapped toward him. Too late. The room heard. I looked at Rafael. He nodded once. Enzo played the recording. Valentina's voice filled the opera house, dry and sharp. Santino collected signatures like other men collected guns. He believed every frightened woman would eventually become useful. If Matteo is using a proxy certificate, it came from that archive. Do not mistake old paper for clean law. It was fraud when it was written, and it is fraud now. Matteo's mouth flattened. Rafael's eyes stayed on him with cold promise. When the recording ended, Don Maldera tapped one finger against the table. Matteo, he said, you represented this as a marital covenant, not a disputed proxy obtained from estate documents. Matteo smiled tightly. Because the covenant is valid. According to whom? I asked. His head turned slowly back toward me. According to blood. I lifted the fake certificate. Then let blood answer ink. Before anyone could stop me, I tore the copy in half. The sound cracked through the opera house. Someone gasped. Matteo lunged one step forward. Rafael moved like a shadow. Not touching him. Just there, between violence and me, but not between my voice and the room. Matteo stopped. His chest rose and fell. That was a copy, he said. I know, I replied. That was for me. A faint sound came from the balcony. A woman, almost a laugh. I did not look up, but I heard it spread softly. Not amusement, exactly. Recognition. Matteo heard it too. His face changed. That was when I knew we had begun to hurt him. Not legally. Socially. A man like Matteo could survive accusations. He could survive evidence. What he could not survive was women beginning to understand that his power looked smaller under lights. Don Maldera turned toward Rafael. The council will hear from D'Amico. Rafael stepped forward. The old urge in the room shifted toward him. Men relaxed a fraction. Now a man would speak. Now power had entered a shape they recognized. Rafael looked at them for a long moment, then he looked at me. Only after Romina finishes, he said. The room went still. My heart did something painful. Don Maldera's brows rose. You defer? Rafael's face was unreadable. I stand. One word. It struck deeper than a speech. He was not saving me. Not leading me. Standing. I swallowed the sudden tightness in my throat and turned back to the council. There is one more thing before Rafael speaks. Massimo stiffened. He knew. I felt it. Rafael did too. I held out my hand. Massimo did not move. For a second, the whole opera house watched the most feared Don in the city decide whether to obey a woman half his age. Then he reached inside his jacket and handed me the protective copy of Isabella's letter. A low murmur rose. Matteo's eyes narrowed. I looked at him. This is not about your claim to me, I said. This is about why your family has tried so hard to keep women silent. I faced the council. Isabella D'Amico warned Massimo years ago that Vieri loyalists were being hidden in allied houses. She named Lorenzo's mother. She named the method false lineage, forged loyalty, succession through buried blood. Massimo kept this letter hidden. Massimo took the hit without flinching. Rafael did not look at him. Not yet, I continued. Because he hid it, Lorenzo was able to grow inside the D'Amico house. Because Lorenzo stayed close, he accessed surveillance, coordinated leaks, and helped manufacture the scandal that put me under claim. Because Matteo benefited from the scandal, he now stands here with a document from a Greco archive claiming I was already his wife. I turned toward Matteo. You want the council to believe all of this is coincidence. Matteo's eyes burned. I let the silence sit. Then I said, I don't. The clerk received the letter transcript. More copies moved. Men read. Some pretended not to react. Others did not have that much discipline. A name passed from mouth to mouth. Lorenzo, Vieri, Greco. The air thickened. Matteo's smile had vanished completely. Rafael stepped beside me now. Not ahead, beside. He held his handwritten statement in one hand. I will speak, he said. The room settled. Rafael's voice was low, controlled, and dangerous because it did not try to be. I ordered cameras placed in the East Wing after the Caruso merger. No one moved. Matteo's mouth curved again, ugly with satisfaction. I felt the room lean towards scandal. Rafael let them. I did it because I saw Romina Caruso as a possible threat before I saw her as a woman. That was my failure. The footage later leaked existed because of my decision. Lorenzo exploited that weakness. Matteo Greco exploited the fallout. He paused. His eyes moved across the council. I did not marry Romina to protect my reputation. I claimed her because men in this room and outside it were already deciding what her silence meant. I did wrong before I did right. My throat tightened. He did not look at me. Maybe he could not. His voice hardened. But no wrongdoing of mine creates ownership for Matteo Greco. No sin by D'Amico makes her Greco property. No false certificate gives him a wife. And no council worth its own blood should validate a marriage where the woman was not informed, not consenting, and not even aware she had been named. Don Maldera watched him closely. And your claim? Rafael looked at me then. Every light in the opera house seemed to dim around that look. My claim is not before this council. Matteo laughed sharply. Convenient. Rafael's gaze stayed on mine. Romina belongs to herself, he said. If she chooses my house, it will be because she chooses. Not because I pinned her to paper faster than he did. The room felt too small for my heart. I hated that I wanted to cry. I hated more that I did not feel weak for it. Don Maldera leaned forward. You would surrender marital right? Rafael turned his head slowly. The cold came back into him, but this time it was clean. I would surrender any right that requires her silence to exist. Silence. Deep, stunned, dangerous. Then Matteo struck. Not with a blade. With the only weapon left to him. Ask her then, he said, voice ringing through the opera house. Ask Romina Caruso whether Rafael D'Amico coerced her into his bed after he put that ring on her finger. Rafael went utterly still. Massimo's hand flexed. My mother made a soft, wounded sound. Lucia whispered my name? And me? For 1 second, I was back against the wall in Massimo's house. Rafael's hand near my throat, his mouth close. A camera somewhere swallowing angle without truth. A city deciding. A room deciding. Men always deciding. Then I breathed and stepped forward. I will answer. Rafael's voice was rough. Romina. I looked at him, just once. There was agony in his face, not because he feared being exposed, because he feared the question hurting me. That mattered. It did not stop me. I turned back to Matteo. No, I said, Rafael did not coerce me into his bed. Matteo smiled. I raised my voice before he could use the answer. But he did make decisions about my body and safety without my consent. He did surveil my hallway. He did see me as a threat before he saw me as a person. He did put a ring on my finger during a scandal because that is how men like him are taught to solve danger. Rafael closed his eyes. The council listened. I did not spare him. I did not spare myself. And I am still standing beside him tonight, I said, because he told the truth about it when a lie would have served him better. Because when I told him not to stand in front of me, he stopped. Because when I said my voice first, he listened. Because love does not erase harm, but neither does harm erase the choice I am making now. Matteo's smile faded again. Good. I stepped closer to the edge of the stage. Do you know why that matters? Because choice is the thing none of your papers have. Matteo's document has signatures. Rafael's ring has scandal. My grandfather's pledge has blood, but I am the only one here with a voice. I looked at the council table. You want a ruling? Here is mine. I do not consent to Matteo Greco. I do not recognize his claim. I do not accept a proxy marriage made from a hospital receipt and a dead man's debt. I stand here awake, informed, and unafraid enough to say no. My voice dropped. And if this council says my no is not enough, then every daughter in every house represented here should hear what her future is worth. That landed. Not on the men first, on the women, in the balconies, behind the doors, near the walls, wives, sisters, daughters, mistresses, maids, Women who had come to carry coats, messages, secrets, coffee, lies. I heard one of them whisper, "Amen." Soft, barely there, but it moved through me like a hand at my back. Don Maldera took off his glasses. Mateo saw the shift before I did. His face turned hard with panic disguised as disdain. "You allow sentiment to poison law," he snapped. "No," Don Maldera said slowly. "We allow fraud to expose itself." Mateo's head whipped toward him. The old Don held up the hospital record. "This council cannot validate a covenant born from misrepresented signatures." Mateo's voice sharpened. "Cannot or will not?" Another councilman spoke, this one from the Russo table. "Both." The opera house stirred. Mateo stepped back once, just once, the smallest retreat. Rafael saw it, so did I. Then Enzo entered from the side aisle, then, moving fast, phone in hand, he reached Massimo and whispered into his ear. Massimo's face changed. Not much. Enough. Rafael turned. "What?" Massimo looked at Mateo, then at me. "Lorenzo escaped transport." The room fractured. Voices rose. Guards shifted. Mateo's face went too still. I caught it. That flicker. Not surprise. Timing. "He knew," I said. Rafael's eyes cut to Mateo. Mateo lifted both hands, smooth again. Baseless accusation. The doors to the opera house slammed open. A man stumbled in. Bloody. One of D'Amico's guards. He fell to one knee halfway down the aisle. "Bomb," he gasped. Every voice died. Rafael moved toward me. This time I let him. The guard lifted his head. "Not here," he said. "D'Amico house, East Wing." "My bedroom." Lucia cried out. My mother covered her mouth. Rafael's face went white with murder. The guard's eyes found Massimo. Message came with it. Massimo's voice was ice. "Say it." The guard swallowed. "Lorenzo says if the council won't give the bride to Greco, he'll bury her in the house that made her D'Amico." For 1 second, no one moved. Then the opera house exploded into motion. But I stood still. Because beneath the fear, beneath the fury, beneath the sharp, cold knowledge that Lorenzo had tried to turn my room into a grave, one truth rose clean and bright. Mateo's paper had failed. So now they had returned to fire. Rafael's hand closed around mine. Not dragging. Not pulling. Holding. "Romina," he said. I looked at Mateo Greco. His smile was gone. His mask was gone. Only hatred remained. I smiled first, not because I was not afraid, because I was done letting fear choose my face. "You should have kept it on paper," I said. Then Rafael and I ran toward the war waiting at home. Chapter 17. The D'Amico house was burning before we reached the gates. Not all of it. Just enough. Just the east wing, where my bedroom sat behind tall windows and silk curtains, where Lucia had changed my sheets after Mateo's knife opened my arm, where Rafael had held me through the ruins of his mother's letter, where I had started to believe that maybe a room could become safe if enough truth lived inside it. Fire ate through the windows like it had been hungry for me by name. The sky above the estate glowed orange. Smoke rolled over the roofline in thick black waves. And for 1 sick second, I could not breathe. Because I understood exactly what Lorenzo had done. He had not attacked the house. He had attacked the first room in it that had begun to feel like mine. Rafael's hand tightened around mine in the back of the car, not hard enough to hurt, hard enough to remind me I was not alone. The convoy screamed through the gates, guards scattered ahead of us, men shouted into radios. Somewhere in the dark, sirens wailed, late, useless, already behind the violence. Massimo's car skidded in behind ours. Enzo was on the phone before his door opened. Sophia sat in the vehicle behind us with Lucia, both alive, both far from the east wing, thank God. That was the first mercy. The second was Rafael. Because when the car stopped, he did not drag me behind him. He turned to me, face lit by firelight, eyes black with everything he was holding back. "Stay beside Enzo," he said. It was not a command. It was a plea wearing armor. I heard the difference now. I also heard the fear underneath. I looked past him at the burning windows, my room, the bed where Isabella's letter had rested between us like a wound. "They wanted me buried there," I said, his jaw clenched. "Yes, then I need to see what they failed to do." Pain flashed across his face. He wanted to refuse so badly I could feel it. The old Rafael would have locked the car door, posted 3 guards, and called it protection. This Rafael closed his eyes for 1 breath, then opened them. "Beside me," he said. I nodded. Beside him. We got out together. Heat slapped me first, then smoke, then noise. Men running, glass cracking, orders shouted in Italian and English, the sharp hiss of hoses hitting flame, the heavy thud of boots against marble. a woman crying somewhere near the rear entrance. Rafael moved through it like a blade, wounded shoulder forgotten or ignored. His father crossed the drive toward us with a gun in one hand and ash already dusting the sleeves of his black coat. No one was inside, Massimo said. Rafael's voice was lethal. Confirmed? Confirmed twice. Lorenzo? Gone. Matteo? Massimo's mouth hardened. Still at the opera house under council watch, for now. For now, Rafael repeated, and the words sounded like a promise being loaded. Enzo ran up, phone pressed to his ear. Fire team says the ignition point was interior, east wing corridor, timed device, small but targeted. My room, I said. Enzo looked at me. He did not soften his answer. Yes, I appreciated that. I was tired of men wrapping knives in velvet before handing them to me. Massimo's gaze flicked toward my face. Romina, you should wait in the south house with your mother. No. Rafael did not speak. Massimo noticed. For once, he did not try to overrule me. Maybe the council had taught him something. Or maybe fire did. I stepped forward until I could see through the open front doors. Smoke stained the grand staircase. The marble floor gleamed wet from hoses. A black trail crawled up the wall toward the east corridor, like a finger pointing to where I was supposed to have died. My stomach turned. Not from fear, from insult. Lorenzo had tried to reduce me to a message. Again, a leaked video, a forged certificate, a burning bedroom. Men kept choosing formats for my destruction. I was getting tired of correcting them. Where is the archive file on me? I asked. Enzo blinked. The marriage certificate? No. Lorenzo's file labeled Romina. Was there anything else in it? His expression changed. Rafael saw it too. What else? Rafael asked. Enzo hesitated. Say it, I said. Enzo looked at Rafael, then back at me. There were floor plans, your movement pattern, guard rotations, photographs from before the merger, outside your old apartment, outside your mother's house, outside the hospital records office. The fire roared behind him. I felt suddenly cold. He had been watching me before the leak. Yes. Rafael went still. Massimo's face turned to stone. I looked toward the burning wing. This was not panic. This was not a final, desperate strike. This was a long-built cage catching fire because I had refused to sit inside it. Lorenzo wanted the Greco claim to fail, I said quietly. Rafael's eyes cut to mine. I kept looking at the smoke. Think about it. If Matteo won at council, I go into neutral custody or Greco hands. Lorenzo loses the chance to kill me in the D'Amico house. But if the council rejects Matteo, I become the symbol of their failure. Then Lorenzo burns the room and blames the D'Amicos for not protecting the woman they claimed. Enzo's mouth tightened. Massimo said nothing. Rafael looked at his father. The Vieri loyalists don't want Matteo to win, Rafael said. They want everyone to bleed. Massimo's jaw flexed, and Matteo thinks he is controlling them. He isn't, I said. All three men looked at me. I almost laughed, not happily, no, just at the absurdity of being underestimated while standing in front of my own attempted grave. He lost control at council, I continued. The moment the certificate began to fail, Lorenzo moved to fire. That means Matteo was useful, not sovereign. Rafael's eyes warmed with something fierce and grim. You hear that, father? Massimo's gaze stayed on me. I heard. Enzo's phone buzzed again. He read the screen. His face changed. Council feed, he said. Matteo has been removed from the opera house. Rafael's voice dropped. By whom? His own men. Massimo swore. The night tightened around us. Rafael turned toward the cars. We move. No, I said. He stopped. So did Massimo. So did Enzo. I held out my hand. Give me the clean phone. Rafael's eyes narrowed slightly, but he handed it over. I pulled up the recording app, then looked at Enzo. Call the council clerk. Video. Now. Enzo did not ask why. Bless practical men when they were smart enough to obey a woman with ash in her hair. He dialed. The clerk answered after 2 rings, face pale on the screen, opera house chaos flickering behind him. This is not. Record me, I said. He blinked. Now. His eyes shifted off screen. Then back. You are live to the council channel. Good. I turned the phone so the burning east wing filled the frame behind me. Heat licked at my back. Smoke curled across the sky. My red dress glowed dark in the firelight. My name is Romina Caruso, I said. Rafael stood just outside the frame. This time I wanted the council to see only me. The proxy certificate failed because it was fraud. Minutes later, Lorenzo Vieri's faction bombed the room where I was supposed to be sleeping. The message delivered with the attack named me as the bride they intended to bury in the D'Amico house. The clerk's face tightened. Behind him, I heard men shouting. I continued. This is what happens when women are made into currency. When paper fails, men reach for fire. When consent speaks, cowards reach for graves. Rafael's presence shifted beside me. Pride, fear, love, all of it. I held the phone steady. Let the council record this clearly. Matteo Greco's claim is not just fraudulent. It is connected to a wider Vieri plot using old covenants, forged documents, surveillance, and attempted murder to destabilize both houses. Any man still defending that certificate after tonight is not defending law. He is defending the people who just tried to burn me alive. The clerk swallowed, no one interrupted, so I gave them the blade clean, and I am still alive. For 1 second, there was only the crackle of fire. Then somewhere on the council feed, a woman's voice whispered, Madonna. I ended the call. My hands shook only after the screen went dark. Rafael stepped close. You should have been born holding a crown, he said softly. I looked at the burning windows. No, crowns are inherited. I'd rather build teeth. His mouth almost curved, but the moment died when gunfire cracked from the rear of the estate. The sound ripped through the night, once, twice, then a burst. Every guard moved. Rafael shoved me behind the open car door, with his body half turned, gun already in his hand. This time, I did not argue. Not because I wanted protection, because bullets were not philosophy. Enzo shouted into his radio. Rear gardens! Contact at the rear gardens! Massimo's men moved like a black tide around the side of the house. Rafael looked at me. Stay low. I crouched behind the door, heart hammering so hard I tasted metal. He stayed with me. That startled me. His father was already moving toward the gunfire. Enzo was running. The estate was under attack, and Rafael D'Amico, wounded heir, trained weapon, furious son, stayed between me and the bullets. You need to go, I said. His eyes did not leave the darkness ahead. No. Rafael? My father has men. You have me. The words hit too deep. Another shot cracked. Closer. A guard fell near the fountain. I flinched. Rafael fired twice into the dark without losing cover. A man screamed. The world narrowed into flashes. Fire. Smoke. Gunmetal. Rafael's shoulder bleeding through black fabric again, my own breath coming too fast. Then a voice carried from the side garden. Romina. Not Rafael. Not Massimo. Lorenzo. My blood turned cold. Rafael went still. The voice came again, warped by distance and smoke. Come out, princess! Or should I call you Mrs. Greco? Rafael's face changed. Murder entered him cleanly. I grabbed his wrist before he could move. No. His eyes snapped to mine. He wants you wild, I said. He wants you exposed. Lorenzo laughed from the dark. Did Rafael tell you he watched the first tape twice before he married you? Did he tell you how long he stared before deciding whether you were threat or temptation? Rafael flinched. Just enough. Damn Lorenzo. Damn him for knowing where the wounds still lived. I kept my grip on Rafael's wrist. Look at me, I said. His eyes stayed on the dark. Rafael, look at me. He did, barely. I held his gaze while gunfire snapped somewhere near the hedges. He is using old truth like new poison. Rafael's breathing was rough. I know. Then do not drink it. Something in his face shifted. He nodded once. Lorenzo's voice sharpened. Maybe she should know the council only listened because your whore looked pretty in red. Rafael's hand tightened on the gun. I stood. Rafael's arm shot out, blocking me. I looked down at it. He froze. Then lowered it with visible effort. Good man, learning under fire. That mattered more than poetry. I stepped just enough from behind the car for my voice to carry, but not enough to make myself an easy target. Lorenzo. Then a laugh. There she is. You missed. The estate quieted in a strange pocket around those two words. Even Rafael looked at me like I had lost my mind. Maybe I had. It was useful. You missed the room, I called. You missed the council. You missed your chance to make me a body. What else do you plan to fail at tonight? Lorenzo's laugh stopped. Good. Men like him hated women with aim. You think this ends with your pretty speech? He shouted. No. It ends when every family sees you hiding behind Matteo's paper because you couldn't build a claim of your own. Gunfire erupted from the left. Rafael moved fast, catching my waist and pulling me back behind the car as bullets struck stone near the steps. He covered my body with his without crushing me, one arm braced above my head, his breath hot, against my ear. Do not, he growled, taunt shooters while standing. I should not have laughed. I did. A breathless, terrified laugh that came out against his throat. His face dropped for one impossible second, eyes wild with adrenaline and fury, and something that looked almost like relief because I was laughing instead of bleeding. "You are insane," he said. "Probably." His mouth almost touched mine. Almost. The fire roared, bullets cracked, men shouted, and still the world collapsed to the inch between us. His hand was at my waist, mine pressed to his chest, feeling the brutal race of his heart. The almost kiss burned hotter than the fire. Then Enzo's voice cut through the radio. "Target moving toward Old Chapel. Lorenzo is moving toward the chapel." Rafael pulled back. The moment shattered, but not badly. It left heat behind, and fear, and a promise neither of us had time to make. He touched my face once, fast and careful. "After," he said. One word, aftercare for an almost moment. After the bullets, after the ghosts, after the men who kept trying to write my ending. I nodded. After. Then we ran, not toward the chapel directly. Rafael was not that reckless. Enzo and 2 guards moved through the side path while Massimo's men closed from the rear. I stayed with Rafael behind the stone wall along the winter garden, the same glass room where he had read Isabella's letter. One pane was cracked now from shock or gunfire. Even the room that held his grief had not been spared. We reached the chapel through the service path. The same chapel where Matteo had tried to Calentina, the same chapel where the Palermo truth had torn open. Its doors stood ajar. Dark inside. Rafael held up a hand. I stopped. This time, not because he ordered it, because I understood the language of danger. He entered first with 2 guards. I followed only when he glanced back and gave one sharp nod. Inside, candles flickered along the aisle. That was wrong. No one had lit those. At the altar stood Lorenzo Vieri. He held no gun. That made him more frightening. In his hand was a lighter. At his feet sat a metal case with wires curling from it like veins. Rafael's gun rose. "Step away." Lorenzo smiled. He looked awful. Blood streaked one side of his face. His suit was torn. Smoke darkened his collar. But his eyes were bright with the particular madness of men who believed losing was still a stage they could perform on. "Careful, brother." Rafael's voice was ice. "I am not your brother." "No. You're the spoiled prince who inherited a house built on women's screams and still thinks he's better than me." Massimo entered behind us. Lorenzo's smile widened. "There he is, the great Massimo D'Amico. Tell me, did Isabella scream when she realized you wouldn't save her?" Rafael moved. I caught his hand. Not strong enough to stop him physically. Strong enough because he let me. His body trembled with restraint. Lorenzo saw. His eyes moved to our joined hands. "Oh," he said softly, "she really did tame you." "No," I said. "He chose control. That's different." Lorenzo's gaze slid to me. The hatred there was intimate and impersonal at once. He did not hate me because he knew me. He hated me because I had interrupted the story men had written. "You were supposed to be useful," he said. "I keep disappointing men that way." His hand tightened around the lighter. Massimo's voice cut through the chapel. "What do you want?" Lorenzo laughed. "From you? Nothing. You already gave my family everything. Blood, names, access, your own arrogance." He looked at Rafael. "From him? I want the prince to watch another woman die in this chapel because D'Amico men only learn through graves." Rafael's face went white with rage. I stepped forward before he could. "Then you still don't understand why you lost." Lorenzo's smile twitched. I kept walking. Rafael whispered my name behind me. I stopped halfway down the aisle, far enough to live, close enough to be heard. "You think this is about men learning through graves," I said. "But Isabella did not die to teach Massimo. Valentina did not betray Matteo to teach him. I did not survive you to become Rafael's lesson. Women are not the classroom where men become better people." Lorenzo's face tightened. "Good. Isabella left a letter. I left a recording. Valentina left testimony. My mother left fear behind long enough to speak. Lucia stood in a room full of men who would never remember her name unless I made them. That is why you lost, not because Rafael is stronger, not because Massimo is older, because every woman you counted on staying silent became evidence." For the first time, Lorenzo looked uncertain, only for a flicker. But Rafael saw it. Massimo saw it. I saw it. Then the chapel's side door burst open. Enzo. Behind Lorenzo, silent as death. Lorenzo turned too late. Rafael fired once, not at his heart, at his wrist. The lighter flew from Lorenzo's hand, clattering across the stone floor. Enzo slammed into him from behind, taking him down hard. The metal case scraped sideways. Wires snapped under Enzo's boot. Lorenzo fought like an animal. Rafael was on him in seconds, wounded shoulder be damned, knee in Lorenzo's back, gun pressed to his skull. "Give me a reason," Rafael said. Lorenzo spat blood onto the chapel floor and laughed. "You still lose. Matteo is gone. The Gracos will regroup, the council will fracture, and she," his eyes rolled toward me, hateful and bright, "she will always be the scandal that broke your house." I walked closer. Rafael's eyes flicked up. Worried. I nodded once. He trusted me enough not to stop me. I crouched in front of Lorenzo. His breathing was ragged, his face twisted with pain. "You're wrong," I said. He sneered. "Am I?" "Yes." I took out the clean phone. The recording light was on. It had been on since the driveway. Lorenzo's face changed. There it was. Fear. I smiled. Not sweetly, not kindly. "The scandal didn't break the house," I said. "It exposed the rot." Massimo stepped beside me, looking down at Lorenzo like a dead era. Rafael kept the gun steady. Enzo held Lorenzo's injured wrist behind his back. I lifted the phone slightly. "You admitted Vieri motive. You connected Matteo. You threatened another woman's death in this chapel. You named the pattern, and the council is still connected to the secure feed." Lorenzo's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Beautiful. For once a man had no words when they mattered. Rafael leaned close to him. "You wanted blood to cancel ink," he said. "Congratulations, yours will." He did not kill him. That was the shock. He wanted to. I felt it. Everyone in the chapel felt it. But he looked at me and did not. Because my fight had been for voice, not just vengeance. Because killing Lorenzo in that chapel would have fed the old story. Rafael chose a different ending. That was when I knew he had changed. Not softened. Changed. Lorenzo was dragged out alive. Screaming now, not laughing, his blood marked the chapel aisle in a thin line as Enzo's men took him into custody. Outside, the fire was under control. The east wing smoked, wounded but standing. Like us. I swayed once when the adrenaline drained too fast. Rafael caught me gently, his hands at my waist. "Easy. I'm fine." "No," he said, voice soft. "You're alive. That is not the same thing." My breath shook. He was right. Damn him. I pressed my forehead against his chest, careful of his shoulder, and let the tremble come. Only a little. Only with him. His arms closed around me slowly. "After," he whispered into my hair. I closed my eyes. "After." He led me to the chapel bench and sat beside me while the men worked around us. He did not ask questions, did not force me to speak, did not tell me I was brave like bravery meant I should not be shaking. He took my bandaged arm and checked it in the candlelight. The edge had loosened again. "You and bandages are enemies," he murmured. I laughed softly, then immediately felt tears sting my eyes. He looked up. "I don't want to be Matteo's almost wife on paper," I whispered. His face changed. "You're not. I don't want to be the scandal. You're not. I don't want to be the woman everyone remembers because men fought over her." His thumb brushed the back of my hand. "Then we make them remember what you said." A tear slipped down my cheek. He wiped it with his thumb. Not possessive. Not claiming. Tender. "Romina," he said, voice rough. "When this is over, I will give you the ring back." My heart stumbled. "What?" "The D'Amico ring. The one I put on you before you had room to choose." His eyes held mine, dark and stripped bare. "I will give it back, and I will not put it on your hand again unless you ask me to." The chapel blurred. "Rafael? I mean it. I know. That was why it hurt. Because he did. Because the man who had once solved scandal by claiming me was now offering to undo the symbol of it with his own hands. I leaned into him. He kissed my temple, then my forehead, then stopped, always stopping now. Always waiting for me. I lifted my face, his eyes asked. I answered. The kiss was soft, ruined by smoke and tears, but it steadied something inside me. His mouth moved over mine slowly, careful with my shaking, careful with his own hunger. My fingers curled in the front of his shirt. He made a low sound and drew me closer, but still left space for me to breathe. When we parted, he rested his forehead against mine. "Aftercare," I whispered, trying to sound teasing, his mouth almost curved. "Yes," he said, "even for surviving. Especially for surviving," I thought. Outside, Massimo stepped into the chapel doorway. His face was grim. "Council has ruled," he said. I sat up. Rafael's hand stayed around mine. Massimo looked at me first. Not his son, me. "The proxy marriage is void, fraudulent. Matteo Greco's claim is rejected. Lorenzo's confession has been entered into record. The council is moving against the Vieri loyalists." I closed my eyes. For one breath, relief almost took me down. Then Massimo continued. Matteo is missing. Rafael went still. My eyes opened. Massimo's voice darkened. He sent one final message before disappearing. The chapel seemed to grow colder. Rafael asked, "To whom?" Massimo looked at me. My stomach dropped. To Romina. Enzo handed over the phone. The message waited on the screen from an unknown number. "You proved you are not my wife. Fine, then become my widowmaker. Come alone, Romina, or I start mailing pieces of the women who helped you speak. Lucia first." The chapel tilted. Rafael's hand tightened around mine. Not too hard. Never too hard, but the fury that moved through him felt like the old world begging to return. I looked up from the message. Lucia. My mother. Valentina. All the women Lorenzo had accidentally turned into evidence. Matteo wanted to turn them into punishment. I stood slowly. Rafael stood with me. This time, he did not say no. He looked at my face and understood. The next fight was not for paper, not for counsel, not for claim, for the women who had spoken. And Matteo Greco had just made the worst mistake of his life. He had threatened mine. Chapter 18. Matteo Greco made one mistake that night. He thought threatening Lucia would make me afraid. It did. For one breath, fear opened inside me so violently I felt it behind my ribs, sharp and cold and alive. I saw Lucia's steady hands wrapping my bleeding arm. Lucia changing my sheets without questions. Lucia standing behind me in the chapel when men with guns decided which women were worth seeing. Lucia saying my name like I was not scandal or debt or bride, but human. Then the fear turned into something else, not courage. Courage sounded too clean. This was rage with a pulse. I looked down at Matteo's message until the words stopped being words and became a place I intended to burn to the ground. Come alone, Romina, or I start mailing pieces of the women who helped you speak. Lucia first. Rafael stood beside me in the chapel, still bleeding through his bandage, still smelling faintly of smoke. Gun in his hand and murder in his eyes. For once he did not say no. That frightened me more than if he had. He had learned the shape of my choice, and now he was waiting to see what I would do with it. Massimo stood in the chapel doorway. Enzo was behind him, phone already pressed to his ear. Outside, the east wing smoked under a bruised dawn sky. Inside, Lorenzo's blood marked the aisle like a signature from a man who had finally run out of room to lie. I read the message again. Then I lifted my eyes. Where is Lucia? Enzo answered first. South House, with Sofia and Valentina. Guarded. Move them. Rafael's gaze sharpened. Where? Not anywhere Matteo knows. Massimo stepped forward. The lower wine vault. Reinforced. Hidden exit through the old tunnel. I looked at him. Is this another secret your house for emergencies involving women? His face did not shift. Yes. At least he did not pretend. Use it, I said. Enzo nodded and walked away, already issuing orders. Rafael came closer. Romina, I turned to him. The old Rafael would have taken over. The new one looked like the effort not to was tearing skin from bone. He wants you alone, Rafael said. Yes. You know you are not going alone. I know. His eyes flickered. Not with surprise. With relief he tried not to show. I stepped closer, lowering my voice, but he has to believe I am. Rafael looked at me for a long moment, then something dark and dangerous settled into place. Then we give him what he thinks he wants. Massimo's mouth tightened. Matteo will expect a trap. Good, I said. Let him expect the wrong one. I held up the clean phone. We answer from my hand. We make him think I'm desperate, scared, and stupid enough to trade myself for Lucia. Rafael's jaw flexed at the words trade myself. I touched his wrist, just a small touch, enough to bring his eyes back to mine. I am not trading myself, I said softly. I am becoming bait with teeth. His mouth almost moved, not a smile, something prouder, meaner, in love with the worst parts of my bravery. Where would Matteo take you? Massimo asked. I thought of him, theatrical, humiliated, obsessed with old blood, old paper, old rooms that made violence look sacred. Not the opera house, too exposed, not the Greco estate, too obvious, not the D'Amico chapel, already burned by truth. Then I knew. The courthouse annex, I said. Rafael went still. Massimo's eyes narrowed. The old marriage records building. Yes, Matteo had lost me on paper, so he would try to end me among records. He will want symbolism, I said. He wants me to come to the place where names become law. He wants me surrounded by marriage books when he punishes me for refusing to be his wife. Rafael's voice was low. I hate that you understand him. So do I. But I did. That was the ugly thing about surviving men who tried to own you. You learned their architecture. I typed with my good hand. I'll come. Alone. Lucia stays untouched. Tell me where. The reply came less than a minute later. Old Records Annex, 30 minutes. No, Rafael. No. D'Amico men. No tricks. Rafael read over my shoulder. His smile was terrifying. He thinks no tricks means no women. My heart gave one hard beat. I looked up at him. He already understood. Valentina, Sofia, Lucia, me. The women Matteo thought were liabilities. The women he had just threatened. We did not send an army first. We sent the story. By the time I reached the Old Records Annex, I looked exactly the way Matteo wanted me to look. Alone. Unarmed. Red dress, smoke-stained at the hem. Bandage visible on my forearm. Hair loose around my shoulders. A woman who had run out of men and options. That was the picture. The truth walked underneath it. A tiny transmitter sat under the edge of my sleeve, taped beside the bandage. The clean phone rested in my coat pocket, recording. Enzo's men were already in the service tunnels. Massimo's guards covered the outer streets from 3 blocks away. Rafael was not with me. That was the hardest part. He hated it. I hated it. But Matteo knew Rafael's shape too well. He would look for him first and miss everyone else. So Rafael stayed where Matteo would never expect a man like him to stay. With Lucia, with Sofia, with Valentina, protecting the women Matteo meant to use. I could still feel his last touch before I left, his hands on my face, his forehead against mine, his voice low and ragged. Come back to me, because you choose to, not because I ordered you to live. I had kissed him for that. Hard. Then I walked away before either of us forgot the plan. The Old Records Annex stood between a shuttered courthouse and an abandoned tax office, its stone steps cracked, its bronze doors dark with rain. Once, legitimate people had come here to file births, deaths, marriages, property transfers. Now Matteo Greco waited inside to teach me that even after law failed, men could still make women disappear. I climbed the steps. The door opened before I touched it. A Greco soldier patted me down with rough professional hands. I stared straight ahead while he found nothing. Not the transmitter, not the rage, not the ghosts. He led me through a hallway lined with cabinets and old ledger shelves. Dust floated in the air. The building smelled like paper and mildew, old ink and dead promises. Matteo stood in the main records room beneath a cracked skylight. He had changed clothes. No blood, no ash, no evidence of panic, a dark suit, a white shirt, no tie. He looked almost calm. That was when I knew he was losing himself. Calm men did not threaten housemaids. Calm men did not summon women to abandoned marriage archives before dawn. His eyes moved over me slowly. You came. You threatened Lucia. Yes. His mouth curved. It worked. No, I said. It moved me. His smile faded slightly. I looked around the room. Shelves rose to the ceiling. Bound ledgers stacked in rows. Marriage records from decades of women becoming names beneath men's names. It made my skin crawl. How poetic, I said. Matteo's brows lifted. You chose the records building. What were you going to do? Kill me under the marriage shelves so the symbolism could hold you at night? His jaw tightened. There he was. The man behind the charm. You humiliated me, he said. No, I answered you. You turned the council into a theater. You brought me to one. His eyes flashed. I smiled without warmth. I learned staging from men. He moved closer. The Greco soldier stayed near the door. Another one stood by the side aisle, only 2 visible, too few. That meant more were hidden, or Matteo had become arrogant enough to believe 2 were enough for one woman. Both possibilities were useful. You think you won, he said. I know I did. He laughed softly. You have no house. The D'Amico East Wing is ashes. The council is split. Lorenzo may be caught, but Vieri loyalists will scatter and bite from the dark. Rafael is wounded. Massimo is exposed. Your mother is disgraced. Your maid is hiding in a cellar. And you are here with me at dawn, still begging the woman you never married to make you feel powerful. That hit. His hand came up before he thought, not to touch me, to strike. I did not flinch. Maybe that startled him. Maybe my face did. His hand stopped inches from my cheek. I looked at it, then at him. Do it, I whispered. The room is listening. His eyes narrowed. For the first time, real uncertainty passed through him. Beautiful. He stepped back. What did you do? I smiled. Used my voice. The side doors burst open. Not with Rafael, not with Massimo, with Valentina Greco. She entered in black, silver hair pinned at the nape of her neck, pistol steady in her gloved hand. Behind her came Sofia Caruso, pale and shaking, but holding a phone with the live council feed open. Then Lucia. Sweet Lucia. Small, furious Lucia. With Enzo's gun in both hands and her finger correctly off the trigger. Matteo stared. For one breath, all his cruelty had nowhere to stand. You threatened the wrong women, Valentina said, his face twisted. Zia, do not Zia me now. I warned your father once that women remember longer than men fear. He laughed too. Sophia lifted the phone. The council heard everything from the moment Romina entered. Matteo's gaze snapped to me. I took the clean phone from my pocket and held it up. 2 recordings, I said. I'm careful now. He lunged for me. The first shot came from the upper balcony. Not at me. At the floor between Matteo and my body. Stone cracked. Matteo froze. Rafael stepped from the shadows above. My heart nearly stopped. He stood on the second-floor archive balcony with a rifle in his hands, blood dark on one shoulder, face pale and merciless. He had not come through the door. He had come through the old courthouse tunnel, exactly where Enzo said he could cover the entire room without being seen. Matteo's mouth curled. No D'Amico men, you said. I looked at him. No, you said that. The room shifted. Enzo's men poured in from the service corridor. Massimo's guards took the exits. The Greco soldiers dropped their weapons one at a time. Matteo looked around, finally understanding. He had expected Rafael to storm in like a jealous lover. He had expected Massimo to send brute force. He had expected me to come afraid. He had not expected the women. That was why he lost. Rafael descended the iron stairs slowly, never taking his eyes off Matteo. Every step cost him. I could see it in the tightness around his mouth, the way his injured shoulder barely moved. But he did not stop. He came to stand beside me, not in front, beside. Matteo watched us with pure hatred. Kill me then, he said. Be what you are. Rafael's hand flexed on the rifle. For one terrible heartbeat, I thought he might. Then he looked at me, only me, and whatever he saw there held him. No, Rafael said. Matteo laughed. Weak. No, Rafael's voice was calm. Witnessed. Valentina stepped forward and slapped Matteo across the face. The sound cracked like a gunshot. He staggered, stunned. That is for my brother making you into his echo, she said. Sophia moved next. My mother, who had spent half her life signing things to survive, lifted her hand and struck him too. Her palm shook afterward. That is for the hospital hallway, she whispered. Then Lucia. She surprised everyone. She walked right up to him, lowered the gun so Enzo could take it from her, and slapped him so hard his head snapped sideways. That is for thinking women like me are easy to cut into pieces, she said. The silence after that was holy. I stepped forward last. Matteo turned his face slowly toward me. His cheek was red. His eyes were full of murder. I did not slap him. I held up the phone. And this, I said, is for the record. Enzo cuffed him. Matteo struggled once, but it was pitiful now. Not because he had no strength, but because everyone had stopped believing in the performance. That was the real death of men like him. Not bullets. Witnesses. As they dragged him away, he looked over his shoulder at Rafael. She will make you weak. Rafael's eyes stayed on me. She already made me better. The words hit me so hard I had to look away. Outside, dawn had finally broken. Not golden, not pretty. A gray, bruised morning spread over the city, showing every wet street, every cracked window, every ugly truth the night had failed to hide. The council ruled before noon. Matteo Greco's claim was void. His attempted coercion, threats, and council deception were recorded. Greco leadership fractured immediately under Valentina's testimony. Lorenzo Vieri's confession exposed the loyalist network, and by evening, half the men who had hidden under old names were either dead, detained, or begging for deals. I did not attend the final council session. I was tired of rooms where men sat at tables to decide whether women had suffered correctly. Instead, I went back to the D'Amico house, or what was left of the East Wing. My bedroom was blackened. The curtains were gone. The bed frame had collapsed on one side. The mirror above the vanity had cracked into a spider web. Smoke had darkened the walls where I once sat writing terms as a bride with no intention of surrendering. Rafael stood behind me at the doorway. Quiet, too quiet. I knew what he saw. Failure. The room he had not kept safe. The woman he had almost lost. The proof that love did not make him omnipotent. I reached back without looking. His hand slid into mine. Don't, I said. I haven't spoken. You're blaming yourself loudly, he huffed a tired laugh. Then silence again. I turned to him. His face was drawn with pain and exhaustion. The doctor had threatened to sedate him if he reopened his shoulder one more time. Rafael had stared at the poor man until the threat quietly dissolved. "You did not plant the bomb," I said. "No." "You did not forge the certificate." "No." "You did not threaten Lucia." "No." "You did put cameras in this wing." His eyes closed. "Yes. And that will always be part of us." He opened his eyes, and the pain in them was clean. "I know. But it is not all of us." His throat moved. I stepped closer. "The room burned," I whispered. "Not me." His hand lifted to my face, stopped, waited. I nodded. He touched my cheek like it was a sacred thing. "I want to give you the ring back," he said. My pulse stumbled. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the D'Amico ring. The first time he had put it on my finger, it had felt like a sentence. Now it sat in his palm like a question. He took my hand, turned it over, and placed the ring there. Not on my finger, in my palm. Then he closed my fingers around it gently. "You are free of it," he said. "Free of me too, if that is what you choose." The hallway tilted a little. I looked down at the ring. Heavy, beautiful, ruined by memory, changed by choice. "Where would I go?" I asked. His face tightened, but he answered honestly. "Anywhere." "Would you follow?" His jaw flexed. "No." The word hurt him. I saw it, but he gave it to me anyway. "Would you want to?" "Yes." "Would you burn down the city trying not to?" A faint, broken smile touched his mouth. "Probably." I looked at the ring again, then at him. "You were the first cage after the scandal," I said. His face went still. "And then you became the first man who opened the door and did not stand in front of it." His eyes shone. I stepped closer and placed the ring back in his palm. His breath stopped. "Ask me," I whispered. Rafael stared at me. For a second, he looked younger than I had ever seen him. Not soft. Never soft. But stripped of armor, standing in the burned hallway with smoke in his hair and fear in his eyes because this time he had no paper, no scandal, no counsel, no claim, only a question. He lowered to one knee, slowly. Pain crossed his face from his wound, but he did not care. I did, but I let him have this. He looked up at me like the world had narrowed to my answer. "Romina Caruso," he said, voice rough, "will you choose me? Not because my house needs you, not because scandal demands it, not because anyone signed your name or threatened your future. Choose me only if you want the man I am and the man I am still trying to become." My throat closed. The D'Amico ring lay in his hand. The burned room waited behind me. The city waited beyond the walls. And for the first time, no one answered for me. "Yes," I whispered. Rafael's eyes shut for 1 second. When he opened them, they were wet. He slid the ring onto my finger. This time, it did not feel like a lock. It felt like a vow with the key in my hand. He rose carefully, and I stepped into him before he could hide how much it hurt. My arms went around his waist. His uninjured arm folded around my back. Then I kissed him. Not to prove anything. Not because cameras watched. Not because a scandal demanded a performance. Because I wanted his mouth. Because I wanted the heat of him, the breath of him, the dangerous, broken devotion of him. He made a low sound against my lips and kissed me back slowly, deeply, with a restraint that made my knees weaken more than force ever could. His hand spread at my back, asking with pressure rather than taking. I opened for him on a sigh, and the kiss turned warmer, fuller, all the terror of the night melting into hunger that had waded through fire and blood and paper. "Romina," he breathed. Yes, one word. Mine. He lifted me carefully, not jarring his shoulder, and carried me away from the burned east wing to the south room where Lucia had set clean sheets, fresh water, and bandages beside the bed like she had already decided survival deserved softness. Rafael set me down as if I were breakable and powerful at once. I touched his face. "Stay with me. I am here." "No, stay as my husband." His eyes darkened. "Chosen? Chosen? Chosen." He kissed me again then, and this time the world did not interrupt. The door closed. The room softened around us. His hands moved with reverence, learning me not as territory but as trust. He kissed my mouth until my fear loosened, kissed my jaw, my temple, the tender place beneath my ear, stopping every time my breath changed to look at me, to check, to ask without words. I answered with my hands in his hair, with my mouth finding his again, with the way I pulled him closer when he tried to give me too much space. There was nothing rushed in it, nothing taken, only chosen closeness, layer by careful layer, until the smoke, the counsel, the forged paper, the burning room all fell away from my skin. When we came together, it was not graphic, not cruel, not a conquest. It was Rafael trembling above me, fighting his own needs so he could stay gentle. It was me whispering his name and feeling him stop until I touched his face and said, "Don't stop. I'm with you." It was his forehead dropping to mine, his breath breaking, his body moving with mine in a rhythm that felt like a vow spoken without witnesses. It was heat and tenderness, hunger and restraint, my fingers locked with his on the pillow, his mouth at my cheek, my throat, my lips, always returning to my mouth like he needed to hear every breath I gave him. And afterward, when my body softened beneath his and the world came back slowly, Rafael did not roll away into silence. He gathered me carefully against him, mindful of my arm and his shoulder, and wrapped the blanket around us. His lips brushed my hair. "Water," he murmured. "I don't want to move." "You don't have to." He shifted with a wince and reached for the glass on the bedside table, helping me drink before taking any for himself. "Your shoulder," I whispered. "Later." Now, his mouth curved faintly. "Bossy wife. Chosen wife." His face changed, softened in that dangerous way that still felt private enough to wound me. "Chosen wife," he repeated. I checked his bandage with clumsy fingers. He checked mine after, rewrapping the edge with a patience that made my chest ache. Then he lay beside me and pulled me close again. No demands. No darkness pretending to be romance. Just his hand moving slowly along my back while I listened to his heartbeat settle. "I love you," he said into my hair. "I know," he huffed softly. "Cruel woman." I smiled against his chest. "I love you too." His arm tightened. Outside the window, the city kept breathing. Somewhere, councils were rewriting rules they never thought women would challenge. Somewhere, Matteo Greco sat in custody learning that paper could become evidence. Somewhere, Lorenzo Vieri discovered that bloodlines meant nothing when the women he tried to silence had recorded him. And in the D'Amico house, the east wing stood blackened but not fallen, like a warning, like a beginning. Weeks later, they rebuilt it. I did not ask for my old room back. I turned it into an archive, not for weapons, not for contracts, for records. Copies of Isabella's letter, Valentina's testimony, Sophia's statement, Lucia's witness account, my speech at council, Raphael's handwritten confession, every woman's voice that had helped break a dynasty's lie. Above the door, I had one line engraved into dark wood. "Ink is not consent." Raphael stood beside me when the plaque was mounted. He looked at it for a long time. Then at me. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked. "Surviving?" "Choosing me." I took his hand. The ring caught the light. This time it did not feel heavy. "No," I said, "but I reserve the right to yell at you for the rest of our lives." His smile was slow, dark, and entirely mine. "Fair." I leaned against him. He kissed the top of my head. Not claiming, not correcting, just there. The city would always talk. Let it. Let them call me the almost Greco bride, the D'Amico scandal, the Caruso woman who stood before the council and tore a marriage certificate in half. I knew the truth. I had been promised, forged, watched, threatened, and nearly burned. But I had not been owned. Not by blood, not by paper, not by fear. And when Rafael D'Amico's hand closed gently around mine, I did not feel trapped. I felt the door behind me open. And this time when I stepped through it, I brought my own name with me. Epilogue. The first time the council asked me to speak again, I made them wait. Not 10 minutes, not an hour, 3 days. I let their messenger stand in the front hall of the D'Amico house with a sealed black envelope in his hand, sweating through his expensive collar while Lucia looked him up and down like he was tracking mud across her clean floor. I watched from the second-floor landing. He did not see me at first. That was his mistake. Men in our world always looked for power at eye level. They forgot women had been watching from staircases, doorways, kitchens, balconies, and quiet corners for centuries. Lucia crossed her arms. "Donna Romina is unavailable." The messenger blinked at the title. "Donna." I nearly smiled. The first time one of Massimo's men had called me that, I looked over my shoulder to see who he meant. Then Raphael had leaned down and murmured near my ear, "He means you." I had said, "Tell him not to." Raphael had said, "Tell him yourself." So I did. And somehow that made the men use it more carefully. Not like a crown, like a boundary. The messenger cleared his throat. "The council requests her presence." Lucia's mouth flattened. "Requests. Yes. And if she declines?" He glanced toward the front door like he regretted every choice that had brought him into a house full of women who no longer lowered their eyes. "The council hopes she will not." This hope is healthier than command, Lucia said. I did smile then. The messenger finally looked up. His gaze found me on the landing. He straightened instantly. Mrs. D'Amico. I descended the stairs slowly, not because I wanted drama, because my arm still ached when it rained, and that morning the sky hung low and gray over the estate, heavy with weather and old smoke. The east wing had been rebuilt, not erased, rebuilt. Rafael had wanted to tear it all down and start over. I understood why. Every blackened beam had felt like accusation to him. Every scorched wall whispered that he had failed to protect the room I had begun to trust. But I had stood in the wreckage and told him no. We don't bury what happened, I had said. That is how men like Lorenzo survive in walls. So we kept the foundation, reinforced it, cleaned the smoke, opened the windows, and turned the room where I was meant to die into the first archive in the city where women's testimony mattered more than men's seals. The messenger's eyes flicked toward my wedding ring. A tiny movement. I saw it anyway. I saw most things now. I stopped at the foot of the stairs. What does the council want? He extended the envelope with both hands. They are reviewing covenant law. I did not take it yet. Are they? Yes. Because they discovered morality? His face went pink. Lucia coughed into her hand. The messenger wisely chose silence. I took the envelope, broke the seal, and read the short notice inside. The council wanted my recommendation on the wording of a new rule. No covenant marriage, proxy claim, inherited pledge, or blood debt would be recognized without the living consent of the woman named. Living consent. I stared at the phrase for a long time. It was such a small thing to ask of history, and such a violent thing to change. Behind me, I heard the soft step I knew better than my own heartbeat. Rafael. He did not touch me in front of the messenger. Not because he wouldn't, because he waited now, always. It still made something deep inside me tremble. Not fear. The memory of fear leaving. Tell them I'll respond in writing, I said. The messenger bowed his head. Of course. And tell Don Maldera if he wants my voice in that room, he can address the invitation to me, not to my husband, not to the D'Amico house, me. Yes, Mrs. D'Amico. I tilted my head. He swallowed. Yes, Donna Romina. Lucia opened the door before he could embarrass himself further. When he left, the foyer exhaled. Rafael moved beside me, close enough that his sleeve brushed mine. What did they ask? I handed him the letter. He read it once. His expression did not change, but I knew him now. I saw the flicker in his eyes. Pride, sharp and quiet. Anger, too, because it should not have taken blood, fire, and forged marriage papers for powerful men to decide women should be asked before being handed over. Living consent, he said. Apparently dead women still don't get a vote. His mouth tightened. Isabella. Her name always entered the room gently now, but never without weight. Rafael folded the letter and gave it back. What will you say? That their wording is weak. His dark eyes warmed. Of course. They'll try to make exceptions. Yes, I'll make them regret that. Yes. I looked at him. He was smiling. Not fully. Rafael did not smile like easy men smiled. His happiness came slowly, like a blade being sheathed instead of drawn. But it was there. Mine to see. Mine because he allowed it. You enjoy me being difficult, I said. I married you twice for it. I lifted an eyebrow. His smile deepened. The first time badly, he added. Very badly. The second time correctly. I looked at the ring on my hand. The D'Amico ring sat beside a thinner band I had chosen myself. Not because the first ring was not enough, but because I wanted one thing on my hand that had never belonged to another woman, another family, another history of men claiming inheritance through brides. Rafael had bought it from a small jeweler who nearly fainted when he realized who had entered his shop. He had brought it home in a plain box and placed it on the table in front of me like an offering. No diamonds unless you want them, he had said. No crest unless you ask. No family stone. No debt. Choose. I had chosen a narrow gold band with a tiny red stone set inside the ring where only I could feel it against my skin. A secret ember. A reminder. I belonged to myself first. The front door opened again, and Sophia stepped inside, holding a paper bag of pastries like peace offerings. She came every Thursday now. At first, our conversations had been stiff, careful things. Mother and daughter sitting across from each other with too many unsaid apologies between us. Then, one Thursday, she arrived with hospital records from the year of the accident and laid them on the archive table. I want every page out of my house, she said. That was how we began. Not with forgiveness, with documentation. Strange, maybe, but it worked for us. She saw the letter in my hand and sighed. The council? Yes. Do they want help or absolution? Both. Charge them for one, deny the other. Rafael looked at my mother with something dangerously close to approval. Sophia noticed and pointed the pastry bag at him. Don't look proud. I'm still angry at you. I know. Good. Then she kissed my cheek and went to find Lucia, leaving powdered sugar and unresolved history in her wake. I watched her go. Rafael watched me. She's trying, he said. I know. Is it enough? Not always. His hand brushed mine. This time I turned my palm into his. His fingers closed gently. No one in the foyer spoke. No one smirked. No one pretended not to see. The house had learned a new language. Choice looked quiet from the outside. Inside, it was revolution. By noon, the archive was full. Valentina Greco arrived with 2 armed escorts and a file box tucked under one arm. She wore black, as always, but her lipstick was the deep red of fresh blood and final warnings. Lucia hated her, then respected her, then hated that she respected her. It was entertaining. Valentina placed the box on the long table beneath Isabella's framed letter. Greco marriage ledgers, she said. 70 years. I stared at the box. You stole them? I inherited them. That sounds like theft with better shoes. Her smile was brief and beautiful. Exactly. Rafael stood near the windows, arms crossed, face unreadable. Valentina glanced at him. Do not glare, boy. I could have burned these. But you didn't, I said. Her gaze returned to me. No. Why? Something older than pride moved through her face. Because I am tired of men building graves out of paperwork. No one spoke for a moment. Then Lucia muttered, Finally, someone in that family developed sense. Valentina looked at her. Lucia looked back. Then both women smiled as if they had agreed on a murder neither of them would confess to. I opened the file box. Inside were ledgers, letters, old contracts, and names. So many names. Women I did not know. Women who had been promised, traded, renamed, signed over, recorded as alliance, settlement, debt correction, union stabilizer. My throat tightened. Rafael moved closer, but did not touch me until I reached for him. When I did, he was there instantly. I thought it would feel good, I whispered. What? Winning. His voice softened. Does it not? I looked down at the names. It feels heavy. Valentina said quietly, That is because winning is not the same as being finished. I hated how right she was. The archive had started as proof that I survived. Now it was becoming something else. A place where women could bring the documents that had caged them and watch those cages become evidence. By late afternoon, I sat at the long table, writing my response to the council. Lucia brought coffee. Sophia sorted hospital files. Valentina annotated Greco ledger codes with terrifying efficiency. Rafael remained near the window, pretending to review security updates while actually watching every person who came near me. Some habits did not disappear. Some became less cruel. He still watched. But now when I caught him, he did not pretend it was for my own good. He simply said, I am looking because I love you. And I usually said, try blinking. He usually did. Usually. I wrote for 2 hours. No legal poetry. No feminine pleading. Just teeth. Consent must be direct, informed, current, and revocable. No proxy may speak for a woman in marriage. No family debt may attach to her body, name, or legal status. No silence may be interpreted as agreement. No inherited covenant may supersede a living refusal. When I finished, Rafael reread it. His eyes paused on one line, then lifted to mine. This will start fights. Good. Some men will hate you. They already did. I survived. His thumb brushed the edge of the paper. Some women will come. The room grew quiet. That was the truth beneath all of it. Not council law, not family politics. Women would come, quietly at first. Through kitchen doors and side entrances, with old papers folded in handbags, with signatures they did not remember giving, with daughters they wanted spared, with secrets that had been called family honor for too long. I looked around the archive, at Isabella's letter, at Valentina's ledgers, at Sophia's records, at Lucia's statement, at my own speech framed on the far wall. Then I looked at Rafael. Then we make room. He nodded. As much as you need. Something in his voice made me pause. I knew that tone. Too careful, too controlled. A man hiding pain behind obedience. What happened? I asked. Everyone in the room kept working very hard at not listening. Rafael folded the council response and set it down. Nothing. I stared at him. He lasted 6 seconds. Progress, honestly. The doctor wants me to rest the shoulder for another week. I crossed my arms, and I told him I would, Lucia snorted. Valentina did not look up from the ledger. Liar. Sophia said, terrible liar. Rafael's jaw tightened while every woman in the room betrayed him. I held out my hand. Upstairs, his eyes darkened slightly, not with desire. Well, not only with desire, with pleasure, he said. No, for bandages. His mouth twitched. Less pleasure. Move. He obeyed. The women absolutely noticed. I heard Lucia whisper, God bless that girl. I pretended not to. Upstairs in our room, the world softened. Not because there was no darkness there, because we had stopped pretending darkness required silence. Rafael sat on the edge of the bed while I opened the medical kit. He unbuttoned his shirt with one hand, badly, because his shoulder was stiff and he was too stubborn to ask. I watched for a moment, then pushed his hand away. Let me. His eyes lifted to mine. The air changed. Even now, after everything, closeness could still arrive like a storm. I undid each button slowly, careful not to brush the healing wound. His skin was warm beneath my fingertips. The scar near his ribs had gone silver. The bruising along his shoulder was yellowing at the edges. He looked dangerous, even hurt, maybe more so because pain had not made him smaller. It had made him quieter. I peeled the shirt from his shoulder. His breath caught. Did that hurt? Yes. Good. His brows lifted. I mean, good that you told me. His mouth curved. I cleaned the edge of the wound gently. He watched me the entire time. Not my hands. My face. What? I asked. I used to think care was control. I know. You taught me the difference. No. I secured the bandage, then looked at him. You learned it. Don't make me responsible for your growth. I had enough work surviving you. He closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, they were full of that raw honesty I still did not know what to do with. You're right. I touched his jaw. I usually am. His laugh was soft, almost broken, then his hands came to my waist, slowly, waiting, always waiting. I stepped between his knees. His forehead rested against my stomach for one quiet breath before his arms wrapped around me, not tightly, not to trap, to hold. I slid my fingers into his hair. Hard day? I whispered. His voice came muffled against me. You are rewriting council law downstairs while my doctor threatens me with bed rest. I have known easier wars. I smiled. Then his arms tightened a little. Romina? There it was. The shift. What? He lifted his head. Do you ever miss who you were before this house? The question sank deep. I could have answered quickly. No. Yes. I don't know. All of those were true and not true. I looked toward the window. The rebuilt east wing faced the garden now, its new glass catching the late afternoon light. Not hiding the past, reflecting it differently. I miss the woman who believed safety might be simple, I said, but I don't miss being quiet enough for people to mistake me for safe. His hands moved gently at my waist. I miss never hurting you. My chest tightened. You don't get to miss something that never happened. Pain crossed his face. I softened because cruelty was easy and I did not want easy with him. But I believe you would change it. I would. I know. He pulled me down onto his lap carefully, mindful of both our healing places. I settled there sideways, one arm around his neck. His mouth brushed my temple, then my cheek, then stopped just short of my lips, asking. I answered by closing the distance. The kiss was slow, familiar, still somehow startling. Rafael kissed like a man who had learned reverence late and intended to make up for every brutal lesson before it. His hand cupped the back of my neck. Mine rested against his chest, feeling his heart steady under my palm. No urgency, no proving, just us. A dangerous man and a woman who had learned danger did not have to mean surrender. When the kiss deepened, heat curled through me, soft and sure. He felt it. Of course he did. His hand flexed once at my waist, then stilled, waiting for me to decide whether the moment became more or stayed gentle. I rested my forehead against his. Not now, I whispered. His lips touched mine once more. Then not now. No resentment, no shadow, no punishment hiding under disappointment, just acceptance. That, more than anything, still undid me. I stayed in his lap anyway, and he held me as the sky darkened beyond the glass. Aftercare was not only for passion, I had learned. Sometimes it was what came after memory, after fear, after choosing not to disappear into someone else's need. He rubbed slow circles along my back. I traced the line of his collarbone. We should go back downstairs, I said eventually. Yes. Neither of us moved. Lucia will come looking. She fears nothing. She fears dust. Dust fears her. I laughed against his shoulder. His hand paused, then resumed. I love that sound, he said quietly. My laughter faded into something softer. I love you. He held still, like the words were always new, like he would never treat them as guaranteed. Then he kissed my hair. I love you too, chosen wife. Chosen wife. It still moved through me every time. Not because wife made me whole, because chosen gave the word back to me. That evening, the D'Amico dining room filled with women. Not formally, not by invitation. They just came. Sophia stayed for dinner. Valentina claimed she had no appetite, then ate half the lemon pasta Lucia placed in front of her. Lucia sat at the table because I asked, and when one of the older guards looked confused, Rafael stared at him until confusion developed into manners. Massimo joined last. He stood at the doorway for a moment, looking at the table like he had entered the wrong house. Maybe he had. The old D'Amico house had been a place where women moved around power. This one was becoming a place where power had to pull out a chair and listen. Massimo's gaze landed on Isabella's empty seat. I knew it was hers because Rafael had told me where she used to sit before Massimo's silence turned grief into architecture. No one spoke. Then I stood, picked up the bottle of red wine, and poured a glass at the empty place. Massimo looked at me. Rafael did too. I sat back down. Some voices arrive late, I said. They still arrive. Massimo lowered his head. Not much. Enough. Rafael's hand found mine under the table. Dinner was not peaceful. Valentina insulted the Greco men. Lucia insulted Valentina's seasoning opinions. Sophia cried once, then laughed at herself, then cried harder because laughing felt like betrayal and relief at the same time. Massimo said very little. Rafael watched it all with the wary focus of a man learning that family could be loud without being a battlefield. At the end of the meal, Lucia brought out a cake she insisted was not for any occasion. It had one candle. I looked at it. She looked at me. For the archive, she said defensively. Sophia smiled. Valentina lifted her glass. Massimo stared at the candle flame. Rafael leaned close. Make a wish. I don't believe in wishes. I looked around the table. At the women. At the men trying to deserve their seats beside them. At the empty chair with wine poured for a dead woman whose letter had become a weapon. Maybe I did not believe in wishes, but I believed in records. So I blew out the candle and made one anyway. Let the women come. Let the doors open. Let every forged signature find fire. Months later, people would say the D'Amico house changed because Rafael married me. They would be wrong. It changed because the women inside it stopped asking permission to be heard. It changed because Lucia sat at the table. Because Sophia told the truth. Because Valentina handed over ledgers. Because Isabella's letter finally came home. Because I stood in front of men who thought ink was law and told them my voice was older than their paper. And Rafael? Rafael changed because he chose to. Every day. Not perfectly. Never softly enough to become someone else. He was still dangerous, still cold to enemies, still capable of turning a room silent with one look, still a D'Amico in all the ways that made men lower their voices when he passed. But when he came home to me, he knocked before entering the archive, even if the door was open, even if I was expecting him. That was how love lived with us. Not as possession, as practice. One night, long after the council passed the consent law and pretended it had always been considering such progress, I found Rafael standing alone in the archive before Isabella's letter. He did not hear me at first, or maybe he did and chose not to hide. His fingers rested lightly against the glass frame. I think she would have liked you, he said. I stepped beside him. She might have thought I was too difficult. His mouth curved faintly. She would have loved you. My chest tightened. Outside, rain touched the windows. Inside, the archive smelled faintly of old paper, lemon oil, and the roses Rafael kept buying even though I told him flowers were unnecessary. He kept buying them. I kept putting them near Isabella's letter. We were both stubborn. Do you still miss her? I asked. Yes. Good. He looked at me. I slipped my hand into his. Missing someone means love still has somewhere to go. His eyes shone in the lamplight. He lifted my hand and kissed my ring, then the inside of my wrist, then stopped there, mouth resting against my pulse, not claiming it, listening. I leaned into him. The archive was quiet around us, full of women's names that no longer had to stay buried. Rafael's arm came around my waist. Are you happy? He asked. I looked at the wall where my counsel words had been framed, at the shelves of evidence at Isabella's letter, at my mother's statement, at Lucia's witness account, at the new drawer marked unclaimed voices for the women who had not yet decided whether they were ready to speak. Then I looked at my husband, my chosen husband. The man who had once been my scandal and had become my witness. Yes, I said, but not because everything is healed. His thumb moved slowly over my hand. Then why? Because nothing has to stay hidden to be loved here anymore. He lowered his forehead to mine. For a long moment we stood like that, surrounded by paper that had failed to own me and words that had finally set other women moving. Outside, the city still talked. Let them whisper that Romina Caruso had broken covenant law. Let them say Rafael D'Amico's wife had made the council afraid of women's signatures. Let them call the archive dangerous. They were right. It was dangerous. So was I. And when Rafael kissed me beneath the framed letter of a woman who had loved her son enough to leave him truth, I kissed him back with my whole name intact. Not Caruso debt, not Greco wife, not D'Amico property, Romina. Just Romina. And at last, that was enough to shake every house in the city. If you've made it to the end, thank you. She began as a scandal trapped between two criminal dynasties. She was watched, judged, promised, forged into paperwork, and nearly burned by men who thought her name was something they could trade. But Romina did not just survive them. She made them listen. And Rafael, he began as the cold heir who thought claiming her was the answer. But by the end, he learned that real love is not ownership. Real love is standing beside the woman you want and letting her choose you with her own voice. If this story pulled you in, please hit the like button, leave a comment, and let me know your favorite scene. Your likes and comments truly help YouTube know that stories like this deserve to be pushed to more romance listeners. And if you want more dark Mafia romance audiobooks filled with dangerous men, powerful women, scandal, betrayal, obsession, and love that has to survive fire, make sure you subscribe. Written and brought to life by Stepbrother. I'll see you in the next story. Stay ruined.